Chapter 1411 Lurkers. Chapter 1411 Lurkers. In the unexplored universe, Star Alliance capital. Savignes quickly walked into the office of the Star Alliance leader. The Star Alliance leader was waiting for him. Seeing him walk into the room, he put down the report in his hand, looked up, and slowly said, "How's the situation? I've already sent out the instructions. The Lurkers will take action soon," Savignes said with a deep voice. This chess piece has been set up for so many years. Now is the time for them to show their value. The Star Alliance leader paused for a moment before changing the topic, however. We have to pay attention to the method of providing intelligence. Everything needs to be done under the premise of our existence being hidden. The three universal civilizations and the world tree are both huge threats. If our existence is exposed to them, the dark clouds of war will cover us too. With our strength, it would be beyond our capabilities no matter which side we fight head-on. Don't worry, we're all in this together. We won't joke about the safety of the Star Alliance, Savignes said solemnly. You guys have been with the Star Alliance for many years, and we are already one. This operation is not only to eliminate potential threats, but also for your revenge. The Star Alliance leader nodded. That's right. Back then, we were defeated by the three universal civilizations, and only a few of our people managed to escape. It was almost impossible for us to survive, and we became a wandering civilization in the universe. If not for encountering the Star Alliance's team, our civilization might have died long ago. To this day, we are thankful to the Star Alliance for their help. Savignes lowered his head and said respectfully. When the Lore civilization had been defeated, his ancestors had gathered the remaining members of their race and united them. It had been difficult for them to survive. Now, Savignes had taken over the authority of his predecessors and was the current leader of the Lore civilization. The history of the Lore civilization was quite ancient. It was once a member of the explored universe. It was one of the competitors in the Exploration-era war. Unfortunately, it lost the war, and the civilization was destroyed. Its homeland fell, and only a few survivors escaped on spaceships. Because they were worried about being eliminated, they decided to enter the unexplored universe and travel far away, becoming wanderers of the universe. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, this group of wanderers happened to arrive in the Star Alliance's territory. The Star Alliance was a large joint civilization formed by 46 civilizations. They lived quietly in a corner of the unexplored universe. By chance, they picked up this group of wanderers, and the intelligence brought by the Lore civilization immediately attracted their attention. This was the first time the Star Alliance had heard of the existence of a powerful civilization outside their territory. The intelligence provided by the Lore civilization showed that the three universal civilizations were strong enough to destroy the entire Star Alliance, which made the Star Alliance extremely fearful and vigilant. In their eyes, the three universal civilizations could bring a calamity to the Star Alliance at any time, and swallowing them up was a huge hidden danger that made them unable to sleep or eat in peace. Facing an unfamiliar and powerful civilization, the Star Alliance did not dare expose their existence to communicate with the other party. They could only observe silently. Under normal circumstances, even if the Star Alliance knew that there were strong enemies around, they would be helpless. However, the Lore civilization provided them with a way. When the wanderers escaped from their homeland, they had brought along a large number of coordinates. This was a priceless fortune, and the Star Alliance saw an opportunity. Based on this information, the upper echelons of the Star Alliance finally decided on a strategic operation called the Observer's Plan. They sent out Lurkers to the explored universe through wormholes. They hid their identities, gathered intelligence, and waited for an opportunity while monitoring the actions of the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations did not have an information form warning network like the World Tree. As their territory was extremely large, there would always be gaps in the screening and security mechanisms. As long as the outsiders operated properly, they would be able to successfully infiltrate the three universal civilizations. In Han Zhao's previous life, the World Tree had been hiding like this for many years, gathering enough intelligence before launching a full-scale attack on the three universal civilizations. The Star Alliance knew their limits, and they did not think that their small body would be able to withstand the three universal civilizations' attacks. Thus, they only let the Lurkers observe and not take part in any other actions. They were like the lowest-level galactic hackers, completely inconspicuous. They only searched for public intelligence on the internet and did not try to obtain any secrets. They were extremely cautious, which was why they were able to remain hidden until now and watch the development of the three universal civilizations. After receiving repeated checks from the Star Alliance, the Lore civilization finally became a new member. They were able to procreate, but they never forgot their history and always thought about revenge. They cooperated with the Observer's plan and helped the Star Alliance hide in the explored universe. This time, the three universal civilizations were invaded by the World Tree, which gave the Star Alliance a hope of eliminating the threat. They could not defeat the three universal civilizations themselves, so they decided to add fuel to the fire. The Star Alliance leader rubbed the back of his hand and said, "We can use the World Tree to get rid of the three universal civilizations, but the World Tree itself is a new threat. The ideal situation is for both of them to suffer, so we can take advantage." Savignes nodded heavily. The three universal civilizations' technology level is very high. If we can take over their achievements, we will be able to advance quickly. However, this is very risky and we might expose ourselves. We have to think about it carefully. If there's really a chance, we can't miss it. The eyes of the Star Alliance leader flickered. He naturally coveted the technological achievements accumulated by the three universal civilizations. Although the risk was high, the benefits were equally tempting. The three universal civilizations had stabilized the situation and blocked the World Tree outside. This was not what the Star Alliance wanted to see. Destroying the good situation of the three universal civilizations and bringing the flames of war into the entire galactic society to cause chaos was in line with this third party's interests. The Star Alliance leader did not mind taking advantage of the situation. Under the premise of hiding their identity, they secretly participated in this feast. Secondary Dimension World. A team of three universal civilizations expedition army was traveling in the secondary dimension, recording the coordinates. This place is not far from the base dimension of the World Tree, and blessed race members might appear. Keep your spirits up and prepare to retreat at any time. In the cockpit, the commander stared at the radar with a serious tone. In the past few years, as the expedition army explored deeper and deeper, the encounters with the World Tree blessed races became more frequent. Fortunately, they ran fast enough and most of the time there were no accidents. However, fleeing the danger was not always an option. The search network of the blessed race was extremely dense, and the expeditionary army did not wish to start a conflict. Thus, the exploration progress became slower and slower and there were not many loopholes to exploit. If this goes on, I don't know when we will get results. The World Tree has already reached our territory. We don't have much time left. The commander sighed. Woo dash. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded on the radar. It was like a thunderclap, scaring everyone. Not far away, cracks suddenly appeared on the dimensional barrier, and green streams of light shot over. It's the World Tree blessed races. Retreat! The commander's expression changed. The expedition team immediately turned around and locked onto the evacuation route. The shuttle engine buzzed and turned into a stream of light, escaping from this dimension into another. However, before the expedition team could come to a stop, the alarm on the radar sounded again, and the space cracks opened. Another group of World Tree blessed race members was rushing over. This is a premeditated attack. The commander immediately reacted. With a heavy expression, he commanded the fleet to continue fleeing. The fleet passed through 5 secondary dimensions in a row, with the World Tree blessed races following closely behind them. Suddenly, the commander stopped running. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. Prepare to self-destruct. Hearing this, the crew members in the bridge all felt a chill in their hearts. They did not speak or object, only silently activating the self-destruct sequence. The soldiers of the 3 universal civilizations could not revive as they wished like the World Tree. Without the protection of the underworld, they would truly die in battle if they died. All the expedition teams were mentally prepared to sacrifice their entire fleet if the situation turned bad. The energy core stabilizer disintegrated, and the psionic energy that had lost control began to expand, emitting a strong light. I'm honored to have worked with all of you. Long live the dynasty. The commander looked at the determined faces of the crew members, saluted, and then looked at the World Tree pursuers outside the porthole. He closed his eyes and prepared to die. Buzz. However, at this moment, everything froze in an instant. All the crew members could not move, and the self-destruction process stopped. The psionic energy that was about to go out of control stopped in an instant. The secret Tree King's figure appeared in the cabin unknowingly. He sized up everyone's determined faces and sneered, quite unyielding. It's a pity that I came personally. No matter how determined you are, it's useless. The secret Tree King maintained the effect of the spacetime freeze spell. He rubbed his palm lightly, and the green lustrous power of the Tree King spread out, turning into a space crack. From within, a snake-like world tree root extended out and penetrated all the battleships of the expedition team. More and more small tree roots were separated and inserted into the bodies of all the crew members. Then, these roots absorbed their essence like straws. At the same time, they transformed the team into one of their own by reforming them in the information form layer. The expedition team slowly integrated into the world tree root and sank deeper. This process lasted for a long time before the world tree sucked the entire expedition team in. Then, with a flash of light, it vomited again. However, it was different from before. All the crew members were flowing with green light and transformed into the members of the world tree. Your Excellency Tree King. The soldiers from the Crimson Dynasty lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. The secret Tree King ignored them and focused on the mental network, sharing the memories of these people and the sailing log of the spaceship. After browsing for a while, the secret Tree King's eyes flashed, and he revealed a playful expression. Heh, so it was here. I found your nest. At this moment, the secret Tree King suddenly felt something and looked into the distance. Predicting me? A cold look appeared in the eyes of the secret Tree King. His hand gestures changed, and his magic power surged out, following the mysterious sense of the source. At the same time, somewhere on floating Dragon Island, Aesop, who was feeling the sudden premonition, was shocked. It was as if his brain had been hit by a hammer, and he collapsed to the ground with a shocked expression. A cold magical power shattered the foresight in his mind and damaged his spirit. Freebnovel.com. Those who could cause a backlash to a foreseer were basically all mages. With different foresight abilities, the difficulty of the backlash would also change. Aesop's foresight ability was not ordinary. In all these years, he had experienced countless passive foresight and had also foreseen many beyond grade A mages. The worst-case scenario would be a failure, and this was the first time someone had caused him a backlash. Chapter 1412 Change. Chapter 1412 Change. At the Expeditionary Army Outpost, an exploratory fleet was docked at the dock. Harrison and his teammates alighted from the spaceship, took off their life-preserving helmets before taking a deep breath. I'm dying of suffocation. The air in the base's large ecological shield is still the best. In the past few days outside, the gas filters of the spaceships have all become smelly. Really? Why don't I feel anything? I wonder if it's because Escucates have a better sense of smell than most galactic species? It's a pity that I didn't gain anything from this trip. Hearing his crewmates engage in idle chatter, Harrison rubbed his forehead in frustration. Fewebnovel.com. Ever since he unearthed this ally, the Realmless King, the upper echelons had allowed him to lead an expedition team alone. From a follower to a team commander, he had a certain degree of freedom to make exploration plans. Black Star had always said that Harrison was lucky, and Harrison was willing to believe that it was true. He secretly hoped that his luck would help him find the World Tree's main body and end the war as soon as possible. However, after so many years, the luck that he had high hopes for seemed to have become dormant. Other than escaping from the pursuit of the World Tree's blessed race a few times, he did not have any new achievements in exploring. Now that the Expeditionary Army's exploration progress had come to a standstill, Harrison was both anxious and worried. As the saying went, if one walked by the river all the time, one's shoes would inevitably get wet. The Expeditionary Army kept wandering around the territory of the World Tree, and they met their pursuers time and time again. He felt that there might come a time when they would fail. At this moment, one of the team members patted Harrison on the shoulder and said, "Captain, how long do we rest this time before we start the next exploration?" 10 days, Harrison replied. "Got it. Let's go to the base cafeteria for lunch. Want to come?" "No. I'll report to the logistics department and have them repair and maintain the spaceship. I still have to write a routine report." Harrison waved his hand. "All right, we'll bring you some food. What do you want to eat?" "Then I want—" Harrison was just about to say something when he suddenly stopped. At that moment, a chilling feeling gripped his heart. Without getting an answer, the team member blinked in confusion and asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything? What do you want to eat?" Harrison's mind was in a mess, and he felt a strong sense of vigilance. He could not help but look up at the scenery outside the port. "What are you looking at?" The team member turned his head and followed Harrison's gaze. The only thing he saw was the dim yellow light of the setting sun in the secondary dimension. It was like an oil painting with the aura of history, but he did not see anything unusual. "Something's not right." Harrison became warier. The team member wanted to ask more, but at this moment, the dimension barrier in the distance suddenly lit up with a blue light and quickly turned into a huge space vortex. It was as if a hole had been torn open, and the green and lustrous world tree blessed race swarmed out like locusts, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were like tiny green dots that quickly enlarged in everyone's vision. "Whoa, alert! The space barrier has been broken. Enemy attack!" An ear-piercing alarm suddenly resounded throughout the base. All the Expeditionary Army members who were resting and waiting in the base jumped in shock. The sound of anxious shouts, anxious footsteps, and chaotic crashing sounds created a riotous symphony. "Everyone, retreat at full speed. Prepare to self-destruct. The defense team will be staying behind to buy time." The roar of the person in charge of the outpost sounded in the communication channel. Half an hour ago, an expedition team had self-destructed and lost contact. He was still investigating this matter and was not sure if there had been any intelligence leaks. He did not expect the World Tree to arrive so quickly. The World Tree was extremely powerful in the secondary dimension, and the defense of this outpost was limited. The coordinates of the dimension had already been exposed, and if they fought head-on, it would attract more of the World Tree-blessed race. In the preset plan that the three universal civilizations had planned, if this outpost was attacked, the first priority would be to self-destruct and clear the traces, while the Expeditionary Army would quickly retreat. Unless they had no choice, they would not choose to fight head-on. "Let's go!" Harrison's expression changed drastically, and he could not care less about anything else. He quickly called his teammates to board the dock and started the engine. The outpost became chaotic all of a sudden, and the automatic defense team was hastily activated to fight against the endless stream of World Tree-blessed race to buy time. Meanwhile, the Expeditionary Army members behind swarmed toward the warehouse and quickly found their vehicles to evacuate. Streams of light shot out from the base and scattered to escape into different secondary dimensions. Very soon, the vanguard troops of the World Tree family started fighting head-on with the defense team of the outpost. In an instant, countless battleships exploded into fireworks. At the same time, the fortresses in the outpost activated their self-destruct sequence and exploded. The gate that connected to the main material universe was also destroyed by the physical missiles fired by the base. Flames soared into the sky, black smoke filled the air, and countless debris rained down. The defense team was quickly destroyed, and the outpost exploded violently. The same scene happened in multiple secondary dimensions. The World Tree obtained precise coordinates half an hour ago, quickly assembled, and located their destinations directly. A large-scale blitzkrieg was carried out, catching the three universal civilizations off guard. The bridgehead that the three universal civilizations had built in the territory of the Realmless King were destroyed one after another, and many expedition teams had to escape. On the other side, the Realmless King's residence. A magic portal shining with green light suddenly opened, and the secret Tree King slowly walked out. The first thing he saw was the Black Mountain Range and the huge throne in the middle of the dimension. However, there was no sign of the Realmless King on the throne. "Am I late? Or was it a coincidence that he's not at home?" Secret Tree King activated his perception magic and realized that the Realmless King was not hiding anywhere in the area. He could not help but feel a little regretful. The stabilization zone controlled by the Realmless King had some reputation in this secondary dimension area. The World Tree Blessed race had also heard about it, but they had never paid attention to it. When he found out from the expedition team that the three universal civilizations were working together with the Realmless King, the Secret Tree King had wanted to go straight to the Realmless King's base camp and turn him into a member of the World Tree. However, he realized that the Realmless King was not at home, so he could only give up on this plan for the time being. The Secret Tree King raised his hand and clenched his fist. Magical runes shot out and turned into a surveillance spell that took root in this secondary dimension. The moment the Realmless King returned to his base, he would come and attack again. After casually setting up the spell, the Secret Tree King summoned the teleportation gate and stepped into it. The vortex quickly shrank and disappeared with him. At the same time, in the secondary dimension at the edge of the Realmless King's territory, space was slowly collapsing, and wave after wave of dimensional energy was being devoured by the pivotal snake hatchling. At the side, the Realmless King who was in charge of feeding it suddenly stopped, and his heart tightened. He had a basic sense within the territory that he controlled. Just now, he had sensed that the World Tree Army had raided the secondary dimensions that were lent to the three universal civilizations one after another. Almost all the outposts had fallen, and the most terrifying thing was that an uninvited guest had arrived at his headquarters. It was obvious that their target was him. The World Tree still came. The Realmless King panicked. Although he treated the intelligence of the three universal civilizations as a bargaining chip, he was not willing to reveal it to the World Tree unless he had no other choice. The risk was too high, and the World Tree was obviously targeting him now. Beyond grade as had gone all the way to his base, and even if he expressed his willingness to cooperate, they would most likely kill him to ensure that the intelligence was reliable. Luckily, I came out. If I had stayed at home, I would have turned into the puppet of the World Tree. The Realmless King felt a sense of lingering fear, and he looked at the pivotal snake with a complicated expression. When Black Star told him to take out his own territory to feed the pivotal snake, the Realmless King was very unhappy. Now that he looked at it, he only felt glad. If not for Black Star forcefully giving him this job, he would not have come out to walk the pivotal snake today, and would most likely have been trapped by the World Tree's experts at his home. Does that mean Black Star saved my life? Since I can't go back, I can only walk this path to the end. The Realmless King quickly made up his mind. He did not want to get involved in the war between two universal civilizations, but one of his trusted subordinates had already provoked the three universal civilizations and dragged him into it. Thus, he had no choice but to cooperate with the three universal civilizations. Right now, it was already too difficult for him to leave. Since the World Tree had already set its sights on him, he had no choice but to take a stand. He had to suck up to the three universal civilizations and defeat the World Tree. With this in mind, the Realmless King turned to the mechanical oracle monitoring the pivotal snake and reported the situation. The battle did not last too long. The World Tree family wiped out the expeditionary army outpost. The surprise attack ended very quickly, and a large number of expedition teams fled in all directions. A portion of the World Tree fleet chased after the fluctuations of the dimensional travel, while the rest of the troops had already begun cleaning the battlefield, summarizing the results of the battle and finishing up the work. The roots of the World Tree extended out from the spatial rift, and expeditionary army spaceships were hanging on them. The Secret Tree King was floating at the side, sharing his memories with his eyes closed. Not long after, the Secret Tree King opened his eyes again. His originally relaxed expression was now extremely solemn. I didn't expect the Mother Tree's natural enemy to have fallen under the enemy's control. The situation is dangerous. Eliminating the enemies that were searching for the Mother Tree was originally just a matter of convenience. He did not expect to find the Mother Tree's natural enemy because of this. This was not good news. If the Mother Tree's natural enemy entered maturity, it would be able to sense the location of the Mother Tree's main body. If it could only move independently, it would not be a big threat. However, if it was controlled by the enemy, the threat level would soar to the extreme, which meant that the enemy could find the Mother Tree's main body. The secret Tree King knew the severity of the matter. This meant that the World Tree, which was supposed to fight a war of attrition without any pressure, had to seize whatever time they had. They had to either kill the pivotal snake before it reaches adulthood or completely defeat the 3 universal civilizations before then. The only good news was that the pivotal snake had just been born, and it would take a long time for it to reach adulthood. He immediately sent this matter to the ancestral Tree King. The next moment, the voice of the ancestral Tree King sounded in his mind. "Good job, or else we would still be kept in the dark. Summon a portion of your high-level combatants to hunt down the Mother Tree's natural enemy. You must eliminate it." "Alright, I happen to obtain the coordinates of the enemy's territory in the secondary dimension from their memories. We have a new target. The Fortitude Tree King and I will be ready to receive you at any time. I'll leave the rest to you." The ancestral Tree King nodded. "Just nice. I can successfully open up the secondary dimensional battlefield zone this time and solve both problems together." A cold light flickered in the secret Tree King's eyes. He was not satisfied with destroying the outposts of the 3 universal civilizations. What he had his eyes on was the base camp that the 3 universal civilizations had developed in the secondary dimension world for a long time. The 2 sides had fought for more than 10 years, and only today did they grasp the general situation of the 3 universal civilizations. They were no longer led by the nose, and they finally had a breakthrough. Exploration Universe, Frontline Base. Han Xiao was listening to the battle conference when a report from the mechanical oracle suddenly appeared in his mind. Oh, the World Tree found the Expeditionary Army outpost and launched a surprise attack. Did they succeed? Han Xiao frowned. He was somewhat surprised by this, but not too surprised. As the Expeditionary Army's exploration time increased, the risk of exposure also increased at the same time. He had long been mentally prepared for this, and the only thing that made him feel strange was the difference in time from his expectations. It had only been a few days since he had returned from the Expeditionary Army outpost, and he was still thinking about the follow-up plan when the World Tree broke through the outpost. It seemed like a coincidence, but Han Xiao felt that there was something fishy about. The secondary dimension battlefield has in the end been established, and that is the World Tree's home ground. Their attack this time probably allowed them to obtain the coordinates of the shallow dimensions, and this two-way battle is disadvantageous to the 3 universal civilizations. However, the 3 universal civilizations have also made preparations in the secondary dimension, so the situation will not be as bad as in my previous life. Han Xiao pondered. At this time, Simon, who was explaining the strategy, suddenly paused. A remote projection of a high-ranking military officer appeared on the conference table. His expression was extremely serious as he said in a deep voice, "This is an emergency. The secondary dimension Expeditionary Army outpost has been raided by the World Tree, and it has almost completely fallen. Some of the intelligence has been leaked, and the World Tree has likely obtained the coordinates of the shallow dimension. It is estimated that a second front line will be opened, and we urgently need high-level combatants to help." The 3 universal civilizations notification was a step slower than the mechanical oracles. As soon as they finished speaking, all the officers present were shocked and turned to look at Han Xiao. Hearing this, Han Xiao slowly nodded and asked, "Who is leading the enemy?" According to the information from the front line, it's a super who has never appeared before. The image of the secret Tree King appeared on the virtual screen. This was a photo taken before some bases self-destructed. Secret Tree King. Han Xiao immediately recognized this person. "Alright, leave this to me." At this moment, Simon opened his mouth and said with a frown, "Warring on 2 fronts will restrict our high-level combatants. Aurora won't be able to split herself up. At the same time, the enemy might even deliberately avoid Black Star, allowing them to use their foreign experts. I will definitely agree to assist the secondary dimensions, but the front lines of the border are important battlefields. We have to maintain a sufficient number of advanced combatants. This is not a big problem. I have enough the King mechanical suits to move quickly on both sides. Also, I have more manpower." Han Xiao nodded. Compared to the terrifying scale of the galactic battlefield, the The secondary dimension world was heavily divided due to its different specialties, which indirectly strengthened the importance of individual strength in the secondary dimension battlefield. It was time for the Holy Accord organization's hooligans, who had been idling around for decades, to come into play. Furthermore, this secret tree king was worth him taking action. Chapter 1413 Battle and Emergence. Chapter 1413 Battle and Emergence. On the white desert ravaged by the radiation storm, a bright light suddenly flashed. An expedition starship that was emitting flames emerged from the crack and fell down as if it had lost all its power. It crashed onto the ground, shaking up the white sand in the sky. Its momentum did not decrease, and it plowed a deep ravine on the ground. The azure particle shield, which was on the verge of shattering, endured the impact and flickered like a light bulb with a loose circuit. Then it disappeared and the spaceship suddenly sank. Its head was inserted into the desert, and its tail was raised up high. The distorted thrusters exploded with sparks, and it finally malfunctioned, spewing out black smoke. Clang, clang, clang. The hatch of the spaceship was stuck, and there was a sound of collision coming from inside. The alloy door protruded out, and then it was sent flying with a bang. The deformed hatch smashed onto the sand and slid out more than 10 meters. Harrison and the others walked out while holding onto the injured parts of their bodies. Their bodies swayed as if they had drunk fake wine. The gravity stabilization device and gyroscope of the spaceship had failed, and it fell to the ground. One of the team members looked at the paralyzed spaceship and said in a panic, "Oh no, the spaceship is damaged. We can't run anymore." "Don't panic. The enemy hasn't caught up. Hurry up and repair it." Harrison held his dizzy head, gritted his teeth, and ordered his teammates to repair the spaceship. The outpost was attacked, and a large number of expedition teams fled in all directions. The World Tree-blessed races pursued them relentlessly, and they also met the enemy. The team was left with only one spaceship, and it was not easy for them to shake off the pursuers. The spaceship that had endured the fierce attacks was pushed to the limit and broke down. "I wonder how the outpost is doing," one of the team members muttered. "It is definitely destroyed." The World Tree came prepared. With the armed forces of the outpost, it's impossible for them to survive. While we were escaping, the commander was still giving orders in the main control room. "I'm afraid he has already sacrificed himself by self-destructing, living and dying with the base." The atmosphere in the crowd was filled with sadness. Having worked together for more than 10 years, many of the Expeditionary Army members were already familiar with each other. At this time, the future of so many of their comrades looked ominous, and they were all worried. The situation of the World Tree attack should have been sent back to the main universe. Before I evacuated, I had already sent a message to His Excellency Black Star using the Quantum Network base station at the outpost. He should have received it, but he has yet to come to the rescue. I wonder. Harrison's tone was hesitant. The moment he was attacked, he had sent out a request for help. While escaping, he had been protecting the throne that Black Star had given him. He had been waiting for Han Xiao to arrive, but there had been no response. "Can we contact him again?" someone quickly asked. "Not at the moment. There's no linkable base station, so I can't contact the outside world for the time being." Before Harrison could finish his sentence, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared on the spaceship, and Han Xiao walked out from the damaged cabin door. The moment everyone saw him, they were immediately surprised. "Your Excellency Black Star, you're finally here. We're saved." Han Xiao raised his hand and gestured for them to control their emotions. He then looked at Harrison and sized him up. "Looks like you're in good shape. You're not injured." Harrison greeted him with a disappointed expression. "You're too late. The outpost has fallen." Han Xiao interrupted him, nodded, and said, "All right, I already know about this. Since the outpost is gone, so be it. The 3 universal civilizations have already sent people to pick up the other Expeditionary Army soldiers. I'm here to pick you up, and your teammates." When the emergency notification from the 3 universal civilizations had reached the main base in the Siebert Fortress, Han Xiao had already received Harrison's request for help. The reason he had only rushed over now was that he had spent some time deploying the high-level combatants of the Association and made a trip to the Realmless King side to protect the pivotal snake. He had hidden the pivotal snake in a secret place and only came to pick up Harrison after doing all these important things. Xiao was not afraid of anything happening to Harrison. He had been using the Observer's Mark to monitor Harrison's situation. Seeing that he was safe, he did not teleport over immediately. "What about the outposts? Aren't you going to reinforce them?" Harrison asked. "There's no need. The dimensional coordinates of the outposts have been exposed, so it's not suitable to rebuild the base. Even if we want to rebuild the outpost, it will have to be somewhere else. The losses this time are not too big. The outposts have served their purpose over the years." Xiao waved his hands. The purpose of the outpost was only to facilitate the expeditionary army's exploration of the deep layer dimensions, and the coordinates of the various dimensions had already been recorded into the database over the years. The coordinates of the Realmless King's territory and the areas around the World Tree had already been controlled by the 3 universal civilizations, which meant that these places had become new shallow layer dimensions. Thanks to the special structure of the secondary dimension world, and since they had the coordinates, the subsequent troops could quickly jump over even without the outpost. They did not have to travel for many years like in normal exploration. This was the most important result. As for the outpost itself, it did not have any irreplaceable value. With these coordinates in hand, it could be rebuilt at any time. Therefore, this loss was nothing in the eyes of the 3 universal civilizations. They were more concerned about the degree of information leakage. Harrison nodded and asked, "What do we do next?" "I'll take you to the base camp of the 3 universal civilizations in the secondary dimension world. They have already gathered their troops there and are preparing to deal with the possible attacks from the World Tree. This time, the coordinates might have been leaked, and the World Tree opening up the secondary dimensional battlefront should be a foregone conclusion. The 3 universal civilizations will have to face a two-way battle from now on. After sending you off, I'll have a short meeting with the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations to discuss this matter," Xiao said casually with a calm tone. At this time, there was a high chance that the World Tree was still cleaning up the battlefield in the various outposts, but he did not have any intention of retaliating. Even if he went over, the secret Tree King might not appear, and he would alert the enemy on top of making a wasted trip. He might as well wait for the secret Tree King to start a two-way battle and then give him a big slap. If the World Tree had the coordinates of the shallow layer dimensions, it would not take much time to jump over, and they might even start another round of blitzkrieg. Therefore, Xiao guessed that the secret Tree King would not take too long. Xiao gave a simple explanation and did not say anything else. He took out a new carrier, set the coordinates of the destination, and called everyone to board the ship. Everyone obediently accepted the arrangement. Compared to the other expeditionary army soldiers, this group of people was lucky enough to be received by Xiao personally and escape from danger thanks to Harrison's luck glow. The Galactic Alliance army was divided into many smaller armies. The Border Defense Army guarded the front lines of the flickering world, while the secondary dimension garrison was responsible for guarding the base camp in the shallow layer dimensions. This was the foundation of the 3 universal civilizations in the secondary dimension world. If it was destroyed, they would lose most of their control over the secondary dimension. A few hours after the outposts were attacked, the garrisons in all the war zones in the shallow layer dimension were fully prepared for battle. At this moment, in one of the shallow layer dimensions, while the blue energy was being replenished, the scene was like an ocean. A dynasty fleet that belonged to the secondary dimension garrison floated in the air and waited quietly. All the battleships were specially designed for the secondary dimension. Compared to the dynasty's standard heavy military starships, they were much slender and more balanced. "I've just received news that a war has broken out at the flickering world's frontline, and the World Tree Army has launched another attack. At this juncture, it's very likely to be a double-layered tactic of the enemy, so the enemy can appear at any time. Everyone, focus." In the main ship, the commander spoke in the military channel. The dynasty soldiers of the various fleets were extremely focused and did not dare to be distracted. After waiting for a while, the fleet commander suddenly received the order from the other troops. His eyes narrowed, and he said with a deep voice, the World Tree Army has already attacked. 34 war zones have been invaded, and the other garrison troops are exchanging fire. The enemy will be here soon. As soon as he said that, the space wall suddenly opened up with jump points like beehives. The World Tree's blessed races swarmed out like a green flood. Attack! The fleet commander roared. Bang! 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 The next moment, countless beams of energy lit up in the battlefield and formed a dense net, shattering a large group of battleships. The two troops were fearless. It was as if they had turned into two giant beasts, one black and one green. They started to bite each other ferociously, not caring about their own injuries. They only cared about ripping off the flesh of the other party. The same thing was happening in hundreds of shallow layer dimensions. War had broken out. The warfare mode of the secondary dimensions was different from that of the main universe. Every war zone was a divided battlefield. With the help of the special geographical structure, countless fleets fought as they traveled through the various secondary dimensions while carrying out operations like restraining, pulling, encircling, and counter-encirclement. The situation changed rapidly, and the flames of war engulfed countless small worlds. The secondary dimensions were blasted into smithereens, and their remains were devoured by the space storms. The high-level combatants of both sides also started to fight each other, and the battlefield changed from one dimension to another. In a shallow layer dimension war zone riddled with holes, a transportation door hung high up in the sky, spitting out a few injured beyond grade as from the three universal civilizations. Not far away, a green transportation door opened, and more Holy Tree emissaries chased after them. The few beyond grade as did not have time to recuperate and quickly turned around to fight. They were once again at a disadvantage, and the situation became worse. Don't even think about leaving the secondary dimension world alive. The Holy Tree emissaries were filled with killing intent, and their attacks were ferocious. Their eyes were even flashing with joy. In the past, when they fought with the beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations, due to the existence of the healing Esper, all the high-level combatants of the enemy were like a death squad, making them feel extremely miserable. They could not even feel the joy of the World Tree's infinite revival. However, it was different now. In the secondary dimension battlefield, due to the special battlefield structure, the healing Esper would be greatly restricted and would not be able to take care of every battlefield. Furthermore, the healing Esper did not even have the time to come over. The troops in the main universe launched an attack, dragging many enemy high-level combatants to the front lines, including the healing Esper. Now that they saw the enemy being restrained again, the Holy Tree emissaries were finally overjoyed. Austin was among the beyond grade as that were surrounded. Half of his magic treasures had been destroyed, and he was struggling to resist the attacks. The situation isn't looking good. Without reinforcements, we will definitely suffer losses. Even with the Sanctum revival, most people did not wish for themselves to end up in such a state. There was only one Aurora, and everyone wanted to stay on the front line and fight alongside the milkmaid. Therefore, there were very few high-level combatants who were willing to rush to reinforce the troops in the shallow layer dimensions. Other than the direct descendants, none of the others were willing. They were all ordered to come and help, and there was a huge difference in numbers with the enemy. The situation did not look good. By the side, Biger was fighting with a high-level Holy Tree emissary, and they were locked in an intense battle. He whispered, "Don't panic. We still have reinforcements." "What reinforcements?" Austin frowned. At this moment, the space wall in the distance of the battlefield suddenly opened up, and an unmarked fleet charged into the battlefield, firing densely packed sharp missiles at the World Tree blessed races, which exploded on the shields. The next moment, the area where the missiles exploded turned into chaotic space. A batch of World Tree blessed race members was sucked into it and disappeared without a trace. This is... Austin's pupils constricted. The Holy Accord's dimensional exile bullet, Biger continued. Holy Accord? What is... Before Austin could ask further, waves of beyond grade A energy soared into the sky. Boom! A few unfamiliar beyond grade as flew out from this mysterious fleet, quickly closing in on the Holy Tree emissaries. Austin felt the pressure lessen, and he quickly backed away. He looked at the battle and was shocked. "These are the reinforcements you mentioned?" Who are they? Don't you find them familiar? Biger raised an eyebrow. Austin looked over and immediately recognized a few people. They were all famous primordial ones in history. Thinking about Biger's identity, he suddenly realized something. They're revivers like you? I thought Black Star did not revive them. When did this happen? You will know the details later. Now is not the time to talk about it. Biger did not explain further and dodged the enemy's counterattack. A forbidden spell ray penetrated the enemy's chest. Austin's heart skipped a beat. He looked at them deeply and did not ask any more questions. Similar scenes were happening in many of the war zones. The dozens of revivers who had been hidden in the Holy Accord for many years finally joined the battle for the first time, helping the Beyond Grade as and quickly stabilizing the situation of the high-level combatants. Not only was the World Tree surprised by this wave of reinforcements, but even the three universal civilizations were confused. They could not figure out the origins of these reinforcements. At the same time, the leaders of the three universal civilizations who were monitoring the battle in the secondary dimension all turned to look at Xiao, who was watching the battle together in the office. Their expressions were mixed with shock and complicated emotions. Black Star, aren't you going to explain? Chapter 1414 Ambush. Chapter 1414 Ambush. Without looking back, Xiao casually replied, as you can see, these are all reinforcements that I've pulled over to fill the gap in our combat strength. The church head knocked on the table with his knuckles and said with a deep voice, don't play dumb. I'm asking how they got here. When did you revive these people? Hearing this, Xiao then turned around and glanced at the three of them. Do you think all the revivers are willing to appear in public? I never said that the ones in the association are all the revivers there are. As for who exactly I revived, I have no obligation to tell others. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The three of them choked and looked at him deeply. They did not need to think too much to guess that this was Black Star's backup plan. There was probably a group of revivers hidden in the dark, which was most likely arranged during the confrontation back then as a trump card against the three universal civilizations. If they had decided to carry out the purge back then, the result would have been hard to determine. Now that Xiao had just revealed this trump card, the three of them were shocked. However, after knowing him for so many years, the three of them had a deep understanding of Black Star's unfathomable habits. They were already used to Black Star setting up spies everywhere. Perhaps this group of revivers that had suddenly appeared was just the tip of the iceberg of his hidden force. The three of them looked away with heavy hearts. This was not the time to be bothered about such things. The three of them were still more respectful toward Xiao. Now that Black Star was on the same level as them, the three of them saw that he did not want to explain, and so they did not continue asking. Furthermore, compared to the importance of Black Star himself, having another batch of revivers did not seem like a big deal. With Xiao, who was a Transcendent, the impact these hidden revivers had on the three of them was limited. Of course, Xiao would not take the initiative to explain the origin of the Holy Accord. Looking at the three of them, he could not help but smile. Back then, he had hidden the strength of the Holy Accord organization to leave a path of retreat for the association, allowing the Beyond Grade as to be divided into two parts, the open and the dark. He had originally planned to reveal the tip of the iceberg of the Holy Accord at the right time and make the three universal civilizations wary. However, his plans could not keep up with the changes. Now that he had stepped into the Transcendent grade, the deterrence of a single person was comparable to the entire Beyond Grade group. The Holy Accord Reviver's trump card was not as important as before. However, it was still useful. It was not a bad thing to make the three universal civilizations warier. Xiao paid attention to the battle once again. After watching for a while, he suddenly locked onto the secret Tree King and Claudie who were fighting on the surveillance screen. My prey has appeared. Excuse me. The remote projection disappeared. Only at this moment did the three universal civilizations leaders relax. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In a certain war zone in the shallow layer dimension battlefield. Bang! The rainbow-like magic light penetrated the surging dark energy and landed on Claudie's body, leaving a new wound. The powerful annihilation force sent him flying, crashing into the dark brown ground and smashing through hundreds of layers. Cough, cough. The cells in his body withered under the influence of the annihilation spell. Claude quickly used his energy to stabilize his injuries before looking up at the enemy in the sky with a grave expression. The secret Tree King was floating in the air, looking down at him from above. Forbidden spells were brewing around him, rapidly taking shape and falling like a storm. Claude gritted his teeth to suppress his injuries and manipulated the dark energy to meet the attack. However, the stalemate only lasted for an instant before he was sent flying once again, with many new wounds on his body. This Tree King is too strong. Claude clutched his wound, his eyes shining with shock. He had judged the strength of the Tree King from the subduing Tree King, the Heart Tree King, and the Lord's avatar of the Fortitude Tree King. He had thought that even if he could not defeat this new Tree King, he would at least be able to hold on for a long time. However, Claude did not expect that this guy who called himself the Secret Tree King was stronger than the other three. He was the national pillar, but the other party beat him like beating a younger brother. It was easy and relaxed. Among all the opponents that he had fought, only Black Star and Wernos could deal with him so easily. If the other Beyond Grade A mages were just ordinary magic cannons, then this Secret Tree King was a rapid nuclear bomb. The strength, frequency, and speed of his casting far exceeded all the mages that Claude had ever seen. In the sky, the Secret Tree King temporarily stopped attacking. He moved his fingers and casually played with a ribbon made of magic power. You actually dared to fight me one-on-one. Should I say that your courage is commendable, or you are overestimating yourself? Unfortunately, only that mechanic or that esper has the qualifications to fight me. Your strength is a little too weak. If this continues, I won't have any interest in killing you. The only opponents that the Secret Tree King cared about were Xiao and Es God. Although Claude's combat strength was not low, and his dark energy control esper ability was rather penetrative, it was not much of a threat to him, a mage who grasped multidimensional energy. Feeling the other party's contempt, Claude's face darkened. He silently gathered his energy and prepared to go all out. However, right at this moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared in their senses. The space wall in the distance opened up, and a figure covered in a hooded black robe appeared. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the edges of his clothes were like black flames. He was brimming with the aura of a peak beyond grade A, attracting their attention. Who are you? Claude turned around. He did not know if he was friend or foe, but he immediately became more alert. We're on the same side. Oathkeeper glanced at him before staring at the Secret Tree King. Another one? The Secret Tree King narrowed his eyes. You're in cahoots with those new reinforcements, right? You should be their leader. Interesting, you still have a group of high-level combatants hidden. So what? You can't turn the situation around. Sooner or later, we'll wipe out all your forces in the secondary dimension world. Through the mental network, he had already found out about the Holy Accord revivers reinforcing the three universal civilizations beyond grade as, in the eyes of the Secret Tree King, facing an opponent like the World Tree, the three universal civilizations should have felt immense pressure and gone all out long ago. However, the other party was still holding back even now. It was truly unfathomable. Furthermore, with the Secret Tree King's personality, he was a little unhappy about this. Why is our World Tree not worthy of your full strength? Ignoring the Secret Tree King, Oathkeeper communicated with Claude telepathically. Leave this to me. Go help the others. Can you do it? This Tree King is very strong. We'd better work together to deal with him. Claude expressed his doubts. This Tree King is a mage, and I can see that his spells have bonuses in the secondary dimension world. I should not be his match, but I only need to stall him. In this aspect, I'm more suitable than you. There's no need to waste combat power on him. Oathkeeper responded. Not long ago, the expeditionary army outposts had been attacked, and Xiao had finally informed the Holy Accord organization to take part in the battle. Many of the Holy Accord revivers had already prepared themselves mentally. They did not need any mobilization and set off on their own. On one hand, it was for the sake of the Sanctum revival qualifications, and on the other hand, it was also because they were in the same boat. Other than that, Xiao also requested the Holy Accord to bring along dimensional exile bullets, high-level life-form energy disorder shockwave, cross-dimensional detection radars, and other special technologies to provide support. Oathkeeper had no choice but to do as he was told. As the Holy Accord organization's troops had always been on standby, they quickly came over. Claudia did not respond, but at this moment, the secret Tree King suddenly attacked. All kinds of powerful forbidden spells were cast continuously, firing at the two of them. Bang! 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 Magical lights flashed in the sky, beautiful and deadly. Oathkeeper and Claudia immediately reacted and moved around, dodging non-stop. On the other side, the secret Tree King was multitasking. While quickly constructing spell models and casting forbidden spells, he communicated with the ancestral Tree King through the mental network. There's no sign of that mechanic in the frontline battlefield or the secondary dimension battlefield. He has that sealing ability, so there's a high chance that he's targeting a Tree King. Therefore, his target should be me. Maybe he's secretly observing. After I fight these two opponents for a while, he should jump out and ambush me. Hearing this, the ancestral Tree King expressed his approval in the mental network and said with a deep voice, "Your judgment is very reasonable. Continue fighting. As long as that mechanic is lured out, I will immediately descend and catch him off guard." Okay. The two of them quickly came up with a plan. They planned to use the secret Tree King as bait to lure the snake out of its hole. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Since it was very likely that Black Star had his eyes on the secret Tree King, the ancestral Tree King also chose to launch an ambush. He had two goals. One was to find an opportunity to kill Black Star, and the other was to think of a way to save the Heart Tree King. If he did not deal with Black Star, how could he talk about unsealing the Heart Tree King? At the very least, he had to snatch that universal treasure with the sealing ability. It was not that he thought too highly of the Heart Tree King. Even the simple-minded subduing Tree King had decisively self-destructed twice to escape from being sealed. Only the Heart Tree King had been affected. The ancestral Tree King only wanted to take back the sealed Tree King crown. Otherwise, there would always be a gap in the 5 Tree Kings. With Oathkeeper joining the battle, the two of them were finally at a stalemate with the secret Tree King. The three of them fought intensely, chasing each other non-stop. The battlefield changed again and again. One moment it was an abyss-like blackish-purple space, then it was a holy land-like silver kingdom, then it was a nascent dimension born in the void, and the next moment it was an unstable secondary dimension at its end. Without exception, every battlefield was shattered by the aftershock of their battle, and batches of fleets were devoured by the space storm. The three of them arrived at a shadow dimension. Suddenly, the space wall in the distance opened, and another figure entered the battlefield. It was Han Xiao. The secret Tree King noticed Han Xiao at first glance and immediately ignored the other two opponents. He stared at Han Xiao with a strong battle intent and killing intent in his eyes. "You're finally willing to come out?" Han Xiao glanced at him, waved his hand, told Oathkeeper and Claudia to stop and retreat to the side, then spoke to the secret Tree King in the public channel. "There are 3 of us here. Aren't you going to run? Run? Who do you think I am?" The secret Tree King suddenly waved his palm, and an invisible spatial fluctuation swept across the space. The entire secondary dimension instantly turned into a mirror-like space, as though it was trapped in a crystal. The images of the battlefield were flowing in the sections of the space, overlapping and dazzling. The spatial barrier suddenly formed, isolating Claudia and Oathkeeper in the outside world. They could only see what was going on inside the barrier, but they could not participate in it. It was as if the two of them were in parallel spaces that had no intersection. Inside the barrier, only the secret Tree King and Han Xiao were looking at each other. "You want to fight me one-on-one?" Han Xiao looked around at the barrier and smiled strangely. "I've always wanted to fight you, so why would I run? I thought you would launch a sneak attack, but I didn't expect you to appear so openly. However, this doesn't matter. This barrier is our battleground. If you have the ability, don't use that teleportation technique to escape. I'll definitely kill you today." The eyes of the secret Tree King flickered. He knew that Black Star had the teleportation technique that could ignore crowd control, so this barrier was only to prevent the other enemies from disrupting the battle and create the illusion of a one-on-one battle. As long as Black Star did not teleport away and stayed behind to fight him one-on-one, the plan would be half complete. He did not hesitate and immediately cast all kinds of spells toward Han Xiao. On the surface, it seemed like he was going to fight Han Xiao one-on-one, but he had already secretly used spells to guide the ancestral Tree King into the barrier, preparing to launch a pincer attack. However, before the spell could hit its target, a powerful pressure swept out like a storm with Han Xiao at the center, shaking the secret Tree King's mind. Boom! Countless machines surged out from the godly stronghold and instantly condensed on Han Xiao's body. They combined into a gigantic mechanical divine body, which was the supreme heavenly venerate. Transcendent grades energy fluctuations erupted without restraint. The face of the secret Tree King instantly changed, and the ferocity on his face turned into fear and disbelief. This is the level of the tree god? He was not mentally prepared at all. At this moment, all tactics and plans were thrown to the back of his mind. The secret Tree King did not hesitate to construct a transportation door and escape. He was no longer arrogant and only panic remained in his mind. However, Han Xiao was faster than him. With a flash, his gigantic body teleported behind the secret Tree King and tore the roots of the world tree apart. Then, the Emperor's Skysplitter blade slashed down and invisible psionic energy waves exploded like a blade wave. Crack! The sound of a mirror shattering could be heard. Within the range of the psionic wave, the space barrier, various forbidden spells, transportation door, and everything else that was constructed by magic power rapidly collapsed like a sandcastle. There was not the slightest bit of resistance. What? The ancestral Tree King, who had just teleported behind Han Xiao and was about to launch a sneak attack, froze on the spot. His expression changed drastically. Chapter 14:15, Overwhelming Combat Strength. Wrecking the Tree God. Chapter 14:15, Overwhelming Combat Strength. Wrecking the Tree God. The Emperor's Skysplitter blade and the psionic wave launcher had already been enhanced by Han Xiao's Beyonder artifact to become a divine artifact. With just a simple press of the A button, its power was no different from a destructive ultimate move. TL note: the author is probably expressing the huge damage caused by a normal attack, hence describing it as the press of an A button like a normal attack on a console. Facing the secret Tree King's terrified gaze, the Emperor's Sky Splitter stabbed forward. The huge blade expanded rapidly in his eyes, and he could not react in time. Boom! The huge blade slammed into the dimensional wall of the secondary dimension, creating countless cracks like cracking porcelain. The power of the attack was transmitted to the entire secondary dimension, exceeding the upper limit. The entire shadow dimension exploded, and all the darkness dissipated. However, the secret Tree King was not sent flying. Instead, it was firmly stuck to the tip of the blade by an intense gravitational force field. At the same time, the supreme heavenly venerate extended a finger and pressed it against the secret Tree King's body. The invisible power of the space-time amber passed through his finger and began to make amber on the secret Tree King's body. The soul link of the space-time amber had already reached the highest 5th level in the past decade. There was no need to touch the target with the original body of the space-time amber. Only physical contact was needed to activate the seal. This meant that the space-time amber no longer needed to be carried around, and it could be placed anywhere. At the same time, due to the energy base god of all machines talent of the super god mechanic, the form of his basic existence was not limited to his physical body. The mechanical deity that he had fused with was also his main body. This meant that he could use the mechanical deity's body to touch the target, which would also satisfy the judgment of the spacetime amber. The secret Tree King was rooted to the ground by a bunch of universal treasure-level control devices. The extremely destructive psionic energy waves flowed along the blade and entered his body, crushing large amounts of his cells. The energy in his body was suppressed by the super god-level energy, and he could not even self-destruct. Furthermore, he did not dare to self-destruct in front of a super god. That was truly courting death. Black Star was too fast, exceeding the beyond grade A realm. He could not react much at all, as if he had fallen into such a state the moment he came back to his senses. How can someone break through this limit? This kind of power cannot be controlled by an individual, The secret tree king panicked, his face pale. He did not expect a tree god to appear in this civilization. How could there be such a huge change in just 10 years? The world tree had been growing for countless years. Other than the ancestral tree king, the other 4 kings had all changed positions before. Although the ancestral tree king had the authority to remove the other kings, he rarely used them. Generally speaking, unless the tree king was dead, he would not do any personnel changes. However, the tree kings could revive, so why would they still die? This was the problem. Some of the tree kings had tried to reach a higher level, but all of them died without exception. They thought that they could revive through the world tree, but after suffering from mutations and dying during the promotion, the information form would directly leave the connection of the world tree, unable to revive and be completely dead. After failing time and time again, they learned from the previous mistakes, and the later generations of tree kings did not try to advance anymore. In their eyes, the transcendent domain was an insurmountable chasm that could not be crossed by an individual. It was the limit of a single life form. Only by using a different method could one temporarily step into a higher level. The tree god advent was one of the methods. This kind of thinking was not strange. Having a powerful superpower system did not mean that one could become stronger indefinitely. Although many civilizations like to confuse the differences between the two, these were 2 different concepts. Be it the world tree experts or the beyond grade as of the 3 universal civilizations, they all were similar in that they recognized the existence of an individual limit. The difference lay in how both parties had determined the limits of their individual strength. Because up till now, no one had truly reached the absolute limit, thus there appeared many different boundaries of strength. I have to break free from his control or else. The secret tree king made up his mind and activated his cell reactor crazily. Ignoring the damage to his cells, he squeezed out all his magic power and attacked the energy lock. After struggling without caring about the consequences, the control field finally loosened. There's still a chance to escape. The secret tree king was overjoyed. Just as he was about to accumulate his strength to burst out and break through Han Zhao's control, the power of the tree king in his body suddenly leaked out like a flood and was sucked away by an invisible force. His body suddenly sagged, and his accumulation of strength was interrupted. A sense of weakness spread throughout his body. My tree king crown. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the ancestral tree king. The ancestral tree king's figure was already covered by a rapidly expanding ball of green light. It was like a gigantic egg, and a gigantic figure could be vaguely seen within. The energy fluctuations from within were rising rapidly. How could the secret tree king not recognize this scene? The ancestral tree king had already activated the descent of the tree god and instantly retracted his tree king crown as well as his strength. It was obvious that he had abandoned him to reduce the overall losses on their side. Not only did he not plan to save him, but he had even destroyed his hope of escaping. No! The secret tree king's eyes widened in shock. Han Xiao noticed the change in the ancestral tree king and looked back. He then looked down at the secret tree king and said in a joking manner, "We agreed to spend some alone time together. I didn't expect you to secretly make it into a threesome. Alright, go to sleep. I'll play with him first." As soon as he said that, he suddenly moved his finger, and the space-time amber took shape. Dang! The terror on the secret tree king's face froze as if he could not believe that he was taken down so easily. His entire body was frozen in amber. Success! Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. The secret tree king was extremely strong among the beyond grade but he could not do much damage to him. Although it was a sudden attack, it was mainly because of the huge difference in strength that the secret tree king did not have the time to use all sorts of methods before being defeated. Compared to the various schemes he had used to seal the heart tree king before, sealing an even stronger secret tree king this time was much easier. His strength had exceeded an entire realm, and although it was not as simple as a beyond grade A fighting a calamity grade super, it was still a crushing victory. The next moment, a channel opened up on the fingertips of the mechanical finger, swallowing the ambered secret tree king. After doing this, Han Xiao turned around and faced the rapidly expanding green light belonging to the ancestral tree king. Seeing this, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He could roughly guess why the secret tree king had fled so decisively and was so afraid of him. So that's how it is. The World Tree also has the power of a beyond god. The reason why the secret Tree King has no fighting spirit is that he has seen this power before. Maybe the transcendent grade of the World Tree has already unlocked the ability to kill using the information form state. Therefore, in his opinion, whether he self-destructs or not, I can directly attack him in the information state and kill him completely, since I can break the mechanism of the World Tree and strip him of his immortality. That's why the secret Tree King is so afraid of me. Han Xiao immediately became alert. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the transcendent grade of the World Tree can also threaten me? Without another word, he opened fire at the green light. He had no habit of waiting for others to transform. Fruobnov.com. Right at this moment, the green light suddenly exploded, and a gigantic tree palm extended out from the light. Green light gushed out from the palm and turned into a barrier, blocking the torrential attacks of the mechanical army. The figure of the ancestral Tree King had already disappeared, and in its place was a gigantic tree ant. His entire body was glowing with green light, and countless world tree roots were wrapped around his body like woven vine armor. On every part of his body, many small roots grew out like dancing little snakes, tearing open space cracks one after another and absorbing the matter and energy on the other side of the tunnel. What F*** is this? Han Xiao glanced at the interface. The other party's name was Tree God, incomplete, and a large amount of information was filled with question marks. It was clear that its level was higher than his, and it was also at the transcendent grade. Interesting, the World Tree still has such a method hidden. Why have they never used it before? Han Xiao frowned, pondering in suspicion. In the war in his previous life, the World Tree had never used this method. Logically speaking, since their nest had been destroyed, they should have used all their trump cards to stop the enemy. However, even when the three universal civilizations blew up the World Tree's main body, the Tree God never descended. He originally thought that the World Tree did not have the strength of a Transcendent, but it seemed like that was not the case. There were definitely secrets that he did not understand. At this moment, a mental signal came from the Tree God. There was no clear content, only messy thoughts and intense hunger, much like a wild beast. Are you trying to eat me? Han Xiao could sense the meaning behind Tree God's words, and his heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the mind of this Tree God was very chaotic, and he did not have a rational leader controlling it. Before he could observe any longer, the Tree God pounced on him and started entangling with the supreme heavenly venerate. Countless roots of the World Tree shot out, glowing with a green light as they smashed toward Han Xiao's body. They were continuously cut by the Emperor Skysplitter blade, but new ones quickly grew out. One was a machine and the other was a tree. Two huge objects were brawling it out in the space storm. Dozens of mechanical oracles led their troops and fired at the Tree God. Every moment, countless attacks landed on the Tree God. However, its health seemed to have no limit. Not only did the body formed by the World Tree Root have high resistance, but it also possessed extraordinary regenerative power. Oathkeeper and Claudie had already moved far away. The aftershock of the battle between the two Transcendents was too terrifying, and they had no room to interfere. They could only follow behind and watch from afar. I didn't expect the World Tree to also have the combat power of a Transcendent grade to be able to fight Blackstar head-on. If they had used it earlier, Claudie's eyes widened in shock. Can't you tell? This beyond God-level combatant doesn't seem to be an individual. The World Tree civilization must have paid some price to create a Transcendent grade-level combatant. Oathkeeper shook his head and analyzed calmly. Furthermore, he and Blackstar aren't evenly matched. Look, he's already at a disadvantage. Due to the incomplete Tree King crowns, the Tree God Advent this time was not complete, and its combat capability was not at its peak. After fighting for a while, the Tree God gradually fell into a disadvantage under Han Xiao's fierce attacks. It could only rely on its strong physical strength to resist the attacks, and the number of times it attacked decreased. Han Xiao also felt the weakness of the Tree God, and he started to analyze. Although he is at the Transcendent grade, his combat power seems to be lacking. It should be because of that incomplete title. This is not the complete form of the Tree God yet. Could I have been involved in this? Han Zhao's thoughts raced. Although he did not know the conditions for the tree god's advent, when he thought about how one of his requirements was to find supers from the other 4 classes as helpers when he advanced to the Transcendent grade, he had a vague guess. The composition of the 5 tree kings is similar to the requirement to advance to the Transcendent grade. Could this be the birth condition of the tree god? If that's the case, I've sealed the heart tree king and the secret tree king, so the complete version of the tree god cannot be activated? The more Han Xiao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Does this mean that I accidentally weakened the other party's trump card? Amazing! Let's see who dares to say that I'm unlucky in the future. I might be usually unlucky, but I've never failed at a critical moment. Chapter 14:16 Fight and Gap. Chapter 14:16 Fight and Gap. Boom! The battle between the 2 transcendents became more and more intense. The battlefield was moving rapidly in the spatial storm as if it had split into 2 clusters of light, one black and one green. They were entangled with each other and were crazily eroding each other's space. The sound of the energy shockwave was constantly heard, and it burst out with strong light one after another. It was like Armageddon or the birth of the world. freewebnovel.com. Countless mechanical soldiers flew out from Han Zhao's godly stronghold. From afar, they looked like black smoke released by the supreme heavenly venerate, turning into thousands of streams. Some were like whips, constantly clashing with the world tree roots, while others released billions of rays of light, bombarding the various parts of the tree god. Among them, there were dozens of specks of light, the size of dust, jumping around the tree god's body, tearing off roots one after another. These were the many mechanical oracles under Han Xiao. They all had different abilities, and under the enhancement of mechanical force, they had strength that far exceeded normal soldiers. They were all elite units. Under the continuous accumulation of mechanical soldiers, the body of the supreme heavenly venerate seemed to grow endlessly. On the other side, the speed at which the world tree roots was forming on the tree god also became faster and faster. Under the layers of binding, its body also grew rapidly, and the 2 huge objects grew at a similar speed. Tisk so big. Oathkeeper and Claudia looked at the 2 of them in shock. The shock waves of the battle between the 2 transcendents became more and more intense. In order not to be implicated, the 2 of them had already retreated further away. However, Han Xiao and the tree god's bodies still occupied their entire field of vision, and they could not even see the entirety of the battle. It was as if they had no end. At Oathkeeper and Claudia's level, they naturally did not have megalophobia. However, at this moment, as they looked at the 2 gigantic creatures exuding a terrifying pressure with every movement, they could not help but feel an instinctive fear in their hearts. It was an indescribable fear that existed beyond their range of understanding. A strong sense of danger surrounded the 2 of them. The more they looked, the more unstable the energy in their bodies became. Their hearts felt like they were going to jump out of their throats. It was as if they were bursting with the full strength of a transcendent. It was a scene they could not look at directly. Unknowingly, waves of terror assaulted their brains, making them want to look away. However, their eyes seemed to have separated from their bodies and were no longer under their control. Their gazes were fixed on the 2 transcendents. Swoosh! At this time, the Emperor Skysplitter blade burning with dark blue psionic energy tore apart a large area of the space storm and stabbed into the tree god's body. However, the roots in the tree god's body quickly tied up and sewed the wound like needles. At the same time, tiny roots that looked like meat sprouts grew out from the wound and intertwined with each other, healing the wound in the blink of an eye. In addition, a portion of the psionic energy covered by the blade was absorbed by the tree god. It also had the devouring ability of the world tree, so it did not reject any energy. At the same time, the slashes left by the Emperor Skysplitter blade in the spatial storm spread rapidly, turning into a spatial rift that tore open a passage to a secondary dimension. However, not only did the 2 of them not get pulled in by the attraction force of the secondary dimension, the anti-gravity force on their bodies pulled this secondary dimension out instead. The internal matter gushed out along the space crack and sprayed onto the 2 of them. This scene was like a fruit that had a hole in its skin. It was being held tightly, squeezing out all the juice and flesh from the hole, and turned into a mess. Swoosh. Every slash of Han Zhao's blade tore open a spatial rift that led to different secondary dimensions. Very soon, many colorful spatial tunnels appeared on the battlefield. Countless secondary dimensions sprayed out streams of matter, and all kinds of strange things were scattered all over the sky. There were also all kinds of strange creatures that were crushed into powder by the shockwaves and fused into the energy storm that the two of them were fighting in. Looking at the interior of these spatial tunnels, one could see that these secondary dimensions were rapidly drying up, as though their bodies had been hollowed out. Such a battle had already exceeded the capabilities of a beyond grade A. Although the aftermath of their battle could shatter the secondary dimensions, beyond grade as were the ones absorbed by the secondary dimensions, destroying the secondary dimensions from the inside. However, the Transcendents could use their own gravitational force to stop the secondary dimensions from absorbing them, and even pull out the intestines of the secondary dimensions. The tree god had been resisting Han Zhao's attacks all along. As its roots moved, the almost endless power of the world tree was released. It was like a green wave attacking and defending at the same time. It had countless uses and dyed the area with a faint green light. Ding! With the tree god as the center, a special spatial fluctuation was suddenly released. Immediately after, a layer of green world phantom seemed to overlap with the area, spreading out endless faint green light, quickly completing, taking root. The next moment, Han Xiao suddenly felt a strong restraining force, and his strength was suppressed inexplicably. Not only did the supreme heavenly venerate's movements slow down, but the strength of all the mechanical troops also decreased. The power of the tree god increased instead, and it could teleport freely in this area. Its mobility immediately increased. It seems to be a dimension projection. After taking a look, Han Xiao recognized what this green world phantom was. Transcendent grade had already formed an inner space and inner universe in their body, and a second void dimension had been born in their body. The tree god should also have an inner dimension within its body. The scene in front of him should be to open up his inner space and summon a dimension projection, turning a certain area outside his body into an inner dimension environment to form his own domain. This would allow him to gain the home ground advantage and increase his strength and suppress his opponent. Furthermore, this domain moved along with him, and even if the battlefield was constantly shifting, it would not be affected. With a thought, Han Xiao activated the void dimension consciousness in his body and summoned an inner space projection. A gray domain with blue electric arcs instantly opened up and squeezed out the green domain of the tree god. The debuffs brought by the tree god domain disappeared immediately. Not only did Han Xiao return to normal, but he also felt the huge buffs brought by the domain. Furthermore, the domain around his body moved according to his will like a new sense organ. In the space storm, the grayish-blue and green colors corroded each other, and the void domain and the tree god domain were separated. Before Han Xiao could even savor the sensation, he felt the pressure of the domain, and he could not help but increase his energy. Buzz! The void domain immediately expanded outward, compressing the tree god domain to a smaller size. At the same time, Han Xiao keenly noticed that the enhancement of his domain had become stronger, while the tree god domain had become weaker. Fighting by projecting the inner space? So this is the normal style of a transcendent grade battle. Han Xiao was overjoyed. In the past few years, he had been exploring the strength of the transcendent grade. Although he had gained some benefits, he did not have any opponents of the same level, nor did he have anyone to learn from. Although the current tree god was not complete, it was still quite familiar with the usage of the transcendence methods. It was enough to give him quite a lot of inspiration and imitate the other party's techniques. Just fighting with a transcendent brought him a lot of benefits. Han Xiao activated virtual creation, and the various materials in the godly stronghold were consumed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a super-large cannon appeared behind him. Its caliber was almost the size of a small planet, and its barrel was as deep as an abyss. This type of giant cannon was already considered an interstellar mega machinery, and it would take quite some time to build. However, it could be built in an instant with virtual creation pseudo. The efficiency was multiplied countless times. In Han Zhao's opinion, The biggest feature of this ability in a battle was to adapt to the situation and create different devices that he needed on the spot even if he had made no preparations. No matter how strong a foundation a mechanic had, they would not dare to say that their resources would be able to adapt to all situations. For example, he would not have the time to build a live ammunition cannon of this size. Now, he realized that the tree god's resistance to energy was a little abnormal. Now that he had a requirement, he could directly use virtual creation to create it, which was convenient and fast. Other than not returning the materials after it disappeared, there were no other shortcomings. Buzz. Surging energy accumulated in the cannon barrel, and a bright light flashed. A planet-sized giant bullet shot out, carrying huge kinetic energy, and smashed into the tree god's chest, deeply embedding inside. Large pieces of shattered roots flew everywhere. The bright light almost blinded Oathkeeper and Claudia. The bullet exploded, instantly splitting the tree god in half. Countless shrapnels of the bomb with magnetic force burst out, cutting the two parts of the tree god into pieces. Xiao was about to give chase, but at this moment, the tree god's body suddenly shrunk rapidly, turning from solid to illusory, fusing into a world tree root and disappearing. We were only halfway through the battle. Why did he run away? Xiao destroyed the root of the world tree but did not sense the power of the tree god. At the same time, the other party's domain also disappeared. He immediately understood. The tree god domain was also equivalent to the world tree's, taking root area, so it had a connection with the world tree territory, which meant that the tree god could teleport to any corner of his hometown instantly. In this aspect, it had the style of the king. Not only is he tanky, but he can even run. TSK. He must be imitating me. Xiao knew that he had beaten off the tree god and shook his head. The main reason was that the appearance of the tree god was a little sudden for him, so he was not prepared. However, he had already completed his goal of sealing the secret tree king, and he had even accidentally exposed another trump card of the world tree. He did not lose out. Furthermore, with the tree god's tankiness, he might not be able to kill this guy before he mastered a way to attack the information form. Speaking of which, why did this tree god not attack him at the information form layer just now? Are there any conditions to use it, or could it be that the incomplete version of the tree god could not use this move? Although this so-called tree god doesn't seem to be my match, it seems to have the ability to destroy information form, so I need to deal with it carefully. Also, after this battle, my combat power has been exposed, and I don't know how the world tree will react. I have to think about it carefully. Xiao pondered. He calmed himself down and opened the interface to take a look. However, I didn't expect to trigger a mission like this. I thought that the challenge mission would only go as high as a beyond grade A. After all, it's understandable to challenge beyond grade as to let the players challenge Transcendence. So senseless? There's no chance of success at all. To think that such a mission would be triggered. At this moment, Oathkeeper and Claudia finally relaxed. Their hands and feet were cold, and their hearts were still beating rapidly. Although the battle had already ended, the terrifying pressure from the battle between the two Transcendents had already been deeply imprinted in their memories. It was like an ordinary person riding a small boat and being helpless in the storm. The indescribable terror that came from their instincts still lingered in their minds, leaving a deep impression that could not be erased. I didn't expect that even a super at my level would be so afraid. The difference between the life levels is too huge. Is this the Transcendent grade? Oathkeeper wiped his non-existent cold sweat. At this moment, he suddenly felt that being a follower seemed quite good. Chapter 1417, The Behind the Scenes and the Truth. Chapter 1417, The Behind the Scenes and the Truth. Since his luck glow guinea pigs were not around at the moment, it was not a good time to complete the mission. Xiao closed the interface and looked at Oathkeeper and Claudia. Do you not have anything to do? Is the war over? Did the enemy retreat? No, Oathkeeper and Claudia regained their senses and shook their heads. Then what are you guys doing here? Aren't you going to deal with the enemy? I'll go now. Oathkeeper immediately stepped into the spatial rift, searching for a shallow dimension battlefield to join. Claudia looked at Xiao deeply before disappearing. The three universal civilizations did not monitor the battle between the two transcendent grade supers in the spatial storm, but he remembered everything. Be it Black Star's terrifying combat strength or the fact that the World Tree had a Transcendent grade trump card, he had to report this important information to the upper echelons. Han Xiao did not retract his troops, only shrinking the body size of his supreme celestial venerable. He tore open a spatial rift that led to a battlefield before controlling the mechanical deity to walk in. The battleships that filled the sky were shooting and killing each other. Their formations were interconnected, and the battle was intense. The three universal civilizations were in a dire situation, and they were being surrounded and destroyed. When the World Tree blessed race saw a mechanical deity covered in black clouds descend, they immediately changed the direction of their attacks and fired at it. The supreme heavenly venerate, however, did not move at all. The mechanical soldiers that formed a black cloud beside him immediately split up and blocked in front of him. At the same time, they activated their shields, forming a gigantic psionic shield that protected the entire supreme heavenly venerate. All of the fleet's firepower was blocked and the surface of the shield was covered in bright lights and ripples. Han Xiao raised the Emperor Skysplitter blade and pointed it at this large World Tree fleet that covered the entire sky. He twisted his arm slightly and spun the blade in a semicircle. The next moment, an invisible psionic wave spread out from the tip of the sword and quickly engulfed most of the fleet. The next moment, countless battleships exploded at the same time. Their shields shattered and disappeared, all of them malfunctioning and falling in different directions. Wherever the psionic waves passed, battleships fell like raindrops. As he was now, Han Xiao no longer needed to use the human wave tactic to deal with a large number of troops. The psionic wave was a killing machine for group battles, and it was finally used on the official battlefield. The number of fleets was almost meaningless in front of this technology. This black technology is more useful than I expected. It was not in vain that I strengthened you into a divine artifact. Looking at the spectacular sight of the spaceships falling from the sky, Han Xiao could not help but feel happy. This time, he had revealed his strength to seal the secret Tree King. There was no need for him to continue hiding, so he naturally chose to join the battle. Lord, there are too many battlefields. Do you need us to attack? Psionic Prime asked respectfully as he stood on the shoulder of the supreme heavenly venerate with the rest of the mechanical oracles. Bring your children to help. Han Xiao nodded. As soon as he said that, the dozens of mechanical oracles immediately took action. They each brought a group of mechanical troops and headed to different shallow dimension battlefields to support the three universal civilizations. With the support of Han Xiao's mechanical force, the combat power of the mechanical army was extraordinary. With a huge leap, the mechanical army entered the battlefield one after another, giving the various World Tree blessed race members a huge blow. Han Xiao, on the other hand, controlled the supreme heavenly venerate to move alone. The huge mechanical lifeforms strolled through the battlefields one after another, waving the enormous double-bladed sword, the Emperor Skysplitter blade, and constantly activating its AoE. Psionic waves slashed out like light blades, sweeping through the World Tree fleets. After fighting for an unknown period of time, Han Xiao could not remember how many of the World Tree blessed race he had wiped out. Suddenly, the World Tree fleet stopped firing at the same time in the various shallow dimensions. Their blitzkrieg had started with great momentum, and they wanted to end the battle quickly. However, they had now kicked on an iron plate. Seeing that the situation was not going to work, the blessed race finally gave up on this invasion and chose to retreat. We finally repelled the World Tree. In the meeting room of the leader of the main universe, the three universal civilizations leaders looked at the scene of the World Tree army retreating and finally relaxed. It was not easy for the World Tree to find an opportunity to open up the second front line. They will not give up so easily. After resting for some time, they might make a comeback. Louis pondered. The Pope nodded and added with a worried tone, "The opening of the second battlefront is extremely disadvantageous for us. The secondary dimension battlefield is a meat grinder that is even more terrifying than the main universe's border. The main purpose of this battle is to fight head-on, and the losses will not be low. While their fleet can be constantly renewed, our losses are real. Although the underworld can store the souls of most of the fallen warriors, Aurora's current energy level cannot take care of all the losses of our soldiers in the interstellar battlefield, Marbruce clasped his hands together and suddenly said, "It's not a big problem. The enemy has an army and we have Black Star." Hearing this, the other two had complicated expressions. After receiving Claudi's report, they finally knew the true strength of a Transcendent. They had already tried their best to raise their expectations, but they had still underestimated Han Zhao's strength. Sigh. The combat power of a Transcendent is truly astonishing. However, I didn't expect the World Tree to also have another Transcendent, the Pope said with surprise. Luckily, Black Star has stepped into the same grade. Otherwise, no one on our side would be able to counter the World Tree's trump card. We would definitely suffer heavy casualties. The three of them had mixed feelings and some lingering fear. The Transcendent grade Black Star made them extremely afraid, but he also gave them a sense of security. If Black Star did not break through this limit, the Galactic Society would be at an absolute disadvantage in terms of individual strength. Once the Tree God descended, they would be easily defeated. The current situation was barely stable, and at least half of it was due to Black Star's efforts. The contribution he had made was greater than all three of them combined. However, after this battle, the World Tree should have been frightened by Black Star. The next time it wishes to attack the shallow dimensions, it will probably think twice before making such plans. The three of them nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. World Tree Territory, Tree King Palace. Green lights gathered on the throne and condensed into the bodies of the ancestral Tree King and the Fortitude Tree King. Both of them had ugly expressions, not only because the secret Tree King was sealed, but also because of the consequences of the Tree God's advent. The secret Tree King is also gone. I didn't expect the mechanic, who was still a peak beyond grade 10 years ago, to have stepped into the Transcendent grade. The ancestral Tree King rubbed his forehead, trying to alleviate the pain in his soul. He spoke with a hoarse voice that was filled with shock and anger. The moment Black Star revealed his true strength and instantly captured the secret Tree King, he was shocked. Knowing that the secret Tree King probably could not be saved, he decisively gave up on the secret Tree King and activated the Tree God's advent without hesitation. The arrival of the Tree God was like mixing the bodies and souls of the 5 Tree Kings together. It was extremely painful, as it forcibly formed a new consciousness between them, fusing with the will of the Mother Tree. The aftereffects were very severe. After disintegrating, the Tree Kings would have cognitive disorders from time to time, and their minds would be in a mess for a long time before recovering. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, the ancestral Tree King would not have wanted to use it. It was not because he wanted to compete with Black Star, but because he was worried that if he did not summon the Tree God, he would not be able to escape from Black Star's hands, inevitably following in the footsteps of the secret Tree King. In addition, every time the Tree God descended, it would severely deplete the power of the Tree King crown, causing the powers of each Tree King to decrease. It would take time for the crown to recover. The time taken for the Tree King crown to return to its peak was also the cooldown period for the Tree God's advent. If the Tree Kings used the Tree God's advent consecutively, the Tree King crowns would shatter and disappear after 3 times. It would take thousands of years for it to be reborn, which meant that the Tree Kings would no longer have any special bonuses during this time. It would be a mere title. Furthermore, the descent of the Tree God required a special fuel. It was a material called the Legacy of the King. When a Tree King failed to advance to the Transcendent grade and died, this special material would be produced. The Mother Tree could not convert this and could only store it. Although it had accumulated over the years, the number of Tree Kings who chose to advance in recent times was decreasing. Each Legacy of the King used would mean 1 less. And only the ancestral Tree King knew about this. As the most experienced Tree King, the ancestral Tree King also knew another secret. Any member of the World Tree would die if they chose to advance to the Transcendent grade. This had nothing to do with their talent but was rather a restriction of the Mother Tree. In the beginning, the Mother Tree was not as strong as it was now. Instead, through the feedback provided by its civilization, it had devoured countless things to grow to its current state. Only by devouring something new and possessing the information state of that thing would the World Tree be able to unlock the corresponding abilities. The World Tree had never devoured a Transcendent grade super before, so beyond grade as were the individual limits of the World Tree supers. However, this did not mean that the members of the World Tree would not be able to advance. In fact, as long as a Tree King could step into the Transcendent grade, they would be able to take back their information state that had been devoured by the Mother Tree. They would then be separated from the World Tree and gain their freedom. However, the World Tree would not allow any member to escape its control. So long as someone tried to advance, not only would the Mother Tree not protect them, but it would also automatically interfere. This was because everyone's information form was under its control. Thus, it could easily trigger a vicious mutation during their promotion. Therefore, in terms of strength, one would never reach the Transcendent grade. All the Tree Kings that had tried to advance had died and turned into the legacy of the King, which was the Beyonders vestige, stored in the World Tree. Therefore, the will of the Mother Tree had such a strong appetite after it descended as the Tree God Advent, and it could not wait to eat Black Star. So long as it devoured this true Transcendent grade life form, it would be able to obtain the information form of the Transcendent grade and unlock the upper limit of individual strength. Of course, there would be a price to be paid for the ability to revive indefinitely. Their upper limit was shackled, and only when the World Tree grew would their upper limit be increased. However, no one except the Ancestral Tree King knew about this. The Ancestral Tree King never chose to advance because he did not want to benefit others. Furthermore, he kept this secret and did not tell the subsequent Tree Kings. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the Ancestral Tree King said with a deep voice, "The timing of that mechanic's advancement is too coincidental. Our luck is not on our side. Luckily, I took back the crown of the secret Tree King at the crucial moment. Otherwise, the power of the Tree God would have dropped even further. The secret Tree King can't be saved now. Who are you planning to let inherit this title?" The Fortitude Tree King clenched his teeth as he held his head in pain and asked, "Let's think about it again." The Ancestral Tree King's expression was grave as he looked at the 3 empty thrones. His mood was extremely bad. Of the 5 great Tree Kings, 1 had died, 2 had been sealed, and only 2 were left. When had they ever been in such a sorry state during their battles in the universe? This was a truly miserable outcome. Furthermore, the person who stayed behind to accompany him was the most annoying salted fish, the Fortitude Tree King. This caused the Ancestral Tree King to only feel more tired. The one he wanted to eliminate the most was the Fortitude Tree King. It was not only because this guy liked to slack off, but also because he suspected that he might have guessed something. That was why he was so lazy and did not bother to advance anymore. The Fortitude Tree King, however, did not notice the look in the Ancestral Tree King's eyes and said worriedly, "The Tree God's advent is incomplete, and we are no match for that mechanic. Our individual strengths are also completely suppressed. What should we do in the future? We can only temporarily give up on the battle of individual strength. Don't let the high-level combatants make a move, or we'll be sealed one by one. Furthermore, we probably won't be able to save the Heart Tree King. That Tree King crown might be lost forever." The Ancestral Tree King was depressed. "What about the Mother Tree's natural enemy?" the Fortitude Tree King asked with a worried tone. "That is another time bomb. I have to think of something." The Ancestral Tree King's expression darkened. The World Tree was originally very calm about this war. It was in no hurry and was fearless like a fisherman. However, the appearance of the pivotal snake had hit their weak spot, causing their advantageous situation to become precarious. They had no choice but to race against time, causing themselves to fall into a quagmire. If it was just the coordinates of the Mother Tree's main body being exposed, the Ancestral Tree King would not panic. He had always emphasized that the main body could not be moved, but the main body of the Mother Tree was not fixed. Although the moving process was troublesome, it could indeed be transplanted into other secondary dimensions. The reason he had revealed the fake information was to leave himself a way out. He was akin to a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows, and he could also use that as a trap. However, no civilization had forced him to reveal this trump card, so the Ancestral Tree King had kept it a secret until now. However, a pivotal snake in its adulthood could sense the location of the Mother Tree's main body at any time. It was equivalent to a radar that could locate the Mother Tree from an infinite distance. No matter how many times the main body was transplanted, it would be useless. This was a huge matter regarding the survival of the civilization, and the ancestral tree king had to take it seriously. However, even if the world tree could sense its natural enemy, the pivot snake was protected by the mechanic, and they had almost no chance at all. This was the biggest threat. After thinking about it, he was still at a loss as to what he could do. The only way he could think of now was to destroy the 3 universal civilizations without caring about the casualties. This way, even if Black Star had the pivotal snake, it would be difficult for him to gather enough strength to attack the mother tree. Even so, it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. That mechanic will forever be a threat to the mother tree. If there are no new variables, I'm afraid. The ancestral tree king clenched his fists. A layer of haze covered his heart, and his expression wavered. Chapter 14:18 Han Xiao. Thank you for delivering a trump card. Chapter 14:18 Han Xiao. Thank you for delivering a trump card. The World Tree blessed races lost in the secondary dimension battlefield, and the Alliance army that was originally fighting at the front line of the flickering world also stopped attacking and temporarily retreated. Compared to the danger of fighting in the shallow layer dimension, the defensive perimeter of the flickering world border was impregnable. With this wave of attacks, many of the shallow layer dimensions were riddled with holes. Although they managed to repel the enemies, the damage was not small because the battlefield was in the territory controlled by the 3 universal civilizations. A portion of the territory was destroyed, and the 3 universal civilizations quickly cleaned up the battlefield and repaired all kinds of war facilities. Han Xiao, on the other hand, withdrew his abilities and left a portion of his mechanical army to help clean up the battlefield. He then used remote projection to meet with the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, he heard a round of bootlicking. Black Star, you've worked hard. Luckily, we repelled the World Tree blessed races. If we let the enemy destroy our territory in the secondary dimension, we would have been in a passive position and would have dragged down the battlefront of the main universe. This was all thanks to you. We thank you on behalf of the entire galactic society. I didn't expect the World Tree to also have transcendent grade combat power, but it's still not as strong as you. We trusted the right person. Han Xiao raised his brows and looked at the 3 of them. They had friendly smiles on their faces, and their attitude was even friendlier than before. All right, stop bootlicking. Han Xiao did not feel anything. He knew the 3 of them too well. They were just afraid of his transcendent grade strength, so they were not stingy with the praises and wanted to gain favorability with him. Hearing this, the 3 of them did not speak anymore. Marbruce asked curiously, "You fought with the World Tree's Transcendent. How do you feel? Is there any pressure?" Han Xiao shook his head and said, "The World Tree's Transcendent is called the Tree God, and it doesn't seem to be a single life form. It might be an individual created through some form of fusion. I realized that its combat power wasn't at its peak. I am guessing that the Tree God's bad state is related to the 2 Tree Kings being sealed." He briefly explained his discovery. "In that case, it seems like you did a good job sealing the Heart Tree King back then. You have foresight," Lewis praised. Han Xiao waved his hand. "Don't be too happy yet. Although I can deal with the Tree God, it will be very difficult to kill him. His regeneration ability is as amazing as mine, and he can turn illusory and return to the inside of the World Tree at any time, as agile as me. It can't be. Doesn't that mean he is just as disgusting as you?" Tricky. Marbruce quickly coughed and changed his words. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "Anyway, the Tree God is not easy to deal with. However, I feel that this ability cannot be used casually. There should be a price to pay. Otherwise, they would have used the Tree God to kill everyone 10 years ago." The 3 of them nodded and looked at each other as if they had come to an agreement. "Black Star, we have an idea, or rather a request. We hope that you can temporarily guard the secondary dimension alone." Han Xiao raised his brows. "You mean, other than the fleet, I will be the only high-level combatant in the entire shallow layer dimension? No matter how many beyond grade as the World Tree sends out, I'll deal with them alone. With your ability, 1 person is equivalent to hundreds of beyond grade as. There's no need for the other combatants to stay here. We believe in your ability. You can guard the secondary dimensional battlefield alone." Marbruce's tone was serious, and his words had the meaning of, We have high hopes for you. Han Xiao curled his lips. If I didn't know that you guys don't dare to have an internal conflict now, I would have thought that you guys are trying to trick me. You must have misunderstood us. We're not like that. The three of them looked helpless. I think you guys misunderstood your own image. When did you become human? Han Xiao shrugged and said casually, "All right, since you guys want me to hold the fort alone, I will guard the secondary dimension alone. It's not difficult anyway, because the world tree's main body was rooted in the secondary dimension. This was the main battlefield to further resist the foreign enemies. Han Xiao had originally planned to wait here for the opportunity. This time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his tone became serious. Speaking of which, the time when the World Tree discovered the Expeditionary Army outposts was a little coincidental. It happened not long after the appearance of the pivotal snake. I suspect that the two are related." Hearing this, the three of them instantly perked up. "What are your guesses? Share them. Freebnovel.com. I've told you about the pivotal snake's ability. When it matures, it will be able to track the location of the World Tree's main body. Therefore, I suspect that there is a two-way connection between the World Tree and it. With the World Tree's maturity, it might be able to sense the pivotal snake's location. Therefore, the outposts were exposed. Then what do you plan to do?" The three of them were slightly shocked. "Since I'm guarding the secondary dimension, I can also protect this key trump card, the pivotal snake, and bring it with me. No matter how the World Tree attacks, they will have to get past me first." Han Xiao paused before continuing. "As for how to prove this point, it will depend on what the World Tree does next. If they have the information about the pivotal snake, they will know that they are on the passive side, and they will definitely go crazy and strengthen their attacks, not caring about the losses, all for the sake of time. They don't have to do this just because I have shown extraordinary combat strength, so once the World Tree shows signs of this, it would mean that my guess is correct." "Good idea. Let's do it your way." The three of them relaxed and expressed their trust. After discussing the follow-up plan for a while, Han Xiao deactivated the projection and returned to his room. He first went to check on the status of the pivotal snake. The pivotal snake did not get involved in the battle and remained indifferent to him. The Realmless King, who had already been promoted to a stockman from the trash station owner, was even more respectful, indicating that he would play with the snake seriously. Leaving behind more mechanical oracles to protect the pivotal snake, Han Xiao then changed into the king and teleported back to the main universe, arriving at the Siebert Fortress at the border of the flickering world. He easily found a group of mascots, and without a word, used a combo attack, Crouching Dragon Touch Fiden. After getting enough luck, Han Xiao closed the door and opened the interface to complete the Tree Gods Challenge mission. The format of the mission was the same as the Beyond Grade A Challenge mission, with the duration as the rating, but the reward was many times higher. The two of them had fought for a long time, and he had already unlocked all the levels of rewards. The experience reward that he had accumulated from this mission had replaced Ending the Darkness to become the highest experience gain mission that he had ever seen. It had reached a total of 2.4 trillion experience, which was more than double the experience reward of Ending the Darkness. In other words, it was equivalent to more than 20 Manison. The other rewards also appeared. You have received Character Summon Card, Tree God. Incomplete. Character Summon Card, Tree God. Incomplete. World Tree Devouring. Devour materials or energy to convert into the power of the World Tree to replenish your energy. You can summon World Tree Roots. Usage 0/4. Recovery ability so. However, if I use this character summon card, would I be devouring things or helping the World Tree devour? Han Xiao scratched his head. When he fought with the Tree God, if he used this move to summon the World Tree Roots, would the roots listen to him or the other party? Furthermore, if the World Tree saw that he could summon the roots of the World Tree, would it think that he was its half-brother? You have received a reward. Draw one of Tree God's abilities/talent. Note, Tree God is a special life form. Parts of abilities have been adjusted. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one of the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Tree King Crown Liberation. Ability. Merge Tree King Crowns to summon the Tree God. Liberating a Tree King Crown will increase the Tree God's strength, but the price is the destruction of the Tree King crown. Information uniqueness, conceptual immortality, talent. As long as there are information carriers in the entire universe that record your deeds, as long as someone still recited your name, you will not completely perish. Even if your soul and body perish, you will be reborn in a certain time and space through information state disturbance. Mental network, world tree, ability. Enter the world tree's symbiotic mental network. No delay in communication with any life form of the world tree regardless of the distance. Inner space enhancement, talent. Your inner space is stronger and harder to break. Information form obliteration, talent. You can ignore space restrictions and damage the other party's information form base, causing damage. At the same time, individual memory, network data, book records, and other information carriers will also be affected. Han Xiao took a deep breath. As expected, the Transcendent grade has the ability to attack information form and can be used against people of the same level. He carefully browsed through it a few times and roughly understood the mechanism of information form obliteration. To explain it simply, it was probably to eliminate all traces of the other party's existence in the world. Not only would everyone forget about him, but even the internet data and text records would disappear. It was specifically used to restrain information uniqueness, conceptual immortality. It was similar to the information form of the subbody of the Destiny's Child. Could not be observed or spread. As for the revival mechanism of the world tree and the underworld hero spirit, there was a high chance that they would be broken, and those who were affected would die completely. As for the sanctum revival, he was not sure if it would be affected. However, this talent could not be used casually. One of the most important factors was the state of the target. Even if there was a huge difference in strength, as long as the target could resist, information form obliteration would not work. The simplest trigger condition was for the target to be on the verge of death or be in a state of death, or be killed by the ability user. At this time, Han Xiao also realized that this was the reason why the secret Tree King did not dare to self-destruct. Self-destructing in front of him was equivalent to giving up on resisting, exposing his belly and letting him do whatever he wanted. However, this guy did not expect that he did not have this ability before. I didn't know how to do this, but you guys personally gave this ability to me. Thank you. Han Xiao laughed. After pondering for a while, he finally decided to choose information form obliteration. Perhaps he would be able to unlock this skill by himself later on, but he had no clue at the moment. Who knew what the conditions would be for him to comprehend it? Han Xiao had always believed that only the benefits on hand were meaningful, and this ability was the trump card that he urgently needed in the current situation. Furthermore, he had a worry. Han Xiao had always thought that the three universal civilizations had won after blowing up the world tree's main body in his previous life, but now that he saw that the tree god had the information uniqueness, conceptual immortality, would it also be used on the world tree's main body? Did the three universal civilizations' victory in his previous life end the war once and for all, or was it temporary peace? Did the world tree disappear, or was it reborn somewhere? Even though the possibility of this speculation was not high, Han Xiao felt that he had to obtain the information form obliteration as insurance. You have received the new talent, information form obliteration. The next moment, a mysterious feeling appeared in Han Xiao's mind. He turned to look at the metal table beside him. His vision changed. He seemed to be able to see fine threads extending from the table, penetrating the wall and extending into the distance. Following these threads, he seemed to see all the information carriers related to it. He seemed to be able to see the source of the materials of this table, where they were processed, assembled, and how they were transported to this place. How many people were in contact with it? However, when he wanted to take a closer look, these images disappeared as though it was just an illusion. Interesting. Han Xiao looked around the room. Many threads extended from the objects, which meant that they were connected to various information carriers. He had a feeling that he could cut these threads. I can only see the connection, but I can't see the exact situation. If this ability is improved further, won't it mean that I will be omniscient? Could this be the development path of a transcendent? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, he had an idea. He opened the interface, wanting to see the information connection of the interface. However, there were only two threads. One was connected to him, and the other extended indefinitely. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly had a bold idea. What will happen if I cut this? Forget it, I'd better not create trouble now. Chapter 1419 Superstar Cluster Frustrated. Version Update. Chapter 1419 Superstar Cluster Frustrated. Version Update. Han Xiao shook his head and retracted his information form obliteration vision. The ability that he drew this time was not too bad. In his mind, the tree god was ranked third on the good guy list, and the second was the Germinal organization leader. The first place could only belong to Manison. Speaking of which, the tree god still has quite a lot of good stuff on it. It would be great if I could draw a few more times. However, the world tree probably won't use this trick on me so easily anymore. I don't think the chances are high. Han Xiao stroked his chin and pondered. During this extraction, he had also seen a portion of the tree god's abilities from the options. Among them, Tree King Crown Liberation confirmed his guess. The tree god was indeed a product of the fusion of the various tree kings, and it seemed to consume a lot of energy. Since he had defeated the tree god, the possibility of the other party using this move against him would not be high. However, based on the current situation, the three universal civilizations have turned from passive to active. They're the ones who are on pins and needles. Han Xiao smiled to himself. The current situation was much better than in his previous life. Most of it came from his hard work. I am carrying the entire galactic society. At this moment, black flames appeared in front of him and quickly formed Oathkeeper's soul projection. Your Excellency Black Star, the three universal civilizations are cleaning up the battlefield, and our Holy Accord organization has already taken the opportunity to evacuate. We have not crossed paths much. What are your next instructions? Han Xiao glanced at Oathkeeper and saw how obedient he was. He could not help but laugh. Your attitude changed very quickly. Are you afraid after seeing my heroic appearance? Oathkeeper's eyes twitched, but he did not speak. There was no way he would admit it. Not in this life. Seeing that he did not reply, Han Xiao clicked his tongue and said, "Don't be so reserved. I still like your arrogant look. Stop joking. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Han Xiao smiled. His expression then turned serious, and he said, "The Holy Accord has been exposed to the world this time, but I don't plan to let you guys debut. I'm talking about leaving the seclusion. Anyway, you guys can continue to return to the dark side. Without my call, you don't have to take the initiative to participate in the battle, and you don't have to have too much contact with the three universal civilizations. It's best to communicate everything through me. Then what will the association say? They will definitely ask when this batch of revivers appeared. If you keep hiding it, they might become suspicious," Oathkeeper said. "You don't have to worry about that. I will explain it to them under the premise of hiding the details of the Holy Accord." Han Xiao waved his hands. "All right," Oathkeeper nodded. "By the way, there's one more thing. Members of the Holy Accord can choose not to fight, but you have to contribute your technology in the secondary dimensions, such as dimension exile bullets, energy disorder shockwave, and so on to be used in war." "All right, I'll listen to you." Oathkeeper had already lost his anger from being tortured by Han Xiao, so he agreed expressionlessly. At the same time, the Superstar Cluster Alliance was holding a meeting. The leaders of the various civilizations had complicated expressions on their faces. The three universal civilizations have repelled the secondary dimensional invasion of the World Tree. How fierce! At this rate, the three universal civilizations will be able to stop the enemy outside the territory of the explored universe. The situation will not be chaotic. If that's the case, we won't be able to carry out the plan. The leaders did not know what to say. The Superstar Cluster Alliance had originally planned to leave the explored universe with their entire civilization while the three universal civilizations were busy fighting the World Tree civilization. However, from the looks of it, the three universal civilizations had not fallen into a hard battle at all. They were very stable. It was all Black Star's fault. He did not even give them a chance to start their plan. Leaving the explored universe is one of the few opportunities for us to develop freely. Let's continue watching and hope that the World Tree is more reliable." The Star Arc leader sighed helplessly. This plan was very important to the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Even if the current situation was disadvantageous, they would not give up easily, but it was inevitable for them to feel depressed. A civilization leader narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Maybe we can help the world tree, freebnovel.com. However, before he could finish, the Star Arc leader glared at him and scolded, "Don't drag us down if you want to die. If we're found out, we're dead." He could not believe that someone would suggest such a suicidal idea. No matter how much they wished for the world tree to disrupt the situation, they could only silently cheer for the world tree and passively wait for the situation to change. How could they give any substantial help? Wouldn't that be colluding with the enemy? Speaking of this, the Star Arc leader was furious. "Your world tree is so impressive. I thought you could beat up the 3 universal civilizations, but you can't even get past Black Star. How could they even talk about invading? What a joke." A few days later, the victory in the shallow layer dimensions was quickly spread throughout the galactic society under the push of the 3 universal civilizations. Although they agreed to Han Zhao's request and did not emphasize the battle between him and the tree god, it still made the galactic residents very excited. Originally, when they heard the news of the world tree invading from the secondary dimension, most of the galactic residents were filled with fear and panic. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the 3 universal civilizations successfully defeating the enemy. They became even more excited, and their confidence in the 3 universal civilizations winning this war increased. Because they felt that staying in the explored universe was much safer, the level of chaos on various planets had also been greatly reduced. Many galactic residents had settled down, and the frequency of demonstrations had decreased. There were also fewer people running away, making it easier for the administration. The sudden appearance of the Holy Accord revivers this time made them an important contributor to the war. However, they left after the battle and did not communicate with the 3 universal civilizations. Their actions were very mysterious and aroused the curiosity of the galactic residents. On the internet, many galactic residents recognized some of the people based on the Wayne card combination. They were all famous beyond grade as in history. Thus, all the clues pointed to Black Star, who grasped the Sanctum revival. Countless galactic residents were passionately thinking about it, and various versions of their speculations were circulating on the internet. The main planet of the Beyond Grade A Association, Conference Hall. All the Beyond Grade as gathered together and stared at Han Xiao. "Black Star, you have to give us an explanation. Who are those revivers?" "Exactly. You've been hiding it from us for too long. This must have something to do with you. If you say you don't know, I'll ignore you for a month." Most of the people who questioned him were beyond grade as of the current era, but Biger, who knew the truth, and the rest of the revivers did not say anything and just watched the show. Cough that. Kasui raised his hand slightly and coughed. "Actually, I also know a little about this." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned sharp and focused on him. "No way, you knew about it in advance when Black Star first revealed the Sanctum revival. How did you know about this too? You even helped Black Star hide it from us? In the past, when we saw your heavy facial features, we felt that you had a lot of experience, so we chose you to be the vice president. Now, it seems like you have already completely turned into Black Star's image." Sieran, who was standing at the side, was jealous and envious. "We're all vice presidents, so why do you know so many secrets? Why am I kept in the dark like a fool? You guys are treating me like a decoration. Damn it, I can also be a trusted aide. I also want to be in the same boat as Black Star." Han Xiao was surprised. He turned to Kasui and asked, "When did you know?" "I guessed." Kasui smiled in embarrassment. During the training period, Han Xiao once entered the Sanctum and got Oathkeeper to contact Kasui. Although Oathkeeper did not reveal anything about the Holy Accord, Kasui's first impression was that Oathkeeper was Han Zhao's secret subordinate outside. After some deduction, he guessed that Han Xiao might have a backup plan and might have hidden a batch of revivers. Therefore, Kasui was not surprised that the Holy Accord organization had appeared. Instead, he felt that it was, as expected. Han Xiao thought about it for a while and guessed where Kasui had learned it from. He did not mind and turned around to look at everyone else. "I originally planned to explain this to everyone. Back then, When the three universal civilizations clashed with the Association, I specially got a group of revivers to hide and form a special group. If anything happened to us, we would have a way out and also have ways to counter the enemy, so don't blame me for hiding it. You all know what happened after that. The World Tree suddenly invaded, and we made peace with the three universal civilizations and fought against the enemy together, so I kept this trump card hidden. Not long ago, the secondary dimensional battlefield was in danger, so I sent them out to help. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Sun Hunter asked casually, since they're exposed, why don't they join the association? Han Xiao smiled. This concerns our future development path. In my mind, a portion of the Beyond Grade as should form an organization in the dark, one in the open and one in the dark, guarding each other. Unless something big happens, they will remain in the dark. These mysterious revivers are the first batch of members. They are not simply obeying orders, they also have the idea of retiring, so this mission is very suitable for them. I plan to keep this system as a place for Beyond Grade as to retire. Once everything stabilizes, if anyone gets tired of conflict and politics, they can choose to retire in this organization and regain their adventurer identity. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes flashed. They caught Han Zhao's hidden meaning and could not help but look at him deeply. It seemed like Black Star would no longer be satisfied with the association after becoming a Transcendent. When the war ended, he would most likely make use of the official position recognized by the three universal civilizations to do something big. War is indeed the catalyst for ambition. Many Beyond Grade as felt this way. However, from a personal point of view, they did not reject this point. Black Star was an ambitious leader, and it was a good thing for them. Then I have no objections. Us too. You sure have foresight. Everyone expressed their agreement and gave a round of praise. Han Xiao smiled and was about to speak when the interface suddenly vibrated. He was slightly stunned. He opened the interface and looked at the notification. His eyes lit up. Version 5.5 started. Data is being obtained. Data obtained. Player forums have been opened. Welcome to Galaxy version 5.5. Age of Black Star War of all territories. Oh, this small update is finally over? Han Xiao immediately perked up. The players had gone offline more than 10 years ago due to a mini-version update. He did not expect the cute leaks to come back at this time. However, Han Xiao was not happy for long before his attention was attracted by the change in the name of the version. War of all territories? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. According to his experience, the version update would usually be on the eve of some major event. The situation of the three universal civilizations was great, and the World Tree had fallen into a passive state. However, the version had such a name. This made him feel that things were not simple. The name of this version refers to whose territory it is. Are we going to overthrow the World Tree? Or will the World Tree attack the three universal civilizations like in my previous life? They are now blocked outside the border of the flickering world. Do they still have such an opportunity? It's best to take precautions and inspect it. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Chapter 1420 Online. Chapter 1420 Online. Freewenville.com. In one of the Black Star army bases, white light flashed, and countless army players appeared out of nowhere. Very soon, there was a veritable sea of people. The players were already familiar with this. They opened the interface to look at the version number while opening the quantum network to look at the current time. Oh my, the time span for this version is only slightly more than 10 years, much shorter than the last time. It's just a small version update, I guess. Didn't the three universal civilizations say that the World Tree civilization will enter the territory in 10 years? The timing should be just right. It seems like Galaxy Times was right. This is the time for the update right into the stage of the war. It's not easy to finally get a universal war. As long as the version update doesn't directly skip it, I'll be satisfied. Many players browsed through the events of the past decade as they casually chatted. There was nothing much worth paying attention to during the 10 years of preparation. Only the changes in the Beyond Grade A population interested many players. No way. Loggy is already a Beyond Grade A super? The gambling dog Hadavi hasn't advanced yet? Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Nero's life is really smooth sailing. Is this what it means to be a part of the later generations? F***CK. Yes, God was already released, and he even killed a tree king? Amazing. TSK, there are too many new beyond grade as the cost of collecting all the Wayne cards has increased again. F***CK. Did Black Star and the Dragon Emperor announce their relationship? Damn it. There's no hope for this old man anymore. My partner was born before I was, and they've already aged when I'm at my peak. Is this what a bitter life is like? What are you thinking? Black Star is mine. They're a perfect match, so how can a demon like me object? Boo-hoo. Many army players flipped through the rumors of Beyond Grade as one after another, their gossipy hearts burning. Initially, other than Han Xiao and a few other Beyond Grade, as the other top-notch experts did not have much contact with the players. The players did not have a deep impression of them, so they would not deliberately remember them. However, the existence of the Wayne cards had become a bond between the two parties, which led to the players being extremely familiar with the names and deeds of every Beyond Grade A. However, compared to the casual players, the professional players were more concerned about utilitarian matters. They were not in the mood to gossip and were mainly gathering useful information to discuss. Maple Moon analyzed in a low voice. The name of the version after this update has an additional war of all territories. The World Tree will most likely be able to fight its way in. This should be the theme of the version. I did some research on the internet. The World Tree has already reached the border, but it is temporarily blocked by the Galactic Alliance Army. Furthermore, the World Tree invaded from the secondary dimension a few days ago and was forced to retreat. The current situation of the three universal civilizations isn't too bad. Maple Moon looked at the interface and said, "The level cap has been unlocked for this version update. This way, the players in the top tiers should be able to enter the Calamity grade." Frenzied Sword nodded in agreement and said, "As our overall strength increases, there will be more ways to increase our strength. Furthermore, some of our abilities will undergo a qualitative change. I think there will be a huge change in this Pro League." This mini-version update did not take long, and the main storyline mission did not change. What the professional players cared about the most was that the level cap was unlocked from level 180 to level 200, and there was room for improvement. Let's go to the front line first and get to the command center to arrange a combat mission. Let's go. If we're late, we'll miss out on the good missions. The players were in an uproar for a while, before they finally understood the current situation. They all took their spaceships to the front line, and streams of light left the base. On the other side, the main planet of the Beyond Grade A Association. Han Xiao had already announced the end of the meeting. When he returned to his room, he saw many players online through surveillance. Has his level been unlocked to level 200? As long as one doesn't have too many subclasses, the players who grew themselves in the standard manner should be able to enter the Calamity grade. The scale this time will be huge. If it was in the past, Han Xiao would have been afraid, but now he had enough confidence. Even if a large number of players entered the Calamity grade, they would not be able to cause him much trouble. Although he had reached the Transcendent grade, he had yet to reach the limit of that realm, thus he still had to harvest leaks. However, before the last update, he had already harvested a large number of players' wealth. Now that the players had just come online, their wallets were dry. He had to wait for them to earn some money before he could reap the profits. Furthermore, Han Xiao had found another way to farm EXP, and that was to use psionic waves to rampage on the battlefield. This speed was much faster than the mechanical army, and the cost was extremely low and convenient. Even if there was a level penalty, where the normal members of the World Tree could only provide the lowest 1 EXP, he took whatever he could get. The people of the World Tree revived continuously, thus they were perfect targets for gaining experience. Han Xiao decided that he had to have his cake and eat it too. The players were already on track, so there was no need to worry too much. Han Xiao was more concerned about the meaning of the name of the version since he had no idea what the implications were behind it. No matter what, this is a clue. Han Xiao nodded to himself. Under his influence, the direction of Galaxy was completely different from his previous life. He had also come into contact with many secrets that the players in his previous life could not touch. He did not dare say that he understood this universe completely. Even if the suspicion based on the name of the version was just groundless speculation, it was better to be cautious. Han Xiao closed the interface and summoned Philip to give some orders. He then changed into the king and teleported to Floating Dragon. Currently, the entire planet Aquamarine civilization had migrated, and Floating Dragon had followed them. They were currently taking refuge in the central galaxy. In the huge palace of the Dragon Emperor, a light flashed, and Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air. He turned around and walked toward Aesop's residence. Since there were no clues, he would ask the metaphysical. He soon arrived at his destination and pressed the doorbell. "You're here." Aesop opened the door and invited Han Xiao in. Han Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He sat on the sofa and smiled. "How didn't you foresee that I would come to find you? Prophecy isn't always effective. Ever since you became a transcendent, prophecies regarding you have become more and more difficult." Aesop shook his head. "That's true." Han Xiao nodded. He had already done the test. As a transcendent, his information projection state had undergone a sublimation, as if it had a certain level of information concealment property. It was difficult for outsiders to predict it. "Why are you looking for me?" Aesop paused and said, "If it's a prophecy, please forgive me for being powerless. I can't use my ability for the time being." What happened?" Han Xiao was slightly stunned. He looked at Aesop carefully and realized that Aesop's face was dispirited, as though he had been seriously ill. "When I received the passive prophecy the other time, I suffered a backlash. The target of my prophecy was an unprecedented mage who inflicted damage on me. My spirit still needs time to recover. Before that, I can't help you." Aesop coughed and said with a weak tone, "You didn't tell Ames?" Han Xiao raised his brows. "No, she was too impulsive. I don't know how she would react if she knew about this." Aesop shook his head. He rarely revealed important prophecy information to Ames and would only discuss matters with Han Xiao. "I was going to tell you, but you rushed to the battlefield before I could say anything." "When did this happen?" Han Xiao asked. Calculating the time, "I should have triggered the prophecy just before the Expeditionary Army outpost was attacked." Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Such a coincidence. Could it be the secret Tree King? That guy was indeed a very powerful mage. "Do you have any other memories of that mage?" "No, my foresight was shattered. I can't even remember what he looked like." "Is that so?" Han Xiao pondered. "I might have guessed who this person is. He should be an expert from the World Tree. How is he? Did he cause you any danger?" "Don't worry. I've already sealed him up. If you're angry, you're welcome to visit him any time." "Forget it then. I don't have your bad taste." Aesop waved his hand. Han Xiao smiled, stood up, and was about to leave when Aesop suddenly said, "By the way, when will you and Ames reproduce?" Han Xiao paused and said helplessly, "How would I know? I can do it any time, but she doesn't agree. We'll have to see when she changes her mind." She's just being stubborn. As long as the mood is right, everything will be fine." Aesop was instantly energized. "Back then, I traveled around the galaxy and made countless females fall in love with me. If not for my unwillingness, my children would have already spread across the various star fields. Let me tell you, I have quite a lot of experience in this area. Come, let me teach you some moves. You should keep it for yourself." "I don't need it." Han Xiao's eyes twitched. Why not? This is all the spiritual wealth left behind by our predecessors. Once you've learned all these tricks, you'll be able to convince Ames. I'm not even willing to teach anyone else." "Hey, don't go, at least listen. Get lost." Han Xiao did not want to bother with this old man who had a rich history of love. He changed into the king and left, leaving Aesop in the room, sighing with regret. Holy Accord Organization Base, Destiny's Child Laboratory. With a flash of light, Han Xiao teleported over. The experimenters of the Holy Accord looked up, before continuing with their work. Han Xiao woke Destiny's Child up with ease. After communicating for a while, he let Destiny's Child predict his concerns. After a while, Destiny's Child shook his head, indicating that he could not foresee it. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew that his predictions would most likely not work. The other party had most likely used some sort of information concealment. Looks like I can only increase the screening intensity and pay attention to any abnormalities. Han Xiao pondered. Central Galaxy, Desolate Universe Belt. In the secret base of the Star Alliance, a group of observers was gathered in a large room, staring at the device in the middle of the room. This device was a cylinder with a diameter of about 10 meters and a height of about 15 meters. It was silver gray, and its surface was connected to many wires. The indicator lights were flashing crazily, and there was a buzzing sound. This was a long-distance material transmission device. After a while, the material transmission device suddenly shook, separating from the top and bottom. The pillar above slowly rose, and the interior of the pillar was revealed empty. There was a space covered by a transparent cover, and a white suitcase was lying inside. My hometown sent it over. The observer captain stepped forward and twisted the valve. He opened the cover of the material transmission device, picking up the white suitcase from within, and opened it on the spot. Inside the suitcase were 3 white cans without any labels. He took a pistol-like device from one of the team members and scanned the 3 cans one by one. After reading the numbers, he nodded. Confirmed. They are all particles that have been enciphered. Everyone was overjoyed. The Star Alliance had ordered the observer team to secretly leak information about the 3 universal civilizations. They had thought of many ways, including using the energy released by the supernova to transmit a wave-like information surge to the entire universe, as well as using the star position transmission method to secretly send messages to the world tree, but they were all rejected. In the end, the Star Alliance chose to encode the tiny particles. They used the technology of microscopic transcription to spread the particles in the lower dimensions and record a huge amount of information. They then returned to their original form and turned the tiny particles into information carriers, containing all the information they wanted to leak. The Star Alliance mass-produced a pile of coded particles and prepared to throw them out of the border through the wormhole. This would cause the storage device to self-destruct at a certain time, attracting the attention of the world tree and spreading the particles at the same time. They believed that, with the technology of the world tree, they should be able to discover the abnormality of these encoded particles and intercept them. The Star Alliance had been developing for a long time, and they had a high level of technology. They also had some knowledge of information forms, and they had always provided information cover for the observer teams. They were not afraid of being discovered through any prophecy. They had secretly stolen the technological results of the Galactic Society for many years, and they were confident that they would not be discovered. Chapter 1421 Suspicion. Chapter 1421 Suspicion. Since he was suspicious, he had to take action. This had always been Han Zhao's style. He told Philip to monitor the intelligence of the Galactic Society and report any abnormal movements immediately. However, after being cautious for a few months, he did not discover anything. The situation was still changing. Because of the pivotal snake, the World Tree civilization could not wait to attack the border defense circle again and again. The other troops entered the battlefield like there was no end to them and did not care about the damage. However, the Galactic Alliance army was not to be trifled with. How could their defense line be broken so easily? Even in the secondary dimension battlefront, the World Tree-blessed races did not believe it and invaded many times. However, with Han Xiao in the shallow layer dimension, it was like an immovable guardian deity. The blessed races invaded again and again, but they lost every time. They abandoned countless fleets and escaped many times, allowing Han Xiao to gain a lot of wealth. The worst part was in the individual strength level. The World Tree realized that they were being completely crushed. The Flickering World had Aurora, the healer, as well as Escod and Herberlin, who were top-tier combatants. The World Tree experts were exchanging their injuries for nothing. The secondary dimension protector was Han Xiao, who was at the Transcendent grade. Even the Tree Kings did not dare show their faces, so the others were useless. All of a sudden, the Holy Tree emissaries, ancestral spirits, and army commanders realized that there was no use for them in both battlefronts. If they had already invaded the territory, they would have been able to move around in the universe nimbly with their individual strength, just like special forces. This would have affected the energy of the enemy civilizations and caused all kinds of damage. However, in the current situation, they could only wait for orders. After a few months of war, the tens of millions of players had once again integrated into the atmosphere of it. They could choose both fronts, and the missions were much richer. Their wallets also became thicker. Unfortunately, version 5.5 had unlocked a new level cap, and the players' main goal was to level up. They did not have much money to spend. As more and more players stepped into the Calamity grade, the qualitative change also appeared. The players became more prominent on the battlefield, and the three universal civilizations paid more attention to them. From the perspective of the upper echelons, the explored universe was rich in resources. They were able to fight the battle of attrition with the World Tree civilization for a long period of time because of their strong productivity. However, there was always an end to this path, and the World Tree civilization was superior in this regard. As time passed, the three universal civilizations felt that they would start to weaken sooner or later, and the various hidden dangers of wartime policies would gradually appear. Of course, this kind of situation would not happen anytime soon, and they were not the ones who were troubled. The three universal civilizations were currently sitting on the high platform, and they wished to fight a war of attrition more than the World Tree in exchange for time for the pivotal snake to grow. Therefore, the players who had the Calamity grade potential and could not be killed were important strategic weapons in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, and they were not afraid of exhaustion. The situation had been good for the past few months, and the Galactic Society was filled with confidence. Although the players did not know about the pivotal snake, after analyzing the situation on the surface, they felt that the three universal civilizations were definitely going to win. After learning Black Star's operation, the matter would be settled with F2A1. With such an overwhelming advantage, how could they lose? At this point, Xiao noticed something. All the members of the Superstar Cluster Alliance have set up secret stargates in their territory and gathered a large number of civilians, resources, and long-distance battleships. They are suspected to be preparing an escape. Xiao flipped through the information, his expression changing as he pondered. Facing the invasion of the enemy, these advanced civilizations left themselves a way out. It was normal for them to make backup preparations. Even though the entire population was optimistic about the war and their confidence was boosted, the advanced civilizations still planned for the worst, which was understandable. Xiao had noticed the Superstar Cluster's actions before, but he had not taken it seriously. However, because of the suspicion of the War of All Realms, as well as the fact that everything had been peaceful for the past few months, Xiao's skepticism had become more and more serious. Right now, he was a little suspicious about everyone. Even though the Superstar Cluster Alliance's plan was reasonable, it was still a little glaring in his eyes. Xiao recalled the performance of the Superstar Cluster Civilization's troops on the battlefield. Although they had completed their mission, he felt like they had not used their full strength. In the past, he had thought that the Superstar Cluster was afraid of being used as cannon fodder by the three universal civilizations, so they were being cautious. However, when added to his skepticism now, he felt that something else was going on. After all, the conflict between the Superstar Cluster Alliance and the three universal civilizations was deeply rooted. It would not be their style if the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not seize the opportunity to do something in this kind of power reshuffling invasion. I feel like they're not just making a plan B, they have other plans as well. Xiao stroked his chin and made up his mind to gather the secrets of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Anyway, regardless of whether there was a problem or not, it was not a bad thing to investigate. It would be best if he could find some evidence. After sending a message to Philip, telling him to pay attention to intelligence about them, Xiao exited the quantum network and walked out of the room. A huge cloud appeared in his eyes. Pivotal Snake was hiding inside, and beside it was the stockman Realmless King, as well as a group of mechanical soldiers acting as bodyguards. Everyone was currently in a secondary dimension, allowing the Pivotal Snake to devour as much as it wanted. Xiao had been using the portable fortress to stay close to it, and while protecting it, he was also thinking about how to speed up the Pivotal Snake's growth. Because of this, he had no choice but to do a full body check of the Pivotal Snake. Of course, the Pivotal Snake was unwilling, but under his forceful control, It could only stare at Han Xiao with its cold and unwilling eyes, allowing Han Xiao to move its body back and forth. After checking its body, Han Xiao realized that there was no gender difference in the pivotal snake. It could be said to be a hermaphrodite. After a more detailed examination, Han Xiao also figured out how the pivotal snake reproduced, which made him feel a little complicated. The reproduction of the pivotal snake needed to be done in a mating-like manner through the secondary dimension that had given birth to a consciousness, absorbing the secondary dimension in another way and turning it into an embryo. This kind of behavior could be called self-reproducing, or it could be said to be hybrid breeding. It just did not need the help of its own kind. However, thinking about it, it was likely that the pivotal snake would not be able to meet another of its kind in its lifetime. Furthermore, it was being hunted by the world tree. If it could not reproduce alone, it would probably have gone extinct long ago. The problem was that the pivotal snake usually ate secondary dimensions. In other words, this snake would reproduce with its food. Furthermore, after sleeping with him, you still want to eat him up as nutrition. Are you a female praying mantis? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He looked at the pivotal snake, who did not even bother to look at him, and had some ideas. No matter how much the pivotal snake eats, it will at most gain weight and will not enter the mature stage quickly. The growth of a creature has to follow the rules. But if I change the foundation of its existence, I don't know if it will be effective. Han Xiao had a bold idea. If the pivotal snake was allowed to develop properly, who knew how long it would take for it to reach adulthood? However, if he used life transformation virtual to turn it into an artificial intelligence life form, the difference in life forms would be like the difference between heaven and earth. Would he be able to instill a large amount of data into it to speed up its maturity? The only problem was that he did not know if the pivotal snake could still keep its perception of the world tree after its existence transformation. Logically speaking, if the perception came from the information form level, it should not have any effect no matter what life form the pivotal snake had changed into. However, Han Xiao did not dare take the risk. There was only one pivotal snake, and he could not reverse its transformation. If only I could get one more, I could experiment. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the pivotal snake. Why not? Let this snake give birth now? Speaking of which, it's still a cub, can it stick it up? Han Xiao fell into deep thought. While Han Xiao was studying about breeding, the World Tree Civilization made some discoveries. In the Tree King's palace, the ancestral Tree King listened to the report from the front line with a subtle expression. Is it confirmed? The particles you intercepted contained a lot of information about the enemy civilization. That's right. These particles used microscopic recording technology that involves the transformation of dimensions. We're still trying to decode them and restore the specific content, but we can't be wrong. There are many spatial coordinates and star maps of the enemy's territory. There's such a thing? The ancestral Tree King's eyes flickered. The two armies were at a stalemate at the border, and the World Tree had also built a base and placed it at the entrance of the three universal civilizations. Not long ago, an urgent report came from the front line. The radar of the frontline station had discovered that there were abnormal spatial reactions and weak signs of energy explosions somewhere a certain distance away. Thus, they sent out an exploration team to check, afraid that the three universal civilizations were not satisfied with defending and were creating problems. However, after some testing, they discovered that it was a temporary wormhole that had disappeared by the time the exploration team had arrived. To be cautious, the exploration team searched along the traces of the energy explosion, and the microscopic vision scanner quickly discovered that some special particles were floating in the area that seemed to have been scattered in all directions by the explosion. Therefore, the exploration team collected a portion of them, but they unexpectedly discovered a large amount of information related to the three universal civilizations. When he first found out about this, the ancestral Tree King's first reaction was that it was a misleading tactic. He thought that it was fake intelligence from the three universal civilizations who wanted to trick them with false information. The second reaction was that there was a traitor within the three universal civilizations. For some reason, they wanted to collude with the enemy. This was not the first time the World Tree had encountered such a thing. In their journey to conquer the universe, as long as the enemy was a composite civilization alliance, the internal structure would not be as solid as iron. His third thought was that there was a third party, hoping to add fuel to the fire and fish in troubled waters. The world tree was equally experienced in this. The variable actually appeared here. These thoughts flashed through the ancestral tree king's mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He seemed to heave a sigh of relief, but there was also a sneer on his face. He had been at his wits' end for the past few months, and he had been worrying about the war with the three universal civilizations. He did not expect someone to send him a pillow, too, just as he was about to doze off. The most important thing now was to confirm if the intelligence was real. As long as it was not fake intelligence that the three universal civilizations deliberately released, there would be a favorable turn in the battle. Decipher all the contents as soon as possible and sort them out. At the same time, try to deduce the origin of this wormhole. The ancestral tree king did not hesitate and told the research department to quickly produce results. Whether it was a traitor or a third party, no matter what their motive was, no matter if they wanted to make use of the world tree, it did not matter to him. What was important was to eliminate the three universal civilizations and remove the biggest threat to the mother tree. As for the other problems, once the threat was eliminated, the world tree would once again be invincible. There would be plenty of time to slowly resolve them. The ancestral tree king had always been able to focus on the main conflict. On the other side, Flickering World, Siebert Fortress, Strategic Command Room. Reporting, there is an abnormal spatial reaction outside the border. It is suspected to be the formation of a wormhole. The military radar sent out a notification. The military officers present moved closer and looked at the source. They realized that the abnormal signal was outside the border defense circle, not too far from the World Tree Camp. "Can we investigate and see what's going on over there?" a staff sergeant asked. "Insufficient information. Recommended field inspection," the military artificial intelligence replied. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and muttered softly. The Border Defense Army was stationed at various posts in the defense circle. If they left this place, it would be difficult for them to deal with the World Tree Fleet without the endless supply of defense mechanisms and fast support channels. Therefore, the Border Defense Army had always focused on defense and would not take the initiative to attack. The source of the anomaly was outside the defense circle. If they wanted to field investigate, they would have to move the fleet. Not only did they keep an eye on the World Tree, but the World Tree also kept an eye on the defense circle. Once the Border Defense Army sent out a fleet, the World Tree would definitely send troops over to fight in the field and eat the fleet they sent out. Furthermore, from the distance, the World Tree was closer to the abnormal reaction source. Even if they sent troops over, they would most likely not gain anything. Generally speaking, border troops rarely sent people to carry out such risky missions of unknown value. However, the players were perfect for this job. 1. A StarCraft 2 macro bot. The bot is so powerful that you just need to press F2, select all armies, and A, attack, to win. 2. Timely help. Chapter 1422, Conspiracy. Chapter 1422, Conspiracy. Our mission this time is to investigate the abnormal signal area outside the border defense circle. There's a high chance that we will encounter a battle with the World Tree Fleet. Everyone needs to be prepared to sacrifice themselves. In the cabin, the light blue projection of the commander floated on the tactical command platform, explaining the details of the mission to the players in the room. If it was a normal person, he would not mention sacrifice, but it did not matter to the immortals. All the people participating in this mission were players. Most of the time, this kind of scouting mission was a mistake and would not yield any results. If there was no player's suicide squad, the command center might not even send people to investigate. Most of the people were listening attentively, but Black Tea was distracted. He stayed behind the crowd and opened the forum to flirt with the female players. As an old player who had been scammed in version 1.0, Black Tea had seen everything and was now more interested in female players. These combat missions were more or less the same charge, die, pay, and complete. Anyway, no matter what the commander said, when the actual mission was carried out, they still had to adapt to the situation. Black Tea was already familiar with the process and had his own way of doing things. In his opinion, there was no need to listen to the details at all. It was better to spend this time flirting with a few girls. Not long after, the hyperdrive lights covering the ships dissipated, and the reconnaissance team had already arrived at their destination. In the universe outside the window, there was a World Tree team that seemed to be searching for something in the area. The number of battleships was less than half of the reconnaissance team, and as soon as they saw the 3 Universal Civilizations reconnaissance team, they immediately turned around, as if they were trying to escape together. World Tree Fleet detected. Attack. The commander did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. This reconnaissance team fired at the World Tree exploration team without hesitation. The intercepting ship accelerated and chased after them with a group of players. Very soon, they caught a few World Tree exploration ships that could not escape in time. Bang! 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 The intercepting ships shot out charge cabins one after another, biting the bodies of the enemy ships, penetrating the exterior armor, and embedding themselves in. The players inside boarded the ships noisily, planning to control the spaceships. High-temperature flames spewed out, and lasers shot out in all directions. The group of players immediately started a massacre in the exploration ships, fighting with the members of the World Tree. Could be said that they were unstoppable. The World Tree warriors were either burnt to ashes, beaten into meat pies, or shot into sieves. The ground was filled with tattered corpses. Black T tilted his body slightly and avoided a laser beam. He pointed his sword with a backhand stance, and a stream of white pugilist energy shot out. It was sharp and cold, like a cheese sword, and penetrated the chests of 3 World Tree warriors, instantly killing them. How is it? Pretty cool, huh? Brother, you're so strong. Can you bring me to dungeons in the future? The female player in the video acted cutely. It depends on your performance. Black T had a smug smile on his face as he spoke in the private chat. Even on the battlefield, he was flirting with girls. He turned on the video call to let the girl see his heroic side. In the past few months, he had already completed the level 180 promotion mission, successfully advanced, and entered the Calamity grade. He was undoubtedly the leader among the current players. This kind of boarding battle was not a problem for him at all, and he could easily pick up girls while fighting. He chose the pugilist class naturally because it was the most flashy of the 5 classes. Whether he was strong or not was a matter of one version, but whether he looked cool or not was a matter of life. While Black T was chatting, his teammates were already plowing through the World Tree soldiers and getting further away. After watching the group of people leave happily, Black T did not follow them. He smiled and shook his head, showing the demeanor of a gentleman. He said, "You can't get too excited when you're doing missions. Look at these people. They're classic negative examples. They've finally gotten the chance to be unparalleled, and they're already so reckless. You have to use your brain when doing missions. Learn a little." After putting on a show, Black T did not follow the rest of the team. Instead, he turned around and walked into the corridor alone. He casually broke the walls and floors of the cabin and went straight into the belly of the ship. Very soon, he arrived at a gate without any obstructions. On the gate were the words Analysis Room and Research Area written in the language of the World Tree civilization. Due to the invasion of the spaceship, all the guards had gone to protect the energy core, engine, control center, bridge, and other key areas. There was no one there, only some simple defense facilities that were dismantled by Black T. "Brother, what are you doing here alone?" The female player blinked and asked in confusion. I told you to use your brain. Think about it. Our mission is to investigate the abnormal situation in this area, and the World Tree Fleet is one step ahead of us, but they're still here, seemingly looking for something. This proves that they've already discovered something. The World Tree exploration ship has a simple analysis lab, so there might be clues here. This is the main goal of our mission. If we can snatch the World Tree's exploration results, we won't have to risk staying here to investigate. We might even be able to complete this without dying. After taking care of all the defense facilities, Black T walked into the room and spoke. "Wow, you're so experienced." The female player was full of admiration. "It's all right, mainly because I've seen too much." Black T was secretly overjoyed. Although he was indeed experienced, his words were just to show off. He wanted to show off his wisdom and that he was different from those pigs. As for whether he would gain anything here, it did not matter. However, at this moment, Black Tea suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up at one of the transparent experiment chambers. There was a ball of light floating inside. When he looked over, the interface suddenly jumped, and a notification popped up. You have triggered the hidden mission, source of change. Mission introduction. You have discovered an important clue that can change the war. It has an immeasurable value. If you bring it back, it will greatly affect the direction of the war. Mission requirements. Use a container to store this clue and bring it back to the 3 universal civilizations to report. Reward depends on the rating. Black Tea was stunned. No way, I was just bragging. It was really true. See, I told you. There must be some clues here. Black Tea immediately became excited and shared the mission interface with the girl. Then he immediately went to the experiment chamber, searched for a while, found the storage button, and pressed it. Tiny electric arcs flashed in the experiment chamber, guiding the light into a palm-sized tube container. The 2 ends of the container automatically turned and closed, and intricate mechanical parts with strong magnetic force joined tightly. Then this tube slid along the transparent pipe, and half of it popped out from one of the holes in the operating table, meaning that it could be taken away. With a click, Black Tea opened the chest area of his mechanical suit and stuffed this round tube container into a storage groove. Then he closed the armor and protected it. Without another word, he went back the way he came and reported the situation. This battle did not last long. The reconnaissance team had defeated the World Tree exploration team, and the other party could only escape with their remaining troops. As this place was closer to the World Tree camp, the reconnaissance team did not want to chase after them. Originally, they did not care about sacrificing themselves and planned to stay here for a while to investigate the abnormal situation. However, after obtaining the intelligence from Black Tea, the team changed their plan and directly retreated to avoid being chased by the World Tree's follow-up troops. As soon as the reconnaissance team left, the reinforcements from the World Tree arrived. They gave chase symbolically and gave up when they approached the border defense circle. They watched as the reconnaissance team that had obtained the encrypted particles returned to the 3 universal civilizations. Not long after, at the research center of the frontline base, the container brought back by Black Tea was transported. Under the research of a group of scientists, it gradually revealed its true appearance. This is... The research team leader looked at the deciphered content and widened his eyes in shock. He took a few steps back in disbelief. Team leader, what did you find? The officer who was waiting for the results felt his heart skip a beat and hurried forward. The research team leader came back to his senses and pounced in front of him. He grabbed the officer's shoulder and said anxiously, "Bad news. Quickly inform the 3 leaders and His Excellency Black Star. Our territorial star maps have been leaked." As soon as he said that, the expressions of all the officers and researchers changed. On the other side, in the Tree King's palace. "Your Excellency Tree King, according to your orders, we have already handed a portion of the encrypted particles to the enemy. They will firmly believe that this information was intercepted by them. Well done." The ancestral Tree King narrowed his eyes and nodded. At such a close distance, the frontline troops had long discovered the uniqueness of the encrypted particles, so how could such negligence appear? All of this was naturally intentional. It was only when the 3 universal civilizations' reconnaissance troops repelled the World Tree exploration team that their reinforcements arrived and acted as though they could not catch up. But it was all fake. Their true goal was to allow the 3 universal civilizations to obtain a set of encrypted particles in a less suspicious way. This is not a bad move. When they see the leaked information, they will most likely suspect that there is a spy. Things will become chaotic. Fortitude Tree King nodded. A powerful fortress can be broken through from the inside. Suspicion is the best weapon, the ancestral Tree King said calmly. No matter who leaked this information to him, in his opinion, it was most likely that they did not want to be discovered by the 3 universal civilizations. The ancestral Tree King did not mind being used, but he would not make the manipulator too happy. Since they wanted to use him, they had to bear the corresponding risk. On the other hand, even if the manipulator did not care, the ancestral Tree King wanted to use this method to make the 3 universal civilizations suspicious and even split up. That's right. After all, not all civilizations can be as united as us. Everyone is connected to the mental network, and the Mother Tree will be in charge. There are no secrets, the Fortitude Tree King agreed with a smile. The Ancestral Tree King narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. He did not know if this was sincere or if there was a deeper meaning behind his words. In the head office of the three universal civilizations, Marbruce, Lewis, and the Pope received an urgent report on the coding particle at the front line and immediately held a meeting. Looking at the countless pieces of intel that had been deciphered, the three of them were furious. How bold! Someone actually colluded with the enemy. The Pope slammed the table angrily. No matter who it is, we have to find them. Anger burned in Marbruce's eyes. Originally, the situation was very good. Relying on the Border Defense Circle and Han Xiao, it was enough to resist the World Tree for many years. However, not long after they had gained the advantage, a traitor appeared in their family and leaked countless intelligence. With these coordinates, the World Tree would be able to jump through space, avoid the Border Defense Circle, and directly invade. Countless battlefronts would be opened, and the stalemate would be broken. They had worked hard for so many years just to ensure that their territory would not be violated. Now all their hard work had been wasted. The three of them were already beyond furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear the traitor to pieces. At this time, Han Xiao received the invitation and appeared in the room. He frowned and went straight to the point. You said that the intelligence of the Galactic Society was leaked? What's the exact situation? See for yourself. Marbruce separated a section of the virtual screen and sent it to Han Xiao. Han Xiao quickly understood the situation. His first reaction was that the World Tree was trying to sow discord, using some kind of method to obtain information and then arousing suspicion within them. However, this information was so detailed that it was impossible to gather unless one had been in the explored universe for a long time. Therefore, it was more believable that someone leaked the information. It's either a traitor colluding with the enemy or a third party taking advantage of the situation, Han Xiao said. We think so too, Marbruce said grimly. But in comparison, the possibility of a traitor is higher. Han Xiao stroked his chin and said, if it's a traitor, their goal definitely isn't survival. Based on the current situation, the entire Galactic Society believes that we can resist the World Tree. So the traitor has other goals, such as taking revenge on you or taking advantage of the situation. We know that. Lewis's eyes flickered with a cold light. Before this, they had already discussed the suspects. Among them, the most suspicious ones were the Superstar Cluster Alliance and the lower-level Star Cluster civilizations. Even the Beyond Grade A Association was somewhat suspicious, so the three of them were wary of Han Xiao. Although the current favorable situation was the work of Black Star, the position that the three of them were in made them suspect Han Xiao. Even though Black Star had made so many contributions, there was still a motive. This time, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. The World Tree might have leaked this information on purpose to cause internal strife. However, halfway through, Han Xiao stopped and shook his head helplessly. Even if the World Tree did it on purpose, the information leak was real. Even if they guessed that this was the World Tree's plan, they could not let go of their suspicions. This was an open conspiracy. If the information was leaked by a third party, it might have been calculated in advance. Not only did they help the World Tree, but they also used the World Tree to raise suspicion in the Galactic Society. Han Xiao paused for a moment, put away these speculations, changed the topic and said, no matter what, the battle situation has changed. Make preparations as soon as possible to deal with the World Tree's full invasion. This is the most important task. The three of them nodded. Although the three universal civilizations were prepared for war in the various star fields, compared to the border of the flickering world, the defense of the other areas was naturally much weaker. There were still countless planets scattered around, allowing the enemy to enter their familiar battle rhythm of sustaining war with war. We have to find the traitor. Since they've done such a thing, they will definitely do something that benefits them at some point. Sooner or later, they will be exposed, the Pope said coldly. The earlier we confirm the target, the better. I will immediately order a specialized team to investigate this matter, Lewis said. Han Xiao thought about it and said, I need to study these encrypted particles personally. Maybe I can find some clues. Hearing this, the three of them exchanged looks and finally nodded. We can give you a portion of the encrypted particles for research. I hope you find a clue soon. Sure. Looking at the three of them, Han Xiao knew that he was one of their suspects. He could not help but shake his head. At this time, he did not care. If he was in their position, he would not have trusted anyone either. I didn't expect the name of the version to come true so quickly. Who is the one behind this? Can't be them, right? Han Xiao thought to himself. The stealthy Superstar Cluster Alliance flashed past his mind, and the figures of the Avengers appeared. Chapter 1423 Third Party and Paying One's Debts. Chapter 1423 Third Party and Paying One's Debts. After learning about the situation from the three leaders, Han Xiao did not continue to participate in the Among Us brainstorming of the three of them. He deactivated the remote projection and went to the frontline research facility. As soon as he walked into the laboratory hall, he could smell anxiety and panic in the air. Countless researchers were moving back and forth, deciphering the encrypted particles. Your Excellency Black Star, Ruler Marbruce has given me a secret order. Please follow me. An officer who had been waiting for a long time immediately came forward and led Han Xiao into the corridor. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a private laboratory. There was an expert team doing decryption work, but it was different from simply decrypting the content of the encrypted particles outside. This place was also responsible for finding the technical characteristics of the encrypted particles. The moment the door opened, Han Xiao heard the endless argument inside. The structural deviation of this particle is obviously too high, forming a typical three-direction ratio with Marver's readings. It has the characteristics of the Karpoke warp technology and the cyberspace conversion. It's definitely based on the third theoretical model of particle space. It's just similar. You ignored the characteristics of dimension change folds and the weakening of the nuclear force. This is a technology that the three universal civilizations have already eliminated. Han Xiao turned around and saw the group of experts gathered in front of the experiment table and arguing while pointing at the readings on the apparatus. The same theory could extend to all kinds of applications and achieve the same goal through different means. However, although some techniques were similar in their performance and final results, there were many differences in the actual usage process. If one tried to understand it in a less correct but simpler way, it would be equivalent to the same character having different ways of writing, so there was naturally more than one way to modify the particles. By studying the characteristics of these technologies, he could reverse engineer the specific technology used by the encrypted particles. This was also the focus of the research. They were trying to reduce the scope of suspicion by using the encrypted particles technology. Han Xiao did not conceal his footsteps and walked over in large strides. Only then did the experts realize that there was an outsider. Seeing that it was Han Xiao, they all bowed respectfully. He looked up at the encrypted particles floating on the experiment table and waved his hand. All right, stop arguing. Let me see what's going on. Please let us know if you need anything. The group of experts had no objections and retreated to the side, obediently giving up the experiment table behind them. Black Star was not only the strongest individual strength in the galaxy that was on the same level as the three leaders, he was also one of the best scientists. These researchers had always admired Black Star, and a small portion of the people present were his worshippers. These normally esteemed high-level researchers were all willing to be his assistants. Han Xiao looked at the readings and studied the encrypted particles from head to toe. He quickly analyzed the data in his mind and locked onto a few technologies. As far as he knew, these technologies seemed to be used by members of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of other organizations imitating them. According to normal judgment, the Superstar Cluster Alliance is now even more suspicious, but it could also be a deliberate framing. In this case, it's more like a traitor in the Galactic Society. With a thought, Han Xiao released his mechanical force and connected it to the encrypted particles. He then activated Bold Explorer. Buzz! Han Xiao's vision suddenly changed, and he arrived at a research institute with different styles. Many researchers were working. A huge device was spinning. Particles were opened in low-dimensional space and recorded into information. Then, They were restored and turned into encrypted particles that were injected into 3 white cylindrical containers. He could not control his vision and followed the 3 white tubes closely. The white tubes were placed into a suitcase and sent into a groove of a material transmission device. The next moment, his vision turned once again, and he had already arrived at a secret underground base. He saw another material transmission device, and with a flash of light, the white suitcase was sent over. A few life forms walked up and opened it, revealing the white tubes inside. This time, his vision changed again, and he came to a space in the universe. A blue and black wormhole opened up in front of him, and 3 white tubes were thrown in. They passed through the colorful space tunnel and flew out from the other end of the wormhole. Then, the 3 white tubes suddenly burst out with heat, releasing a wave of energy, and all the encrypted particles inside were thrown out. In the last scene, a World Tree exploration team shrouded in green light appeared in the distance. The illusion stopped, and Han Zhao's vision returned to normal. It seems like these encrypted particles appeared from nowhere till they were intercepted by the World Tree. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. Although the illusion provided by Bold Explorer did not involve a specific location, Han Xiao was almost certain that this was a third party's doing. There was no other reason other than the researchers in the illusion were all unfamiliar species that he had never seen before. Among the people who received the white suitcase, there was a race that should have disappeared long ago. The Lurkers people, the intelligent species of the Lure civilization. The Lure civilization, the loser of the exploration era, was destroyed by the 3 universal civilizations. It should have been exterminated. Han Xiao took out the information and started to think. From the looks of it, the Lure civilization had survived, and their goal should be revenge. They were not fighting alone and had even found helpers. Those intelligent species had never appeared in the history of the 3 universal civilizations, so they should be foreign civilizations. According to the detailed information within the encrypted particles, this foreign civilization should have been lying in wait in the explored universe for many years without being discovered. TSK, another old enemy of the exploration era. The 3 universal civilizations are constantly paying their debts for their past deeds. Han Xiao subconsciously rubbed his fingers. In the World Tree War in his previous life, this foreign civilization did not appear and did not seem to have interfered with the direction of the war. Now, however, they took the initiative to backstab the 3 universal civilizations. Maybe it was because this foreign civilization situation was different in different timelines, or maybe it was because the situation in his previous life did not require them to interfere. Of course, Han Xiao was not sure if this foreign civilization took action in his previous life. The players did not have the relevant information. Seeing that the 3 universal civilizations have the upper hand, they want to destroy our strategy, shatter our advantage, and help the World Tree invade us. They want to take revenge on us, but they also want to take advantage of the situation. They want to hide in the dark and watch the tigers fight each other while they snipe for profits. TSK, quite malicious. Han Xiao guessed the motive of the foreign civilization while thinking of a solution. Although he had confirmed that it was a third party, he did not know their location, so he could not follow the clues. If he searched with great fanfare, it was very likely that the foreign civilizations would withdraw all their spies and cut off all clues. Furthermore, without evidence, it would not be easy to convince the 3 big hooligans. Although with his position, even without evidence, the 3 universal civilizations leaders would still take his words seriously. Now that even he was suspected, the credibility would naturally be reduced. The 3 big leaders would at most be skeptical. Information form obliteration could see the connection threads, but this was a destructive ability. Could not see the specific situation and could not trace the source. Even if this batch of encrypted particles was wiped out, the World Tree side most likely had others, and the situation could not be resolved. After all, this ability wiped out individuals, not concepts and collective body. It would not be that if it killed 1 or 2 humans, the others would forget about the entire human race. In fact, the effect of information form obliteration was very precise, and it would not have much effect on the information form of anything else other than the targets. Therefore, the effect of this move would be quite peculiar when it targeted the split parts of a whole body. If he used information form obliteration on this part of the encrypted particles, Han Xiao estimated that the three leaders would remember that he had taken some things to study, but they would forget that he was studying the encrypted particles. Furthermore, the experts present would not remember what they were studying, and these machine readings would also be erased. If he erased the other encrypted particles that the three universal civilizations had intercepted, Han Xiao felt that the result would probably be that the three universal civilizations had forgotten about the existence of the encrypted particles, but remembered that something had exposed the presence of a spy leaking information. As for the world tree, they would remember that they had given something to the three universal civilizations, but they would forget that they had handed over the encrypted particles. However, they would not forget about the encrypted particles in their hands. Han Xiao had made a hypothesis before. If he used information form obliteration to deal with the entire world tree civilization, the reaction of the three universal civilizations would most likely not be "what have we been doing all these years?" but "we defeated a universal civilization with difficulty, but we can't remember what that civilization is called." Therefore, information form obliteration had a very good effect on individuals with different information forms, such as living beings. However, when dealing with individuals with a large collective body, such as a grain of sand in a desert, a gun in a batch of standard firearms, the information form gap could be deduced by logic. For example, if the experts forgot what they were researching previously, but came to the experiment hall and saw others studying the encrypted particles, they could also deduce that they were probably researching this before. However, even if you used logic to deduce that information form obliteration was still in effect, you would subtly have memory deviations, quickly forget, subconsciously ignore, common sense errors, and so on. It was just like when you thought of something, you would suddenly forget it and would not be able to recall it no matter what. This kind of situation was not uncommon. It was also like when you believed that the temperature of a normal person's bath was 80 degrees instead of 40 degrees, there would be a common sense deviation that you would not be able to detect, or it would be like the legendary War of 99. In any case, I have to find a way to capture this group of lurkers. Currently, I can only use conventional methods to collect intelligence in secret. It's best to monitor the artificial intelligence in the quantum network. They will most likely continue to observe the follow-up effects of this borrowing knife to kill others tactic. Seeing that the three universal civilizations are suffering, they probably did not retreat. It would be great if we could retrieve the World Tree's information form warning network. This thing is simply a black technology to prevent the territory from being infiltrated. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Compared to the World Tree, the territories of the three universal civilizations were like a sieve. Other people could enter and exit as they wished, even leaving something behind. The three universal civilizations would not be able to discover it in a short period. It was simply the standard model of a victim. He stroked his chin and pondered. The World Tree and the third party's goal was to cause internal strife in the galactic society. So the most important thing now was to not let the enemy's plan succeed. Since the infiltrators could not be found in a short time and the three universal civilization suspicions could not be dispelled, it seemed like they could only start with the suspects. It seems like the three universal civilizations are most suspicious of the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and they happen to be cooking other plans in secret. However, I have yet to find out what's going on. If this causes a misunderstanding between the two sides, I'm afraid both sides will suffer heavily. Han Xiao was helpless. In the past, he had always cheated the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and it was not the first time they had suffered for no reason. However, it was the opposite now. He had to think of a way to reduce their suspicion so that they would not become scapegoats. Indeed, one had to pay for everything they have done. Chapter 1424, The Face of the Pugilist. Chapter 1424, The Face of the Pugilist. In the next few days, the World Tree Army laid low and did not launch any attacks on the flickering world border or the shallow layer dimensions. They did not exert any pressure, and the flames of war were briefly extinguished. However, the strategic command center of the three universal civilizations did not relax at all. The atmosphere was as though they were still fighting intensely, and they knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The armies that were originally stationed in the various star fields for emergencies were put to use. They all entered war mode and patrolled the areas they were in charge of. The encrypted particles had leaked the star maps of the entire explored universe, including countless spatial coordinates. There were too many routes that the enemy could choose, and they could invade from anywhere. Han Xiao sent most of the mechanical oracles to the main universe to increase the number of high-level combatants. Originally, the three universal civilizations had the upper hand in terms of individual strength, but if the world tree invaded all the territories, the effect of the high-level combatants would be completely different from a frontal battle. The high flexibility would bring about a powerful destructive force, and the battlefront would be split into countless sections. As the defending party that had no choice but to surround and intercept the enemy, their beyond grade as would not be enough. In addition to dealing with the changes in the situation, Han Xiao had also been secretly searching for the spies of the foreign civilizations in the past few days. It was a pity that he was searching for a needle in a haystack and did not find anything. However, he did have some results from his investigation of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. So, they want to take advantage of the intense battle and escape from the control of the three universal civilizations when they have no time to deal with other matters. They want to head to the unexplored universe and find a place to develop freely. Han Xiao looked at the information on the virtual screen with a strange expression. How badly had they been bullied by the three universal civilizations that they wanted to leave their home? He could roughly understand the thoughts of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Staying in the explored universe would only result in endless suppression, and they would forever be constrained by the three universal civilizations. No matter how much they developed, they would never be able to exceed these three ceilings. During the reshuffling of the structure due to the enemy invasion, the Superstar Cluster Alliance considered their future and made a decision. For their civilization to develop freely, they decided to take the risk and explore the unknown. This was understandable. After all, they were never on the same side as the three universal civilizations. This is bad. The World Tree's invasion is their chance to escape. If they really do that, it would be the same as admitting the suspicion. This was akin to having mud on the back of one's pants. Even if it was not *T, people would naturally assume it to be. Han Xiao massaged his brows. He had already told the three leaders about the result of the third party causing trouble and even pointed out the existence of the Lore civilization. However, as expected, the three of them did not say that they did not believe it, but only accepted that this was one of the reasons. Unless there was conclusive evidence, they still had to find traitors. Only when the battle becomes chaotic would the three universal civilizations not be able to spare energy in this, and the Superstar Cluster Alliance would be able to carry out their plan. However, it just so happened that someone leaked the information at this time. Such a coincidence? To be honest, if Han Xiao did not know the truth, and looked from the perspective of the three universal civilizations, even he would have thought that the Superstar Cluster Alliance was resolute and fierce, and it was definitely because they wanted to escape that they lured the World Tree to invade all territories. In his previous life, the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not do this but stood on the Galactic Society's side and fought against the enemies together. This time, they made a completely different choice. Maybe it was because the time period was different, the upper echelons were different, and the logic of their decisions was different. Or maybe it was because their situation was slightly different from his previous life. Most of it was because of the butterfly effect he brought. It was more likely that the Superstar Cluster Alliance had not seen the full power of the World Tree invasion like in his previous life and did not feel the true threat of this cosmic disaster, so they still felt that they could stay away from the flames of war and not die at the hands of the enemy. In other words, they had not been beaten by the World Tree. I have to convince the Superstar Cluster to cancel the escape plan. Otherwise, the internal division will be right in front of us. However, no matter how great my reputation is, the Superstar Cluster will not be convinced by my words. Han Xiao pondered. On one hand, he did not want the Superstar Cluster to take the blame and allow the third party to go unpunished. On the other hand, the Galactic Society needed the Superstar Cluster's strength to resist the World Tree's invasion. As long as they were determined to fight, their combined strength could not be underestimated. They were also an important part of the combat power of the explored universe. I have to think of a way. While he was pondering, an urgent internal message from the three universal civilizations popped up on the virtual screen. Primeval Star River, Ancient Star Desert, Sea of Star Spirits, Black Hole Edge, Endless Nebula, Shattered Star Ring, and other starfields have all discovered traces of the World Tree Fleet. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Han Xiao sat up straight, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. They're here. In the ancient star desert, blue wormholes formed one after another, forming a huge oval-shaped space crack. It was like God had cut open the curtain of the universe, leaving behind a blue scar. Immediately after, a green light appeared in the enormous space crack. It grew brighter and larger, and finally turned into an overwhelming green tide pouring out. The seemingly endless fleet of the World Tree crossed the border of the flickering world and descended directly along the wormhole. The dense streams of hyperdrive light condensed into pillars of light and shot in all directions like a plague virus in the enemy's body, spreading in the blink of an eye. Countless World Tree warriors revealed fanaticism on their faces as if they were holding a banquet. After being in a stalemate for so many years, they had finally made their way in and dismembered their prey. On the planets that the World Tree fleet passed by, there was a violent fluctuation in the space. The thick roots of the World Tree tore open space cracks like drilling through soil and extending out from the void into the planets like straws, drawing out dazzling energy visible to the naked eye. The planet's crust softened and flowed into the roots of the World Tree like a liquid. The material of the planet's mantle and core was also swallowed in large mouthfuls. The planet slowly shriveled up and was rapidly approaching its end. Wherever the green tide passed, the stars slowly extinguished, and the planets gradually dissolved, leaving only death and desolation. This reminded the World Tree warriors of the past. They roamed the endless universe, unrestrainedly tasting the delicious taste of the enemy's territory. They cut off pieces of meat from their still struggling prey and ate everything. After all, they were the best hunters in the universe, or even the only predator. The same thing happened in many star fields at the same time. In a hurry, the Galactic Alliance Army launched a counterattack with the local star systems and star cluster civilizations. The flames of war spread across the explored universe. The battlefront was divided into countless areas, and the World Tree experts finally had a place to use their strength. They were scattered all over the place, fully displaying the flexibility of high-level combatants. The beyond grade as of the three universal civilizations could no longer stay together, so they could only leave Aurora and go to different areas. The sudden change scared countless galactic residents, and the situation turned around instantly. The panic that was suppressed in their hearts was released, and it erupted like a volcano, burning away their remaining rationality. The ancestral Tree King looked into the distance. His vision seemed to have passed through the barriers of endless space, and it locked onto the direction of the central galaxy. Eat everything. Give us a feast, and we will give you despair. In a certain army base in the Shattered Star Ring, the Black Star Army's guards were engaged in a fierce battle with the World Tree fleet. On the battlefield, there was a black tide formed by the mechanical soldiers, tearing apart the World Tree battleships one after another. On a planet not far away, hundreds of World Tree roots had already been inserted into the planet's core, absorbing energy. In outer space, 3 Holy Tree emissaries were chasing after 2 figures, and 5 streams of light collided time and time again. Clang! Lothair held a dagger in each hand, and his slash was as fast as lightning. His body was agile, and he moved back and forth between the 3 Holy Tree emissaries. They fought intensely, and the silver dagger clashed with the laser and magic. It looked like he was unstoppable, but in reality, his entire body was covered in wounds. In the intense battle, he had to divert his attention to take care of Carlet, who was slightly weaker. It was unavoidable for him to show flaws. Lothair crossed his daggers and slashed out a bright light blade, forcing back the mechanical pugilist Holy Tree emissary. A flash of light appeared in the corner of his eyes, and he dodged without hesitation. In an instant, a gorgeous high-level arcane light penetrated his waist, leaving a burning mark. Protected your vital point? Your reactions are quite fast. The mage Holy Tree emissary spoke with regret. Among the 3 Holy Tree emissaries, 2 of them had never appeared on the battlefield before. They were all experts from other races who had been restraining themselves. It was not until they entered the territory of the 3 universal civilizations and split countless battlefronts that the World Tree activated the foreign experts to increase the size of their high-level combatants. On one hand, they were agile enough to move alone. Even if Black Star had the method to awaken the foreign experts, he would not be able to catch them all in one swoop. On the other hand, the World Tree was already desperate. As long as they could speed up their invasion, they did not care about losing some of their manpower. They were already mentally prepared for a portion of their experts to be wiped out by Black Stars. Information form obliteration. Lothair's expression was tense. He pressed on the wound and used his energy to quickly heal it. The wound quickly formed a scab. He looked at his three opponents and felt a chill. His style of martial arts focused on dexterity, stealth, and assassination. He was not strong in a head-on battle, and it was even more disadvantageous when he was surrounded. At this point, he could not take it anymore. "Are you all right?" Carlet, who was on the side, also came over. He was also covered in wounds, and he was leaning back to back with Lothair and staring at his enemies. It had only been a few years since he entered the Beyond Grade A realm, and he was still in the process of activating Everlasting Martial Path. His combat strength was still at the level of a new Beyond Grade A, and it was extremely difficult for him to fight. He might not even be able to defeat any of the enemies in a one-on-one battle. The two of them were originally training here, but the World Tree suddenly attacked and dragged them into the flames of war. "I can still hold on for a while." Lothair adjusted his breath, and the pugilist flames climbed up his daggers again. The five of them locked onto each other. Their bodies paused for a moment before suddenly bursting out at the same time. They charged forward and clashed again. Blade light, flames, and magic power shot out. The 5 streams of light were like 5 silk threads tangled together. All of a sudden, Lothair's body paused, and he slashed out with his 2 daggers, shattering the arcane charge of the mage Holy Tree emissary. However, amidst the shattered light, the mechanical pugilist suddenly appeared, and he was thrown toward Lothair by a hand formed from magic. 8 spider legs-like mechanical spears suddenly extended from the back of his mechanical suit, and the spears pierced through the protective flames and into Lothair's body. Crack! The silver daggers flashed, and the 8 mechanical limbs were all cut off. Lothair retreated rapidly, controlling his muscles to squeeze out the broken spear tips in his body, leaving 8 shallow wounds. These were nothing more than superficial wounds to him. However, just as he was about to continue attacking, his body suddenly stiffened. A dark green color suddenly appeared on his wound, and the flesh that was originally recovering suddenly began to fester. Biological toxin? Eco. Lothair's expression changed. He looked up and saw that the broken spear tips were leaking green liquid. He looked at it with his microscopic vision and realized that the green liquid was a group of dark green tiny molecular robots that carried powerful toxins. Waves of intense pain exploded like a tsunami, and Lothair's senses were suddenly messed up. It was as though he had lost control of his body, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. The cells in his body were being eroded. With a flash, the last pugilist Holy Tree emissary took the opportunity to join the battle. He held a sharp blade made of anti-regeneration alloy and stabbed Lothair's neck from behind, wanting to remove his entire spine. Right at this moment, Carlet charged over from the side to stop this pugilist Holy Tree emissary. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow and could only throw a punch in an attempt to save him. A new Beyond Grade A wants to. The pugilist Holy Tree emissary originally wanted to kill Lothair even at the cost of getting injured. However, just as Carlet's fist approached, a strong sense of danger exploded in his heart. The flames around Carlet's body flowed like water, condensing at the tip of his fist. His strength was contained but not released, but the power of his fist rose steadily. Like the Milky Way was turned upside down, the stars were shattered, and an intense sharpness burst out. At this moment, a thunderous roar containing spiritual fluctuations exploded. Martial Deity Fist. Galaxy Severance. The fist suddenly landed on the pugilist Holy Tree emissary's hastily raised arm, and a bright light burst forth, stealing everyone's vision. Time seemed to freeze for a moment before it started to flow again. The other 2 Holy Tree emissaries regained their vision and hurriedly looked over, only to see that Carlet had already retreated to the side with Lothair in his arms. Meanwhile, the pugilist Holy Tree emissary remained in place, still in a parry position, but did not move. However, the next moment, the body of the pugilist Holy Tree emissary cracked like porcelain and fell into pieces, eventually turning into dust and scattering in the galaxy. Instant kill. What move is this? The two remaining Holy Tree emissaries were shocked. They could not believe their eyes. One of their comrades was killed just like that. It would be understandable if the other was a peak beyond grade A, but was this the power of a new beyond grade A? Lothair had a chance to catch his breath, and he suppressed the poison with difficulty. Seeing this, he could not help but widen his eyes. You've already created that kind of fist technique? Phew. No, I only created 2 stances. I'm still far from perfecting the martial deity fist. Carlet had expended a lot of energy. This punch contained all of his essence, energy, and spirit, and its power far exceeded his level. At this moment, his entire body was sore, and his stamina was almost depleted. He did not even have 10% of his energy left. When he stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm, Carlet had some special insights, and he had an idea. He wanted to create a pugilist style suitable for himself and named it Martial Deity Fist. He did not use this name because it was arrogant, but because it contained his expectations for himself, hoping to create the most amazing Beyond Grade A fist style. All these years, Carlet had been exploring and integrating all the knowledge he had, and he had only figured out 2 scattered stances. The power was extremely exaggerated, but the consumption was equally frightening. Even with his Beyond Grade A pugilist foundation, he could only execute 3 to 4 moves. Lothair looked at the enemy's corpse and said, "What a terrifying move. You've already surpassed me. Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Carlet smiled shyly. The two of them thought that this martial deity fist was very powerful, but if Han Xiao was here, he would be able to tell that although the martial deity fist was very magical, it would not be able to unleash such great power when used by others. The truly powerful one was Carlet himself. This was because the process of creating the martial deity fist was also the stage where Carlet was able to master everything he had learned. During this process, he could almost comprehend a new talent every few days, 3 of which were extremely powerful. Martial Saint's Strength. When using any pugilist skills, base power increased by 80% to 240%. Martial Deity Fist's Ancestor. When you use the Martial Deity Fist series, your base strength will increase by 100% to 300%. One Punch Martial Deity. Every time you use the skills of the Martial Deity Fist series to hit your opponent, you will be able to trigger a severe injury judgment/instant death judgment. The success rate depends on the power of the skill, the difference in level, energy level, attributes, and so on. If the judgment fails, an additional 50% to 150% damage will be dealt. With so many pugilist talents, although Carlet was only a new Beyond Grade A, his explosive power was unbelievably strong. As long as he was lucky, it was even possible for him to instantly kill the enemy. Bang! Bang! Carlet clenched his fists and looked at the 2 Holy Tree emissaries. He said to Lothair, "I still have some strength left. Continue, don't let them escape." "All right." Lothair gripped his daggers tightly. While many people were unaware, the face of the pugilist was quietly forming. Chapter 1425, Attack and Plan. Chapter 1425, Attack and Plan. Somewhere in the Sea of Star Spirits, a refugee planet had already been tightly bound by the roots of the World Tree. The soil, minerals, and forests all turned into streams of data, flowing into it. In the distance, the emergency refuge ship carrying the people of this planet was fleeing through the galaxy. A World Tree fleet was chasing after them, and the escort fleet of the Galactic Alliance Army was covering them as they escaped. The two sides fought intensely, leaving traces of energy explosions everywhere they passed. The light reflected in the eyes of the fleeing citizens. 10 figures with metallic luster dashed around in the escort fleet, firing psionic cannons and destroying spaceships one after another. They were the machinery apostles, and their master was in the main ship of the World Tree Fleet. It was a Lord's avatar controlling the mechanical army from afar. However, there was not a single Beyond Grade A in the escaping fleet. Thus, they could only use the battleship to block the advance of the mechanical apostles. The enemy has a Beyond Grade A mechanic? and we urgently need high-level combatants to help. The commander of the escort fleet looked at the one-sided situation and had no choice but to order the fleet to retreat while asking for help in the military channel. The World Tree ignored their losses to send out a large number of beyond grade and their total number of high-level combatants exceeded that of the 3 universal civilizations in an instant. The entire force was mobilized, causing the 3 universal civilizations to not have sufficient beyond grade and they were unable to stop any World Tree super. The fleet that was escorting the evacuation of the civilians did not have any high-level combatants. When they met the World Tree fleet that had a beyond grade A mechanic commander, they were immediately beaten black and blue. Please continue to hold on for a while longer. We are sending out the available beyond grade the military intelligence's response immediately sounded in the channel. The commander gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, ordering the fleet to continue attacking. However, the scale of their army was unable to change from quantitative to qualitative. The 10 mechanical apostles led the army and devoured the starships like locusts. Just as the number of casualties rose to a shocking number, a space on the battlefield opened up like a wave of ripples on water. Then, with a flash of light, a figure rushed out like a burning meteor and slammed into the nearest mechanical apostle, sending it flying. Reinforcements are here. The commander immediately looked at the beyond grade who had come to reinforce them. Upon seeing this person's appearance, the joy on the commander's face froze. Why is it you? Why do you sound so disappointed? I'm the only one who's free now. If you don't want to, I'm leaving. Kohler was furious. What's wrong with you, little brother? I came to support you, and you're still looking down on me. I'll leave the enemy's mechanic super to you. My troops will support you from the side. The commander smiled bitterly and could only express his cooperation. Kohler snorted and charged at the 10 mechanical apostles. The soldiers looked over with hope. However, within a few minutes, the imposing Kohler was crushed by the combined attacks of 10 mechanical apostles. 2. The commander covered his face. The internal rumors were not false. Kohler was indeed the weakest among the beyond grade I don't want to despise you either, but you're too much. I gave you a chance, but you can't even take care of the apostles, let alone a real battle. I don't even like to use you when playing Wayne cards. Kohler dodged a few psionic beams and managed to return a punch. He sent a mechanical apostle flying and shouted in the channel, "What are you waiting for? I've helped you stall the enemy. Continue asking for help. Your tactical role is only to stall." The commander cursed silently. Just as he was about to resume his call for reinforcements, a wormhole suddenly opened not far away. A mechanical life form flew out from within. Heavy mechanical armor covered its body, and every part of its body was equipped with high-tech melee weapons. It was armed to the teeth, and there were 2 wing-shaped vector thrusters erected on its back like 2 chess pieces. It was one of the Black Star mechanical oracles who had received orders to reinforce the various battlefronts in the universe, heaven-suppressing banner. Black Star's elite troops are here. Kohler was overjoyed and quickly waved. Allies! Switch! Electric arcs flashed across the heaven-suppressing banner's eyes, and his thrusters shot out streams of light. He instantly accelerated and rushed into the battle. The 10 mechanical apostles detected a strong energy reaction. Immediately, 8 of them set off to meet the heaven-suppressing banner, leaving only 2 to hold Kohler back. A dense psionic cannon beam shot out, and the arm of the heaven-suppressing banner turned into a heavy shield. It suddenly pushed forward, and a bright, complicated energy circuit appeared on the shield. A thick psionic shield popped out, blocking the concentrated fire. Amidst the bombardment, the distance between the 2 sides rapidly shortened. A mechanical apostle popped out a few wrist blades and headed straight for the energy core of the heaven-suppressing banner. However, the heaven-suppressing banner only turned around lightly and avoided the attack. The moment it passed by, he swiped at his waist, and a mechanical axe immediately unfolded, slashing out like a thunderbolt. The blade light instantly flashed past the mechanical apostle's body. The next moment, the 2 halves of the mechanical apostle flew out due to inertia. The cut was smooth, and countless precise parts could be seen. The energy core that had been accurately cut in the center jumped slightly, and then exploded. A huge explosion lit up behind the heaven-suppressing banner, reflecting on its cold alloy shell. The heaven-suppressing banner was the master of close combat weapons among the mechanical oracles. All kinds of weapons appeared like magic, constantly changing and dealing with the mechanical apostles with ease. Not long after, it killed more than half of the mechanical apostles like cutting vegetables. It was completely different from the scene Kohler showed. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing banner stomped on the ground, and an energy shockwave exploded behind him. He turned into a shooting star and rushed toward the World Tree fleet. The axe slashed out beams of light, cutting the World Tree spaceship in half. In just a few blinks of the eye, the heaven-suppressing banner had already arrived in front of the main ship, and the huge axe surrounded by golden lightning hacked down. A thick bolt of golden lightning shot out from the axe, instantly shattering the shield of the main ship and melting through the armor. The entire ship exploded, and dazzling light spread out. Two figures, one chasing and one escaping, rushed out of the explosion. The Lord's avatar of the mechanic army head was running in front, and the heaven-suppressing banner was chasing after it. After exchanging a few blows, the heaven-suppressing banner cleaved the enemy's head in half with a swing of the axe. Electric arcs exploded, and the power contained in the body disappeared instantly. The Lord's descent had already been destroyed by him, and he looked like he had taken the head of an enemy general. With the current strength of the mechanical oracle, ordinary beyond grade as were no match for it at all. Their strength was on a completely different level from the mechanical apostle stage, and it would not be a problem for them to hold their own in battles against beyond grade as the high-level combatants of the enemy were eliminated, and the escort fleet immediately stopped their retreat. The heaven-suppressing banner did not continue to help. It reached out to remove the head of the enemy's lord's avatar, before hanging it on its waist as a trophy. Just as he was about to open the wormhole and leave, Kohler flew over and gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. We've finally defeated this powerful opponent. When did we join forces? Were you fighting just now? The heaven-suppressing banner tilted its head in confusion. I helped you restrain two mechanical apostles. Without me, you would have been in danger. Kohler patted his chest and said, Black Star and I are good friends after all. Protecting his mechanical apostles is just a matter of convenience. You don't have to thank me. While the heaven-suppressing banner was still calculating the logic behind the sentence, Han Zhao's annoyed voice sounded in the channel. Shut up. You're really a noob. Oh, so you're here. Kohler laughed without any shame. I was just joking. Hee. Han Zhao curled his lips. Heaven-suppressing banner. Ignore him. Continue your mission. The heaven-suppressing banner tilted its head, before ignoring Kohler. It opened the wormhole and went to reinforce the other battlefronts according to Han Zhao's orders. Primeval Star River, Mechanical Race Territory. The Endless World Tree Army was attacking the mechanical race's defense line, and the two fleets were already locked in battle. On the main planet of the mechanical race, Manison and Nilfgaardi's Lord's avatar stood at the highest point and looked up at the sky. The mechanical race troops behind him did not panic at all. Instead, they looked at the backs of the two generations of mechanical race leaders with fanaticism. The mechanical race is the first target of the World Tree. Do they think we're easy to deal with? We're not easy to bully. Nilfgaardi stood with his arms crossed. You don't have the right to say that. All these years, the mechanical race was able to develop to its current state because of me. It has nothing to do with you, Manison said calmly. Nilfgaardi snorted but did not retort. He slowly said, I didn't expect us to fight together under such circumstances. I know you don't like me, but don't worry. This battle won't take long. Manison raised his hands slightly. Boom! All the planets in the mechanical race territory started buzzing, as though countless things were about to break out of the ground. After accumulating for so long, let the world see the strength of the mechanical race. Manison's eyes flashed, and his tone was cold. Listen to my command. Leave no one alive. Boom! A seemingly endless mechanical army flew out from the planets one after another, covering the sky and earth as they welcomed the World Tree fleet. It's starting. Many hidden Star Alliance observers looked at the chaos in the various star fields and could not help but smile. The World Tree invaded in one night. Clearly, our intelligence has come in handy. Very good. Very good. The observer captain clenched his fists with a ferocious expression on his face, gleeful at having gotten his revenge. This time, the result of using someone else to do the dirty work was very obvious. It successfully turned the stalemate into a chaotic battle. This was what the Star Alliance wanted to see. It would be best if both sides were heavily injured. This way, even if the three universal civilizations can fight the World Tree civilization, it would be difficult to stop their territories from being devoured step by step. If this continues, the three universal civilizations would be defeated sooner or later. It might just take decades or maybe centuries, someone said excitedly. The observer captain sneered. This is only the first wave. In my opinion, the three universal civilizations won't be able to last that long. According to the deductions of the upper echelons, it's very likely that the World Tree will use the information we leaked to fan the internal suspicions of the three universal civilizations and disintegrate their fighting spirit. From the start of the war until now, the morale and faith of the three universal civilizations have been supported by belief. When this momentum is gone, it will be their defeat. As he spoke, a look of longing appeared in his eyes, as if he could see the future of the galactic society. The three universal civilizations have been high and mighty for too long. It's time for them to taste the feeling of their homeland and their nation being destroyed, just like us back then. On the other side, the Superstar Cluster Alliance. The sudden full-scale invasion of the World Tree gave the Superstar Cluster Alliance a shock. Although the Superstar Cluster Alliance had received some news from the three universal civilizations over the past few days, they had only asked them to strengthen their internal defenses. They did not mention anything about the inside story, so the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not know anything about the situation of the information being leaked. The various star fields were attacked, and the Superstar Cluster civilizations were naturally targeted as well. However, compared to the intense battles in the other star fields, the size of the World Tree fleet that invaded the Superstar Cluster civilization was very small, as though it was just a formality. The Superstar Cluster civilization thought that the World Tree did not want to bite them in the first wave of attacks. They were glad. At this moment, an important meeting was being held in the conference room. Everyone, the three universal civilizations have lost their border line of defense, and the World Tree has completely invaded. Let's put this aside for now. The current situation is developing in the direction we're looking forward to. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has appeared in front of us, and we definitely can't miss it. I think we can consider officially starting the Great Relocation Plan, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said with a deep voice. Everyone was whispering and discussing, their faces filled with joy. Everyone felt that it was very magical. They could only passively wait for the right time, hoping for the chaotic battle to break out, but they did not expect the opportunity to come so suddenly. It was like the goddess of luck was on their side. Seconded. I agree. Everyone voted one after another. They had been waiting for this opportunity for too long, and there were very few objections. Now that the World Tree had successfully invaded, it was tearing apart the flesh and blood of the explored universe every second. With the three universal civilizations having failed, they would only be devoured if they stayed here. No one wanted to lose everything, so they decided to give up the territory that would fall sooner or later and leave as soon as possible to preserve their strength. Seeing this, the leader of the Star Arc nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "It seems like everyone's opinion is rather unified. Then it's decided. Let the three universal civilizations and the World Tree drag it out for a while longer. After we officially enter a stalemate, we'll start the plan immediately." As he spoke, he paused before continuing solemnly. Everyone, once we take this path, there will be no turning back. For the future of our civilization, we can no longer live under someone else's roof. Everyone nodded slowly. The experience of being bullied by the three universal civilizations over the years flashed through their minds, making them more determined. However, just as the leader was about to give a speech to strengthen his resolve, a communication request from Xiao suddenly popped up on the virtual screen. Black Star? He wants to see us at this time. The eyes of the upper echelons of the civilizations froze, and their nerves tightened. As the saying went, they had a guilty conscience. Although their escape was a result of careful consideration, they were considered deserters in the war. Therefore, just seeing Han Zhao's name made them feel an invisible pressure. The leader raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. Connect me to Black Star and hear what he has to say. Chapter 1426, Negotiation and Lobbyist. Chapter 1426, Negotiation and Lobbyist. Han Zhao's remote projection landed in the conference room. He looked around and saw the expressions of all the superstar cluster civilizations leaders. He could not help but smile and joke. Everyone, what were you talking about? The atmosphere is so tense. We're talking about how to deal with the World Trees invasion, the Star Arc leader said. Is that so? But from what I know, the World Tree Civilization's army did not harass your territory much. Most of your troops are still on standby. Han Xiao shrugged. The entire galactic society is united against a common enemy. If the other regions are attacked, it also affects our safety. As long as our homeland is safe, we will naturally help, the Star Arc leader said. Han Zhao's expression changed. It's really strange of you to say that the World Tree has invaded. We are already in the same boat. The Star Arc leader nodded and said with a solemn tone. If that's what you think, that would be best. Han Xiao raised his brows. He knew that the words the Star Arc leader was saying were mostly empty and not sincere. A leader of the superstar cluster coughed and said, Your Excellency Black Star, are you looking for us to discuss the World Tree invasion? Han Xiao looked at him and nodded. You can say that, but I am here mainly for you guys. Everyone exchanged looks. The Star Arc leader said, I hope you can explain it clearly. Han Xiao raised his arms and said casually, The World Tree invasion is already a fact. How much do you know about the cause of this? We don't know the inside story. The World Tree was originally separated from the flickering world by the 3 universal civilizations, and the situation was very stable. However, the enemy suddenly launched a full-scale invasion. They must have used some method to obtain our intelligence, but we don't understand how they did it. The Star Arc leader frowned and shook his head. I can tell you the inside story. This is not the World Tree taking an initiative. Someone deliberately leaked the information about the explored universe, daringly colluding with the enemy. This kind of action is like opening the border, inviting the World Tree in to burn, kill, and loot. Han Zhao's tone was heavy. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the superstar cluster upper echelons changed. Surprise, shock, disbelief, and other emotions appeared in their eyes. The Star Arc leader's eyes were filled with shock. He emphasized, You mean there's a traitor in the galactic society? That's right. Han Xiao nodded slowly and said softly, We're still investigating the identity of the traitor. There was a slight commotion in the room. Everyone was whispering and discussing. The Star Arc civilization was also confused. To be able to pass the intelligence to the World Tree, they must have quite good technical strength. They chose to betray us in such a dangerous situation. What are they after? However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused and looked up at the expressionless Han Xiao. The upper echelons also snapped back to reality. They had all realized Han Zhao's true intentions, and their expressions changed. Wait a minute. Black Star came to our door at this time and purposely brought up this topic. Does he think we're the traitors who leaked the information? Of course, the Superstar Cluster Alliance had always been at odds with the 3 universal civilizations and was the biggest suspect, but this matter had nothing to do with them. Are you suspecting us? The Star Arc leader's eyes widened. Han Xiao looked around and did not reply directly. Instead, he summoned a virtual screen and said, According to the information I found, you guys set up a plan called Great Relocation Plan more than 10 years ago. The specific content is probably to take all the people and resources and leave the explored universe while the war is still ongoing to find another territory. This plan needs an opportunity, and only when the 3 universal civilizations are at a stalemate with the World Tree will you have a chance. The upper echelons of the superstar cluster became even more solemn. They had thought that this plan was rather secretive. Gathering the people and resources was for the sake of war in name only. On the surface, it seemed like they had a reasonable motive. At most, the others would think that they were leaving a way out if the war failed, and they would not think that they were planning to run away. You already know. It's no wonder. With your ability, as long as you're suspicious of us, it won't be difficult for you to find these things. The Star Arc leader was shocked, but when he thought of Han Zhao's ability, he accepted reality and said helplessly, "So, you think that we deliberately lured the World Tree into an all-out invasion to mess up the situation and make it easier to retreat? What do you think?" Han Xiao tilted his head. Hearing this, everyone knew that Han Xiao was probably here to condemn them. The Star Arc leader gritted his teeth and said, "I know you think we have a motive, but we did not do this. We are not traitors. Although they wanted to escape, they did not want to become traitors. Otherwise, if they were targeted by the 3 universal civilizations, there would definitely be many twists and turns in the Great Relocation Plan. The 3 universal civilizations would not allow a traitor like them to escape easily. What evidence do you have to prove that you didn't do it?" Han Xiao said emotionlessly. Hearing this, the Star Arc leader's thoughts raced, but his mind was in a mess. He could not think of any reason to prove that this matter had nothing to do with them. How much evidence did he need? However, before he could reply, Han Xiao continued, "Maybe this wasn't your idea, but can you guarantee that this wasn't done by one of the civilizations present here?" The Star Arc leader was stunned, and his expression changed. He knew that Han Xiao was right. He could only guarantee that he was not a traitor, but he could not guarantee that the other superstar cluster civilizations would not do anything in private. He slowly turned his head and looked at the other members of the alliance with a questioning look in his eyes. Everyone understood what he meant and spoke. "It's not me. I didn't do it. It's not me either. I don't know anything about this." Very soon, the Star Arc leader looked at the last person. He remembered that during the meeting some time ago, it was this leader of the superstar cluster who suggested helping the World Tree. The leader of this civilization was furious. "What are you looking at me for? I didn't do it. We're all in this together. I won't ignore the collective interests of the alliance." The Star Arc leader gritted his teeth and looked at Han Xiao. "As you can see, this has nothing to do with us." Han Xiao did not say anything. He only tilted his head and looked at the Star Arc leader with a strange gaze as if saying, "Are you joking with me?" Seeing this, the Star Arc leader fell silent. He also knew that no one would admit it if he asked this question. It was ridiculous for everyone to deny it together. It was not convincing at all. No one knew if the members of the alliance were lying. However, the Star Arc leader knew very well that no matter if it was done by a member of the superstar cluster, they definitely could not admit it. Otherwise, they would become traitors. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said in a more serious tone, "Don't say I didn't warn you. I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you didn't do it?" "Black Star, we can't produce any evidence at the moment, but we really didn't do it," the Star Arc leader said anxiously. "All right, I trust you guys. I hope you won't jump to conclusions. If you keep watching us, the real traitor will escape." The Star Arc leader subconsciously trailed off before suddenly raising his voice. "Wait, you believe us?" He had just racked his brains to convince Han Xiao, but he did not expect Han Xiao to change his mind before he could even use his justifications. However, at this moment Han Xiao spoke again. "However, it's useless for me to believe you. The 3 universal civilizations have to believe you. You have to find a way to prove your innocence." "You mean, it is natural for you to stay and fight hard?" Han Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Think about it. The 3 universal civilizations are suspecting a traitor. The moment you leave, you'll confirm your identity as a traitor. The only way is to give up on your so-called relocation plan and focus on fighting the World Tree. Only then can you clear the suspicion." Hearing this, the eyes of many superstar cluster civilizations leaders narrowed. The Star Arc leader frowned and no longer panicked. He slowly said, "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm afraid this is your true purpose for coming, isn't it?" He was not an idiot, and he immediately realized Han Zhao's true goal. There were priorities in everything. The Superstar Cluster Alliance did not want to become traitors, but the relocation plan was more important. They would not give up the migration just to prove that they were not traitors. The Star Arc leader even suspected that the so-called traitor was just an excuse that Han Xiao came up with after discovering their relocation plan. Han Xiao did not think much of it. He smiled and said casually, I know what you guys are thinking. Traitors really exist, and the 3 universal civilizations suspecting you guys is also true. However, I never thought that you guys were traitors. Why do you think so? The Star Arc leader was curious. We've known each other for decades. I know the style of your decision-makers quite well. In fact, given your situation, the possibility of you daring to collude with the enemy is quite low. However, because of your past history, you're the most suspicious. This is very similar to framing someone. My intuition tells me that this has little to do with you. Of course, this doesn't mean that you're not suspicious. I can't confirm if you're doing the opposite. Han Xiao did not plan to eliminate all the pressure on the superstar cluster, so he did not reveal Bold Explorer to them. Han Xiao knew that the Superstar Cluster Alliance would not give up on the relocation plan so easily. He planned to have this talk to use the suspicion of traitors as an excuse at the start. He only wanted to make the Superstar Cluster Alliance nervous and understand the situation. It seems like even though your big picture has been destroyed, you still have your rationality. The Star Arc leader had mixed feelings. He nodded and said, I really don't know about the traitor, but we can't give up on the relocation plan and stay behind to fight. Since you've found the information, you should know how important this plan is to. Han Xiao nodded and said, the existence of the 3 universal civilizations has limited your development. For many years, they have been using all kinds of excuses to suppress you and prevent you from entering the era of technological explosion. The top talents and resources of the Galactic Society have all flowed to them, and as this continued to accumulate, the gap between the two of you became larger and larger. That's right. Thinking back, when the Exploration Era War had just ended, the 3 universal civilizations set the order. They did not have the strength to dominate all the civilizations back then, but now. So many years have passed, and they are enjoying the best resources and the biggest development dividend in the entire galactic society. There is already a generational difference in our technologies. Now, we still have some ability to resist, but the longer we wait, the bigger the gap. Sooner or later, we will completely lose the qualifications to challenge the 3 universal civilizations, and we will only become servants. A superstar cluster leader said with a helpless tone. The Star Arc leader nodded and added, it is precisely because we can see the distant future that we have to constantly search for opportunities to change our fate while we can still resist. The flickering world was an attempt, but it failed. The migration now is a better opportunity, and we will not give up. I understand your appeal, truly I do. But with all due respect, what you're doing is just a slow death. What you're thinking of being mutually tied down is only superficial, thinking that you'll be safe once you leave the war zone. You have nowhere to run. After the World Tree destroys the 3 universal civilizations, they will definitely find you. They have extraordinary abilities in the information form aspect. Han Xiao explained the information form ability of the World Tree in detail, ensuring that everyone present knew the true situation. He then paused and continued, therefore, your only way out is to stay and destroy the World Tree civilization with us. This is a very simple choice. This way, your development might not be free, but at least your civilization can survive. The leaders of the Superstar Cluster looked at each other and discussed softly. The Star Arc leader pondered for a while before slowly saying, for us to send our troops into the battlefield, you have put in a lot of effort. You even personally acted as a lobbyist. Let's assume what you said is the truth. But I have a concern that needs your answer. Speak. Will the 3 universal civilizations let us go so easily? The Star Arc leader leaned forward and asked, let me make myself clear. If we defeat the World Tree and win back peace, how can you guarantee that the 3 universal civilizations won't settle the score afterward? How can you guarantee that they won't give us the identity of traitors and attack us rightfully? Everyone stared at Han Xiao with a forceful gaze. This was not the first time the 3 universal civilizations had used groundless tactics on them. Therefore, the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not have any hope of getting rid of the suspicion. Whether or not they were traitors would still depend on what the three universal civilizations said. If they were to be labeled as colluding with the enemy after this, they would not be able to turn the tables and might even face a disaster. Regarding that, Han Xiao stroked his chin and said calmly, "If we win this war and you guys don't leave, I can stand on your side and prevent the three universal civilizations from using this method. I will also try my best to help you break the development restrictions of the three universal civilizations so that you guys don't have to abandon your homeland to have a chance to develop freely." "You?" The Star Arc leader narrowed his eyes. "You might have such an organization, but why are you doing this? Don't forget, war is a huge reshuffle. The structure of the three universal civilizations will definitely be overturned after the war. It's rare for the three universal civilizations to weaken, and they will lose their firm control. This is the best time to change things. Also, helping you guys is also helping myself. Without the invasion of foreign enemies, we will all be the eyesores of the three universal civilizations. We have a lot of room for cooperation," Han Xiao said slowly. The Star Arc leader did not budge. "Sounds good. But how can you guarantee that you won't go back on your word like before? You have to know that your reputation isn't too good." "I don't need to promise anyone," Han Xiao said casually. "I'm just telling you which path is of death and which path is of life. I helped you analyze the pros and cons and gave you a better choice. But I can't make decisions for you. What if we don't accept your suggestion?" The Star Arc leader said with a solemn tone. "If you insist, I will express my regret. Without the armed forces of the superstar cluster, our pressure will be greater, and our losses will be more exaggerated. However, our chances of winning are still very high." Han Xiao stroked his chin, paused, and said softly, "As for you guys, do I need to explain what will happen to deserters? With me around, we will be able to find you no matter how far you run. Don't blame me when the time comes. I've given you guys a chance." Everyone's expression changed as they heard the blatant threat. Black Star, one of the Moto civilization's leaders, shouted, "We know that you're very powerful. Perhaps no one is your match in individual strength level, but do you really think that you're invincible after entering the Transcendent grade? Do you think you can influence the decisions of so many civilizations?" However, Han Xiao shook his head and said calmly, "No. There's no such thing as true invincibility in the world. The so-called invincibility is only invincible in the current technological level environment, and the development of the world is dynamic. As the times change and the civilizations progress, more new technologies will appear. Maybe one day all the principles of the space wonders will be discovered, and the transcendence will no longer be unbeatable. Maybe it would even be possible to mass-produce beyond grade as in Transcendence. Any individual achievements that feel unbelievable now will eventually be duplicated by the collective civilizations, resulting in fission." Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Han Xiao would refute, but they did not expect him to agree. They did not know how to respond. They thought that Han Xiao was trying to ease the atmosphere and take back his threat. However, the next moment they knew they were wrong. Han Xiao looked at everyone and said coldly, "However, those things will only happen in the future. At least in the foreseeable future, I am an unbeatable existence. You can see my words as a threat or as an ultimatum. Anyway, do your best and don't make a choice that disappoints me. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying all the civilizations here. At that time, you will know that I'm more dangerous than the world tree." Everyone in the room fell silent. After a while, the Star Arc leader seemed to have made a decision. "If the situation is as you say, we can temporarily put aside the relocation plan and send more troops to participate in the war. However, if the losses are too great, we will definitely evacuate. No matter how much you threaten us, it will be useless." Han Zhao's expression returned to normal, and he nodded. "That's enough. You will know in the future that this is a wise choice." Chapter 1427 Werno's Sensation. Chapter 1427 Werno's Sensation. In the shallow layer dimensional base, Han Xiao turned off the communicator and deactivated the remote projection. He rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. The superstar cluster has reached a consensus that they will not cause any trouble for the time being, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He tried to reason with them, analyzed the situation for them, threatened them, and tempted them. In the end, he finally managed to persuade them back. Of course, this was only a temporary consensus. The Superstar Cluster Alliance did not agree to give up on migrating and was only willing to stay and watch, and increase the support for a while longer. However, this was enough. If the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not give him face and ran away, even if he could make the Superstar Cluster Alliance pay the price afterward, he would not be able to stop the negative chain reaction in the war. Currently, the armed forces of the explored universe were not lacking, and the internal division had temporarily disappeared before it even started. The Superstar Cluster Alliance would not become a traitor for the time being. Damn it, the Galactic Society is indeed carried by me. Han Xiao shook his head. He opened the real-time military star map of the explored universe, and areas appeared in front of him, blue in color. Inside the various star fields, green spots were appearing, expanding at an extremely slow speed. This represented the invasion range of the World Tree. The World Tree has great momentum, but the territory of the three universal civilizations is too large, and even if the World Tree blossoms more, its invasion will still be slow. Although the battle is intense, the threat in the short term is still low. Han Xiao analyzed. A sudden change in the situation would more or less affect the mentality. The three universal civilizations were a little flustered when dealing with this, but Han Xiao still maintained his calm. He ignored the anxiety of the territories being continuously devoured and calmly judged the situation. After all, he had seen worse situations in his previous life, so this small situation could not scare him. No matter how strong the World Tree was, it had to be eating slowly. Couldn't become fat in one bite. Furthermore, the resistance of the Galactic Alliance army made it very difficult for it to feed. In comparison, Han Xiao felt that the biggest effect of the World Tree's full invasion was firstly a blow to the people and morale of the Galactic Society, and secondly, it affected their resource production and productivity. According to the information that was leaked, as well as his experience from his previous life, Han Xiao could guess the World Tree's priority targets. The military factories and resource planets of the various organizations were definitely the first choices, which would reduce the speed of the three universal civilizations' troops' mobilization. Second would be the mother planets of some star system or star cluster civilizations, governance planets, and refuge planets with large populations. This way, they could cause panic and internal chaos in the Galactic Society. The World Tree had invaded many civilizations, so it was clear about this trick. Then, there were the important bases of some beyond grade A races and private organizations. Destroying them would cut off the wings of the three universal civilizations. Of course, as the core of the Galactic Society, the Central Galaxy was the most important target. However, Han Xiao guessed that the World Tree would most likely not attack it for the time being because the Central Galaxy would be heavily guarded. Once they invaded, a large group battle would break out, similar to the Border War. The World Tree now had many space coordinates, and with such an advantage, it should not be willing to continue fighting with the low-efficiency frontal attack method. Instead, it chose to strike the weakest areas and focus on continuous harassment, displaying its high mobility and advantage in sustaining war with war. These are all areas that need to be protected. After this battle, I wonder how many more desolate universe belts there will be. It's a pity that the World Tree's mechanism is too perverse. Otherwise, I could have given it a taste of its own medicine. Han Xiao was a little helpless. With his individual strength, he could go to the World Tree territory and make a scene. However, more than 10 years ago, he had learned a lot of information from the foreign experts of the World Tree. The World Tree's base could be retracted into its body at any time, and it could pack up and run away. There was not much use in harassing them as they could just move to another place. This would not affect the enemy's productivity much, because the World Tree itself was the largest military factory. It could directly convert resources inside, and there was no need to build countless factories like normal civilizations. Otherwise, Han Xiao would not think that it was a complementing target to virtual creation, pseudo. Furthermore, the blessed races of the World Tree were eyeing the pivotal snake. Han Xiao did not want to leave the shallow layer dimensions. Even if he had to reinforce the main universe, he would only send out a portion of the mechanical oracles. His main body would remain in the secondary dimensions to guard his home. The World Tree was not willing to sit back and do nothing. Apart from invading the territory of the three universal civilizations, it would not give up on killing the pivotal snake. He did not know what the other party's plan was, so he had to be careful. However, although it's not very useful, it's not bad to be able to give them trouble. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about being besieged on a large scale as I did in the past. Wouldn't it be even greater if they get agitated and fight me head-on? Xiao felt that it was worth a try. Arcane Church, Temple of 10,000 Gods. Wernos walked slowly in the corridor formed by tall god sculptures of different shapes and sizes, holding a ball of spiritual light in his hand. Every time he walked in front of a god sculpture, he would use the corresponding simple ceremony to perform a ritual that was neither too fast nor too slow. He then flicked the spiritual light into the body of the statue, looking like he was feeding his pets or spreading bait to the fishes. This was his daily ritual. Usually he was alone, but today there was a bunch of tails behind him. A group of senior members of the Arcane Church, who were wearing priest robes and officer uniforms, followed behind him. High Priest, now that the World Tree has invaded, our high-level combatants are not enough. I hope you can help. Aren't you afraid that I'll die on the battlefield and drop the national treasure? Wernos said casually without looking back. Of course, we don't wish to take the risk. When the border wars occurred and secondary dimensions were invaded, we did not request you to take action. It's just that the situation is urgent this time, and we need you to use some of the incarnations to help, an officer said softly. This was a very normal request. In the past, Wernos would have agreed to it, but now he was different. I refuse. Wernos shook his head. Why? I'm only one step away from the Transcendent grade, and I can obtain the opportunity to advance at any time. I need to maintain my peak state at all times to prevent myself from missing the opportunity. As long as the enemies don't attack the Arcane Church's mother planet, don't look at me for anything else. I don't want to waste my energy elsewhere, Wernos said casually. But the other direct descendants are all fighting a bloody battle. Isn't your refusal a little... You don't understand. Whether or not I can advance to the Transcendent grade is more important than these battles. This is the independence granted to me by the Pope. I have the right to decide if I want to participate in the battle. Wernos waved his hand casually. Stop pestering me here. Go back. The group of people looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and left with dissatisfaction. Wernos did not care. His last advancement had failed, causing him to be heavily injured. However, there was also an unexpected benefit, which was that the Pope saw that he indeed had the possibility of advancing at any time, so he simply allowed him to decide when he wanted to join the battle. Therefore, over the past 10 years, Wernos did not participate in the war, nor did he attempt to advance rashly. He had been recuperating and reflecting on why he had failed. Wernos always felt that he was missing some key elements. It was not as if he had gained nothing after searching for so long. He had vaguely discovered the mysterious ability hidden in his body, but it had yet to be fully activated. It seemed to be able to sense something unknown, and his intuition told him that this feeling was very important for promotion. When I figure out what's going on, I should be able to step into the Transcendent grade. Maybe this is the secret of Black Star's promotion. I won't fail again this time. Wernos' eyes flashed. Somewhere in the endless nebulae, two fleets were engaged in an intense battle. One side was the World Tree invaders, and the other was the Black Star army. A large number of charge cabins latched onto the spaceships of the World Tree and sent out batches of army players to board the battleships. The World Tree battleships fell one after another from the inside. Many Calamity-grade players wore mechanical suits and swam around the battlefield. Due to the sudden change in the situation, the combat missions of the players had also changed. From guarding the borders, they had gone to different areas to stop the World Tree invaders. The mission format was much more varied. The border defense circle of the flickering world almost transformed into a teleportation station, and the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device operated continuously, sending batches of players to the various starfields. The new level cap was unlocked in version 5.5, and many players had just entered the Calamity grade. A Calamity grade that did not fear death naturally could not be underestimated. Furthermore, there was a large group of them. Although there were many Calamity grade supers on the World Tree side, they were not as expendable as the players. Everyone could revive, but the time interval between the revivals of the World Tree was longer, and the dead warriors appeared in the Mother Tree's body. They could not be revived on the spot like the players, and their effectiveness could not be compared at all. It was equivalent to the player's real strength being many times stronger than on the surface. One player was equal to many. There were immortals on both sides, and the battle was extremely intense. However, it was clear who was stronger, and the World Tree warriors were forced to retreat. This group of immortals is too terrifying. With so many Calamity grades as a suicide squad, only the main elites can fight them. We can't hold on at all. Inside this invading main ship of the World Tree, the commander was surprised. Ever since the World Tree obtained the intelligence of the 3 universal civilizations, this information had been shared in the mental network. From the Tree King to the grassroots soldiers, they all understood the super classification of the 3 universal civilizations, as well as the immortals and other strange existences. There seems to be a limit to the revival of these immortals. If we kill them multiple times in a short period, they won't be able to revive for some time, the aide-de-camp said. The commander murmured, I wonder what kind of existence this is. What kind of power did their revival come from? The aide-de-camp shrugged and said, maybe they have a World Tree too? Who knows? A few days later, somewhere in the World Tree territory, a wormhole slowly opened, and a mechanical body came out. It was Han Xiao's Lord's avatar. Han Xiao twisted his neck and activated the self-inspection device. The outer armor opened and closed like scales, revealing fine cracks. He felt the exquisite feeling of the mechanical body and let out a comfortable groan. Due to the energy base god of all machines, the Transcendent Grade Lord's descent had improved in perception aspect. With the Lord's descent of a beyond Grade A, there was still a barrier between his senses and the Lord's avatar body. Although he could control it like his arm, he could clearly tell that it was not his body. But at the Transcendent grade, the feeling of the Lord's avatar was almost the same as the main body. It was not like a mechanical avatar but more like a main body. The control was fine and smooth. If an example was to be given, a beyond Grade A's Lord's descent was like the remote control of a virtual reality. It was very real, but deep down he knew it was fake. The feeling of a Transcendent Grade's Lord's descent was like he had been reborn. This feels good. The avatar's power capacity has reached more than 94%. Not bad. Han Xiao clenched his fists. He could feel the rhythm of every alloy, every part, and every biochemical tendon in his body. He nodded with satisfaction, then looked up at the sky full of stars in the World Tree territory. More than 10 years ago, I was heavily injured by you guys and almost died in your base camp. Now is the time to settle the score. Chapter 1428, Unexpected Discovery. Chapter 1428, Unexpected Discovery. The mechanical army swarmed out like a black tide and gathered together, covering the Lord's avatar. It quickly combined and turned into a huge mechanical deity that spanned across the galaxy. Han Xiao controlled the gigantic supreme heavenly venerate and cruised through the galaxy of the World Tree territory, heading toward the dazzling starlight. Not long after, a planet wrapped in roots appeared in his sight, getting closer and closer. Without saying a word, Han Xiao raised his palm, and a strong psionic light appeared in his palm. The next moment, a thick beam of light shot out and penetrated the planet like a spear. A hole was left on the surface of the planet, and the internal structure of the planet was exposed through the hole. The crust, the mantle, and the core of the planet were clearly separated, like the layers of a cake. After a moment of stagnation, the planet suddenly collapsed inward toward the opening. Its crust shattered and turned into a molten stream. The mantle surged violently, and the brightness of the planet's core increased. Powerful light burst out from the center, and the next moment, the entire planet exploded, turning into an expanding ball of light. Han Zhao's body did not move at all, and his shield automatically blocked the strong shockwave of the planet's explosion. The electric arcs were not damaged at all, as though there were layers of energy hurricanes surrounding him. This time, he was here to cause trouble. He did not need to be as cautious as he had been more than 10 years ago. What he wanted was to create a huge commotion. The next moment, the information state alarm was triggered. Not long after, the entire World Tree civilization knew that Han Xiao had suddenly appeared and destroyed a planet. Han Xiao had not gone far when the space around him fluctuated. Group after group of World Tree fleets passed through the World Tree Express and headed toward the area of the explosion. Without hesitation, they opened fire on the planet-sized Supreme Celestial Body. A dense rain of light rained down on the Supreme Heavenly Venerate's shield. However, while the thunder was loud, the resulting rain was small. It could only create large sparks of energy, unable to break through the seemingly indestructible shield. Han Xiao raised his hand and clenched his fist. Energy gushed out and crushed the battleships. Although he was surrounded by the fleet, he seemed to be the one surrounding all the enemies instead. Very soon, more World Tree fleets arrived at the battlefield with the help of the World Tree Territory's Rapid Descent Channel. They all joined the battle, and more battleships surrounded Han Xiao. In the Tree King Palace on the other side, both the Ancestral Tree King and the Fortitude Tree King were paying attention to Han Xiao's actions through the mental network. Why did this guy suddenly come here? The Fortitude Tree King was shocked. Is he planning to attack our territory alone? Looks like it. The Ancestral Tree King narrowed his eyes. Should we stop him? When the Ancestral Tree King heard this, he shook his head firmly. There's no need. He's very difficult to deal with. Human wave tactics are very inefficient against him. We don't know how many troops we'll have to invest to stop him. We'll also have to send a portion of the invading troops back. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to divert our attention and obstruct our progress. Then what should we do? Just watch him wreak havoc in our territory. Since we can't stop him, we won't. Let the Mother Tree retract its territory and change its base. We'll leave this place to him. The Ancestral Tree King spoke without hesitation. There was another method, which was to use the Tree God's descent to fight a Transcendent grade. However, after the last battle, the Ancestral Tree King felt that the incomplete Tree God's descent would not be able to defeat Black Star. So he decided not to waste the time and simply abandoned the area. Due to the connection of the mind network and the unique parent tree mechanism, the World Tree civilization had a huge advantage, which was its astonishing executional ability. As soon as the Ancestral Tree King gave the order, the enormous World Tree territory immediately began to alter itself. In the starry sky, the roots of the World Tree could be seen moving slowly, as though they were uprooting themselves. The land that carried the World Tree was the universe of the territory. Usually, these roots were hidden, but now they appeared one after another. The planets turned into liquids and fused into the World Tree root. The World Tree root also retracted, and the space crack outside the planet disappeared. For a time, the countless stars dimmed until they disappeared. The originally prosperous and bright galaxy slowly turned into a desolate universe. As the World Tree retrieved the planets, the star field was quickly recovering its original appearance. It was desolate, cold, and dark. Not a single blade of grass grew here. Han Xiao, who was slaughtering the World Tree fleet, also noticed the abnormal changes in the universe space. This was also the first time he had seen the World Tree migrate its base. He gazed at the universe filled with tree roots, revealing their uprooted state. You're planning to move the moment you see me? How decisive! Han Xiao was surprised. Without the ability of the roots, the World Tree fleet could not be deployed. The World Tree fleet present received the order and immediately ended the siege. They took advantage of the last moment to quickly teleport out, planning to retreat. Han Xiao crushed another fleet. Suddenly, he activated the Tree God's character summon card. Swoosh! The next moment, space cracks suddenly appeared around the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Roots shot out and swept across the fleet, swallowing the battleships. The roots that he had summoned with his character summon card flowed with blue light, completely different from the green World Tree itself. How can he use the power of the World Tree? The Ancestral Tree King had been paying close attention the entire time, and he was stunned upon seeing this. Could Black Star be a member of the World Tree? Their kin? That's not right. How is this possible? At the same time, the mother tree's consciousness also reacted, and the ancestral tree king could sense the shock within. The world tree itself was also confused, wondering why a life form that was not controlled by it had the same power. Han Xiao was controlling the summoned roots to attack the fleet, and he was enjoying this novel feeling. Suddenly, he owned a bunch of tentacles, and he finally experienced the joy of being a tree king. Right at this moment, a wave of mental fluctuations suddenly transmitted over, bringing along the ancestral tree king's shocked voice. Black Star, how do you have the power of the world tree? Guess. Han Xiao raised his brows. He activated this character summon card on a whim, mainly to test if the root he summoned was connected to the world tree. After this attempt, he was certain that the roots of the character summon card belonged to him and would not be controlled by the world tree. Even if he devoured the matter, he could only disassemble it into energy to replenish his own, unlike the world tree, which preserved the information form and converted it. When the character summon card's effect ends, these temporarily summoned roots would automatically disperse, and the things he devoured during this period would vanish as well. However, in the eyes of outsiders, these blue roots used him as the source. Their strength was extremely similar to the world tree, but they were an independent entity. This made the ancestral tree king's imagination run wild. freewebnovel.com. At this moment, information about the revivers and immortals of the explored universe flashed through his mind. The ancestral tree king's eyes widened, and he felt that he had found the truth. I understand. There's actually another world tree in the universe, and it's on you. The information leaked by the Star Alliance included Han Zhao's life. The ancestral tree king had always been surprised by how short Han Zhao's rise had been. At this moment, he felt enlightened and found an explanation. The undying characteristics of those immortals were very similar to the members of the world tree. If those immortals were members of another world tree, it would make sense. Black Star had been pretending that he had nothing to do with them, but he was secretly making a fortune. He was the one behind this. 2 world trees? You really dare to fantasize? Han Xiao could not help but laugh at the ancestral tree king's imagination. Just as he was about to say something, many spatial tunnels suddenly opened up around him, and green roots of the world tree extended out, wrapping around Han Zhao's blue roots. They twisted together like snakes, slowly wriggling, squeezing, pulling, and sticking. Seeing this, Han Xiao paused, and his expression suddenly became strange. The scene, why does this look like a tongue kiss? It was a little painful for the eyes to see. The corner of Han Zhao's eyes twitched. He could even feel the emotions of the world tree from where the roots were intertwined. It was an extremely passionate and yearning thought that contained the desire to become one. The power of the world tree flowed along with the roots and into the blue roots. It was actively transferring its energy as if it could not wait to share the good stuff. The world tree was also moving the power contained in the blue roots out of it, as if it wanted to make a special body fluid exchange. Is he treating the root I called out as a spouse? Han Zhao's eyes widened in shock, his body frozen stiff. He had thought that when the original world tree saw him, the blue version, they would be hostile to each other and would fight to the death. He did not expect that not only would they not fight, but the world tree would take the initiative to communicate with him. It did not have any hostility and was very passionate. Could it be that? This was because the original world tree had always been a unique existence that was lonely? Now that it had finally found someone of the same species, its mating habits were ignited, and its thirst unbearable. Its instincts claimed the upper hand. The ancients did not lie to me. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain unless it's 1 male and 1 female. Han Zhao's interest was piqued. On the other side, the ancestral tree king was completely dumbfounded. As the tree king, he could feel the joy and excitement from the mother tree's consciousness. Even his gaze toward Han Xiao was affected. Han Xiao, who was supposed to be his enemy, suddenly became friendly in his eyes. F***ck, we were about to fight to the death. Why did Her Majesty surrender first? The ancestral tree king hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the influence of the mother tree's consciousness. What's going on? Han Xiao came back to his senses, chuckled, and said with a teasing tone, Didn't you say there were 2 world trees? I'm a male version, yours is a female. What do you think will happen? The ancestral tree king was furious. Bullsh *T. Why is it that when a female sees a male, the female loses all will to fight? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Whoa, I didn't expect you to be so opinionated. To think you're actually good at both fists and words. Black lines appeared on Han Xiao's forehead. He turned around to look at the blue and green roots that were entangling him. Suddenly, he chuckled. This is too proactive. By the way, your mother tree is amazing. Although the ancestral tree king did not understand Han Xiao's teasing, he knew that it was not a good thing. He felt a sense of sourness, and the green light on his body seemed to have become brighter. He deactivated the telepathic communication, suppressed his anger, and ordered the troops to evacuate quickly. Not long after, the World Tree finally returned to its base. The fleets that surrounded Han Xiao were either fleeing or dying, and the World Tree route, which was frantically looking for a mate, also reluctantly returned to the space channel. No matter how it teased, the blue route that Han Xiao had summoned with his character summon card did not respond. In reality, it was because the blue route was a temporarily generated rootless tree. It was akin to a castrated version of the World Tree. Since it was completely controlled by Han Xiao, it did not have any self-awareness, nor the ability to procreate. Not long after, the time for the Tree God character summon card ended. The blue roots shattered inch by inch, turning into light fragments that dissipated. Only the supreme heavenly venerate was left floating in the desolate universe. The World Tree had already abandoned its territory, and all the planets and individuals had returned to the Mother Tree. They had completely evacuated. It was as if they had been frightened by Han Xiao alone and did not even want their base anymore. They had moved overnight, and that was the truth. It was just 2 words, having face. Tisk, unknowingly. My deterrence is already so strong. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. If it was anyone else, they would most likely have run away because they would not want to lose face. A civilization as large as theirs would not be scared to the point of abandoning their homeland by him alone. At the very least, they would have to send enough troops to fight until they suffered heavy casualties and felt that they could not take it anymore. Only then would they have a reason to retreat. However, the World Tree did not care about such things and did not feel embarrassed at all. He had not even gone all out yet, and they had already retreated. Such enemies were the hardest to deal with. Although forcing the World Tree to move will give them some trouble, it won't solve the root of the problem. However, this trip was worth it. I seem to have discovered something interesting. Han Xiao smiled. He did not expect the Tree God's character summon card to have such a miraculous effect. Now that I've used it for an experiment, this character summon card has 3 more uses. It might be effective at the right time. Chapter 1429, Premeditated Assassination. Chapter 1429, Premeditated Assassination. The World Tree moved overnight, and the thought of causing a huge ruckus naturally fell through. Han Xiao left behind a group of mechanical troops in this star field that had once again become empty and lonely, then took back his lord's avatar. As long as the World Tree's mechanism was not disturbed, its base could be built anywhere in the universe. They had wiped out many civilizations over the years and had the coordinates of many areas. They could just find a place that they had turned into a desolate universe belt and migrate there. The migration process had a certain impact on their invasion at the front lines, which caused a slight gap in support. Han Xiao told the 3 universal civilizations about this. After learning that the World Tree had been frightened by Han Xiao alone, the 3 leaders were shocked and also ordered the Strategic Command Center to make adjustments. The flames of war raged across the entire explored universe, and a month passed very quickly. Under the Galactic Alliance Army's attack, the World Tree's first full-scale invasion finally stopped. Although the World Tree's aggressive arrival had caused quite a bit of panic in the Galactic Society, in terms of practical benefits, the World Tree's first wave of invasion did not cause too much damage. Most of the invading teams were intercepted by the Galactic Alliance Army. Although they had devoured some planets, this number was just a drop in the ocean for the entire explored universe. Furthermore, they were scattered everywhere and did not have much development potential. Although the three universal civilizations did not have a powerful home defense system like the Information Form Warning Network and the World Tree Express, the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device was just as amazing, allowing the Galactic Alliance Army to have extremely strong military mobility. As long as an invader appeared, they would be able to send reinforcements in an instant. If it were any other civilization, they would be extremely passive in the face of the World Tree's unpredictable harassment and invasion. This was the battle of attrition that the World Tree was good at, but the technologies of the three universal civilizations countered the usual tactics of the World Tree, preventing it from achieving the best results. Of course, although the first wave of the World Tree fleet was repelled, there were still quite a few World Tree fleets left in the Galactic Society, hiding in the dark. This was the weakness of the three universal civilizations. Without sufficient monitoring devices, although the reinforcements were fast, as long as the World Tree fleet hid and did not appear, it would be difficult for them to lock onto the enemy within their territory. After resolving the current emergency, the upper echelons of the Galactic Alliance Army invited the various officers and the Beyond Grade A Association upper echelons to hold a strategic meeting to analyze the current situation and discuss the subsequent actions. Although the traitor leaked the information and caused the World Tree to invade the entire realm, our current situation is not as bad as we thought. The vast territory and the rapid reinforcement speed are two of our greatest strengths in maintaining the situation. It has already shown a significant role in the war. Tenny pointed at the 3D star map on the table and summarized the current situation. The same star map model was floating in front of the participants, displaying the current strategic deployment. According to the statistics, most of the World Tree's targets are military facilities, resource planets, civilization's mother planets, and beyond Grade A race territories. From this, it can be seen that the World Tree's main strategy is to destroy our productivity and social stability. However, at present, the World Tree has only succeeded a few times. We have already secretly relocated the important facilities in the early years, and part of the information leaked by the traitor is outdated. Tenny spoke with confidence. The way the Star Alliance observers hid was too low profile, causing them to only be able to obtain general information from the internet. As such, the information was lagging. Thus, the Star Alliance observers naturally had no way of knowing some confidential information of the advanced civilizations. The most valuable information they leaked to the World Tree was the star map and spatial coordinates. Does this mean that the traitor's position isn't high? An officer asked. Not necessarily. Maybe it's just a disguise, another person retorted. Tenny interrupted the two of them, coughed, and said, Ahem, regarding the traitor, we have someone else to take care of them. We don't need to discuss this matter. Let's get back to the main topic. Our intercepting efficiency is quite good, and it's all thanks to the support of His Excellency Blackstar and the Beyond Grade A Association. Otherwise, the high-level combatants of the World Tree would have been able to wreak havoc for a long time. Hearing this, the officers turned around and nodded at the representatives of the Beyond Grade A Association. Han Xiao nodded and said, We wiped out quite a number of World Tree experts this time. They will need at least a year or two to make a comeback. His mechanical oracles had worked together with the Beyond Grade as of the Association, Direct Descendants, and Holy Accord, eliminating a large number of high-level combatants of the World Tree. They had sent at least 200 to 300 people back to be watered in the World Tree, so they would not be able to return anytime soon. A portion of the experts from the other races encountered Han Zhao's Lord's avatar and was hit by virtual purification restore. They exploded on the spot and turned into fireworks. Other than dying in a normal battle, some of the high-level combatants of the World Tree had been used by Han Xiao to test the effects of information form obliteration, or they had been sealed by the space-time amber and turned into his collection. There were about 30 of them, and the World Tree had lost these powerful individuals forever. Due to the division of the battlefront, some beyond grade as from the three universal civilizations also died. They were logged in the Soul Comfort Monument that the three universal civilizations had set up and had recorded a new number of deaths. Tenny then turned to look at Madison and said with a deep voice, This time, the mechanical race's territory was also the main focus of the invasion. We did not arrive in time. Luckily, His Excellency Mechanic Emperor defeated the enemy. We offer our apologies. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Madison waved his hand and said calmly. Everyone was surprised. Manason's force was one of those which showed an astonishing performance against the invasion. He had hidden an astonishingly large mechanical army in the mechanical race's territory and wiped out the World Tree invaders without the aid of the Galactic Alliance army. The military strength he displayed was shocking. Although Manason was no longer the authoritative figure of the mechanic class, the foundation that he had built over the years was not just for show. Among the beyond grade, as he still had a lot of weight. This time, an officer suddenly said thoughtfully, "Speaking of which, the Superstar Cluster Alliance had also sent out a lot of troops to provide support. Now that you mention it, I thought of something unusual. The World Tree's invasion seemed to have avoided the territory of the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and it was at most a small-scale harassment. That's why the Superstar Cluster was able to help. It is indeed a little strange." All the officers had strange looks on their faces. In their eyes, the World Tree did not treat the Superstar Cluster Alliance as an invasion target. It was a little strange, giving them the feeling that they were in cahoots with each other. The suspicion of them being the traitor was quite high. However, the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not just stand by and watch but took the initiative to send troops to support the Galactic Alliance army. This was a good action, which confused many of the upper echelons of the military, reducing their suspicion. The Superstar Cluster Alliance did this to fulfill its agreement with Xiao. If they had not taken the initiative to provide support, the three universal civilizations would have been even more suspicious of them. But now they were more confused than doubtful, and there were no signs of internal conflict for the time being. Listening to everyone's discussion, Xiao's expression remained the same. He had convinced the Superstar Cluster Alliance, barely suppressing the suspicion within. However, he did not intend to speak of his contribution. At this time, Commander-in-Chief Simon took over the conversation and pulled it to the main topic. Currently, there are two things that we need to pay attention to. The first is to clean up the dormant World Tree invaders. Their main force has been chased away, but there are still a small number of troops within the borders. This is a hidden danger, and it has put quite a bit of mental pressure on the Galactic Society. What do you guys think? The three universal civilizations had neutralized the first wave of invasion, but the aftereffects were severe. Because their line of defense was suddenly breached by the World Tree, the people were panicking, and chaos broke out everywhere. The three universal civilizations had no choice but to take out more energy to deal with the refugees. In this regard, the three universal civilizations were no different from normal civilizations. The World Tree was one of the few civilizations that did not have any internal conflicts. After some discussion, the result was only to strengthen the strict military control. Now was not the time to talk about freedom. Seeing this, Simon continued, "In addition, we have to figure out the World Tree's next move and make some preparations in advance. They did not invade the central galaxy this time, but they will take action sooner or later. They are in a race against time, so they won't be able to wait long." The upper echelons of the military began discussing this topic. Xiao and the others did not participate and listened quietly. After some discussion, the military finally came to a consensus. The meeting temporarily ended, and the participants passed down the order. Secondary Dimension World, World Tree Blessed Race Territory. The roots of the trees formed a spiral-shaped pagoda that stood in the middle of the ground. Surrounding the pagoda were buildings formed by huge trees that formed a tree city. Countless members of the blessed race lived there. Space cracks opened from time to time, and the battleships of the blessed race came and went. Two figures floated in the blue-green sky, looking down at the tree city below. One was the ancestral Tree King, and the other was a female figure in a gorgeous robe. Her skin was like tender leaves, glowing with jade-green light. Her long white hair was spread behind her back, and there was a complicated and mysterious mark on her forehead. She was one of the 13 ancestral spirits, Helene. "Your Excellency Tree King, why are you looking for me? I have a mission for you. Please speak." The secret Tree King is not coming back. His crown needs a new master, and we also need a new Tree King. Are you interested? Hearing this, Helene could not help but look at the ancestral Tree King with surprise in her eyes. "Am I qualified to become the Tree King?" "Of course, your magic strength has already reached the standard for this position. The Ancestral Tree King nodded. Helene narrowed her eyes. I am indeed interested, but there are more powerful mages than me. Why me? I only said that you are qualified, not chosen, the Ancestral Tree King said calmly. Under normal circumstances, the position of the Tree King will not be yours. What I mean is, if you want to become the Tree King, I can give you a chance. As long as you complete one objective, you will be able to inherit the crown of the secret Tree King. The magic left behind by generations of Tree Kings is stored in there, and I believe you will be interested. What do you want me to do? I know that your genes mutated in your early years, fusing with your own magic power, and you entered a rare warlock branch, forming some strange innate spells. You can use a very strange method to hide your existence, and you're very good at stealth and assassination. Now that the civilization is facing an unprecedented threat, we need your ability to assassinate the pivotal snake's infant protected by Black Star, the Ancestral Tree King said with a deep voice. Are you asking me to die? Helene frowned. The Ancestral Tree King shook his head and raised his palm. A black-green liquid substance suddenly seeped out from his palm and floated in midair. Following that, the phantom of a golden leaf appeared beside him, and the two objects circled his palm. These are two key items to carry out the mission. One is a lethal poison that the mother tree specially synthesized to restrain her natural enemy. As long as you give it to the pivotal snake, it can quickly deprive the other party of their life force. Be it through injection or poisoning the food, it will be effective. This golden leaf is a child treasure derived from the mother tree, called the leaf concealment robe. It can hide your tracks on all levels and enhance your stealth ability. Helene's expression changed, and she took the two items hesitantly. Seeing this, the Ancestral Tree King said indifferently, the growth of the pivotal snake is very fast, and the mother tree's perception of it is becoming clearer. Follow its guidance and you will be able to find its traces. As long as you can kill the pivotal snake, you will be the hero of the civilization. When you return, this tree crown will be yours. Helene played with the two items for a while and finally nodded. I can try. Chapter 1430, Harrison's Determination. Chapter 1430, Harrison's Determination. In a desolate universe built in the explored universe. The Lurkers of the Star Alliance were paying attention to the progress of the battle on the news and were somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation. The three universal civilizations managed to repel the World Tree's first wave of invasion, and also managed to stabilize the situation despite the sudden chaos. As expected of the three universal civilizations, they're not that easy to deal with. The World Tree's attacks are a little weak. No, I should say that the three universal civilizations' resistance is too strong. They had leaked the information because they wanted to see the World Tree invade and bring despair to the three universal civilizations. However, the current situation was far from their expectations. The good news is that although the progress of the World Tree devouring the territory is slow, it will eventually cause the three universal civilizations to fall into a hopeless situation with no chance of turning the tables. That's right. The resistance of the three universal civilizations will gradually weaken and die. I hope to see that day before my life ends. The members of the Star Alliance calmed down and gathered their confidence. In their eyes, this was a long-term war that might last for decades or even centuries. They decided to wait patiently. No matter how long it took, they had to witness the three universal civilizations' defeat. Under the harassment of the World Tree's full invasion, the lives of the galactic residents were extremely tough. Half a year passed in the flames of war. The World Tree had launched a large-scale invasion of the various star fields on more than one occasion, and the three universal civilizations had been resisting non-stop. Both sides had fought back and forth for more than half a year, and hundreds of thousands of battles of various sizes had erupted in the cold universe. The Strategic Command Center calculated the losses. The total area of the planets lost and swallowed by the World Tree was about 3.5 star systems. Compared to the star fields that had hundreds of star systems, this loss was not much. There were more than 10 star fields in the explored universe, and the planets that the World Tree had taken away were just a drop in the ocean. According to this trend, the World Tree theoretically needed hundreds or thousands of years to defeat the Galactic Alliance army and devour the entire explored universe. However, the three universal civilizations would not relax because of this. They would fight for every inch of land. The players followed the fleets to fight the invaders, and their experience quickly accumulated. The number of players who stepped into the Calamity grade increased. On the other hand, Carlet, Evans, and the other new Beyond grade as were also rushing around the battlefields. They did not usually have so many combat opportunities, so their strength was growing rapidly. Han Xiao was always guarding the shallow layer dimensions alone. In the past half a year, the World Tree-blessed races had invaded 17 times, big and small. They all either got killed or fled, unable to shake the secondary dimension defense line that he was guarding. Other than that, Han Xiao had been focused on cultivating the pivotal snake, trying to find a way to make it grow and mate with the secondary dimensions to produce an embryo. Originally, he did not have much hope. The pivotal snake infant was a baby after all. Reproduction was a pressure that it should not bear at its age. However, what Han Xiao did not expect was that this experiment actually succeeded. Not only did the pivotal snake infant stick it up, but it was also very strong. It eagerly destroyed 3 secondary dimensions that gave birth to ignorant consciousness, leaving behind 3 embryos. However, after studying the snake P*RNO that was specially recorded, Han Xiao also found the reason. Due to the pursuit of the world tree and the dangers of the secondary dimension environment, the life of the pivotal snake was extremely difficult. Therefore, mating as soon as possible and giving birth to offspring might be an instinct carved into their genes. Their reproductive ability was naturally mature, and they did not need to wait until they reached adulthood to give birth. With the 3 embryos, he had finally opened the door to the breeder job. Han Xiao had spent most of his time on this, making the stockman Realmless King bleed. However, he did not turn the pivotal snake infant into a virtual life form because of this. He planned to wait for the embryos to mature. After he had the 2nd and 3rd pivotal snake, he planned to try this. On this day, Han Xiao received news from Oathkeeper and Kasui. They planned to visit him together, so he invited them to visit the base. In the circular corridor of the observatory, 3 people walked slowly side by side, chatting. The dazzling aurora outside the window left mottled shadows on the 3 of them. Han Xiao smiled and said, "How do you have time to visit me today? How's the battle in the main universe?" The Galactic Alliance army has repelled another wave of the World Tree invasion. "We can take a break, so we came to see you." Kasui smiled. "What about him?" Han Xiao turned to Oathkeeper. "When did you guys get together? Are you even going to care about who I make friends with?" "Such a great superior," Oathkeeper said with his hands behind his back. "What are you talking about? I'm just afraid that you'll be led astray by Kasui. He's a veteran two-faced actor." Han Xiao snorted. "You have no right to say that about me." Kasui inwardly rolled his eyes. The 3 chatted for a while before getting down to business. "Speaking of which, some of the Beyond grade as have died in this battle. When do you plan to revive them?" Han Xiao shook his head. "Not at the moment. Although my authority is high, I will have to spend 2 to 3 months in the sanctum. If I don't stay here, it will be easy for accidents to happen. Protecting the pivotal snake is more important now, so I can't leave yet." Oathkeeper nodded and suddenly changed the topic. "When the war is over, I will leave the explored universe. I will leave the Holy Accord to you." Han Xiao was stunned. "What are you doing? What enmity do we have? Why are you suddenly sticking a flag in my face? You are making me panic." At this moment, Kasui smiled and said, "Me too. After this battle, I'll leave with him." "What? Are the 2 of you eloping?" Han Xiao had a strange expression. "This is what you came to talk to me about today? What are you doing? Why do you want to leave when everything is all right?" Kasui shrugged. "It's just a long journey. Although it's convenient to stay in the Galactic Society, this is just a corner of the world. The universe is so big. I want to take a look. So capable? The underworld is huge too. Do you want to take a look?" Han Xiao criticized inwardly. "You can go if you want to. It's not like I won't let you go. Or do you want to see if I will make you stay?" Oathkeeper said, "That's not the case. The unexplored universe is filled with unknown dangers. We came to inform you in advance. We hope that every time you enter the sanctum, you will use revive on us. If we are still alive, there will naturally be no effect. If we unfortunately die and no news is sent back, you will be able to revive us. That's it? So, you guys are going out to have fun, and you want me to back you up at home? Han Xiao said. That's about it. Kasui was not embarrassed at all. And see, Han Xiao was speechless. He waved his hand and said, all right, I'll remember this. But aren't you guys talking too early? The war is not over yet. Didn't you hear the analysis of the military strategy department? They predicted that this war would take another 200 to 500 years under normal circumstances. Kasui laughed. That's for the average person to see. How can we, the upper echelons, not know? As long as your pivotal snake matures, it will be time for us to officially counterattack. It won't take that long. That's hard to say. Han Xiao shook his head and said, the pivotal snake is similar to most creatures. It has 6 stages of growth, namely the embryo stage, infancy, childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and old age. Although the pivotal snake infant is growing quickly, it has only been less than a year since it broke out of its shell. At most, it is still in the infant stage and it is still too far from adulthood. No matter what, the pivotal snake won't take a few hundred years to reach adulthood. I estimate that it will take at most 10 to 30 years, Oathkeeper concluded. That isn't short. Han Xiao spread out his hands. Therefore, the expeditionary army still has to continue moving. We have to search for the World Tree's main body together. Now that we know each other's strengths, we don't have to worry about leaking information. The expeditionary army doesn't have to be as secretive as before. Kasui suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, is there someone called Harrison among your subordinates? You know him? Han Xiao was surprised. I went to reinforce a battlefield not too far away from planet Aquamarine's refuge planet, so after the battle, I went to Floating Dragon to take a look. Ames was not at home, and her manager, Jenny, received me. She knows about our relationship and wanted me to pass you a message. What is it? Han Xiao was curious. She said she's pregnant. Kasui's tone was playful. F***CK. Han Xiao was shocked. It's not mine. I've never mated with her. Don't talk nonsense. What are you thinking? Kasui raised his brows. She said the child's father is Harrison, not you. Why are you so agitated? Phew, that's good. Can you finish your sentence in one breath next time? Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If Ames misunderstood that he had something going on with her sister, things would get interesting. Kasui sized him up from head to toe and laughed. How can a Transcendent be afraid of a mere Ames? What do you mean scared? What do you know? No matter how strong you are, strength is not used to intimidate your family. This is called protecting the harmony of your family, Han Xiao said with disdain. Kasui did not comment and continued, anyway, Jenny told me to tell you that she hopes you can persuade Harrison to give up his position in the expeditionary army and not take the risk again. She doesn't want her child to lose his father the moment he's born. Hearing this, Han Xiao also stopped joking and told Philip to check on Harrison's current situation. He did not have the time to dig into his subordinate's privacy, and he only found out about this today. In the past, he only knew that the two of them had some ambiguous relationship, but he did not confirm their relationship. After some investigation, he realized that the two of them had only officially gotten together half a year ago. In the past decade or so, Harrison had been participating in the expedition in the secondary dimension and rarely contacted Jenny. He had originally thought that he would not be able to take care of her feelings, but Jenny did not know if it was because no one wanted her or because she was old and did not want to be alone anymore. Not only did she not have any complaints about this, but her feelings for Harrison also grew deeper instead. More than half a year ago, the Expeditionary Army outpost was breached by the World Tree-blessed race, and the Expeditionary Army suffered heavy losses. Harrison escaped with his life, and when the Expeditionary Army reassembled, he finally had the time to return to the main universe. He had escaped death, and Jenny was burning with passion. The two of them finally did it, and the long-distance relationship had come to fruition. They seemed to have made up their mind to reproduce, and they did not take any safety measures. A month ago, Harrison returned to the Expeditionary Army and left Jenny's side. Han Xiao looked at the file and said, "No one seems to have recruited him. He returned to the expedition army voluntarily. Because of the pivotal snake, Han Xiao did not continue to force Harrison to participate in the subsequent expedition. Now, he realized that it was Harrison's own doing. Why is this guy so proactive? Han Xiao was curious. Using the Realmless King as a transit station, he contacted Harrison, who had been branded. A few seconds later, the call connected. Your Excellency Black Star. Harrison's remote projection appeared and greeted Han Xiao respectfully. There's no need to be so polite. It's like this. Jenny is pregnant, and she told me to persuade you not to take the risk with the expeditionary army. Furthermore, you're not the only one in the army. How about it? Do you want to go back? Han Xiao went straight to the point. Harrison shook his head. I appreciate her kindness, but I won't go back. I noticed that you joined the expedition willingly. What were you thinking? Han Xiao asked. Harrison was silent for a moment before slowly saying, when I was on Floating Dragon Island, I came into contact with many refugees. Do you know their current state? They live in panic every day. Many of them can't take the pressure and choose to free themselves, while those who are alive fear the unknown tomorrow. No one knows if they will one day become the target of the World Tree invasion. New religions are popular, and countless people are looking for comfort. Everyone is praying for the war to end soon. You said that my luck is very good, and it's very suitable for me to find things. I don't know if it's true, but I hope you're right. I hope that this illusory luck will be of use and contribute to the end of the war as soon as possible. Han Xiao raised his brows and chuckled. Not bad, you've made me feel a little respect for you. However, you should know that we have a very high chance of winning now that the pivotal snake is in our hands. The expeditionary army is no longer the only way, and it might not be of any use. You're not the only one in the army, and your actions might just be a waste of effort and a risk to your life. Why not go back and accompany your unborn child? Harrison shook his head. I don't want to enjoy myself under your protection for these reasons. My colleagues are here and I don't want to run away. Please don't persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. All right, I won't persuade you then. Be careful. Han Xiao nodded. If possible, please tell Jenny that I love her. Little brother, do you know that the moment you say this, your death omen is flashing? Tell her yourself. Who do you think I am? Your mouthpiece. Han Xiao clicked his tongue and hung up before Harrison could reply. Little brother, don't thank me. I'm helping you pull out the flag to save your life. Kasuyi listened to the whole conversation from the side and sighed. You have a good officer. He wasn't like this in the past. He was at most a curious child. But now it seems like he's already an adult. Han Xiao paused and smiled. This person might be a little stupid, but the world needs some idiots like him. Maybe he can really give me a surprise. Chapter 1431, Rescue and Waiting for a Miracle. Chapter 1431, Rescue and Waiting for a Miracle. More than 10 refugee transport ships were speeding in the planetary space, and there was a World Tree fleet chasing after them. The atmosphere in the cabin of the carrier was tense. Many refugees were panicking, especially the ship that was the most heavily damaged, White Mountain. You could almost see the word, despair, written on the refugees' faces. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If this continues, we'll be caught. The captain of White Mountain was sweating profusely as he stared at the ship inspection report on the virtual screen. On the three-dimensional virtual model of White Mountain, the functional modules of the ship were all red, showing malfunction issues. The entire ship was on the verge of collapse, and 1/4 of the 28 propulsion engines were damaged. The power of the energy core had also decreased to 74%. Because some areas were frequently invaded by the World Tree and became dangerous areas, some of the refugee planets were no longer safe. The Galactic Alliance Army formed a transport team to migrate the refugees in these areas, and this small fleet carried this mission to transport some refugees. However, halfway through the journey, they happened to meet the World Tree fleet that was hiding in their territory. An encounter broke out and the smaller fleet was wiped out. Most of the transport ships were destroyed on the spot, and the remaining ships fled in panic, still being chased by the World Tree fleet. As for the White Mountain transport ship, it was the most damaged among all the existing starships. Its modules were malfunctioning, and its speed gradually decreased, slowing down the entire fleet. At most 10 minutes, the engine will shut down. There's a desolate planet with a serial number in front of us. Should we land? The vice commander's trembling voice sounded. The captain of White Mountain clenched his fists and hesitated. If they were forced to land, the people on the entire ship would have no way to escape. They could only let the guards on the ship hide on the planet with the refugees and wait for reinforcements. The suggestions of the other captains came through the communication channel. White Mountain, land. Your ship is no longer able to keep up with the speed of the main fleet. We can't slow down and wait for you. You will be alone sooner or later. Instead of being paralyzed in space, it's better to hide on the planet. At least there's a chance of survival. Leave the White Mountain behind and buy us some time to save more refugees. Some stood on the side of rational analysis, while others made blatant requests, trying to persuade the White Mountain to stay. I understand. The captain of White Mountain had a helpless look on his face. He understood that it would be better for them to stay behind and stall for time for the refugees on the other ships. Even so, he felt very guilty. In the report, this batch of refugees was just a cold number, but they were all alive at the moment. Using his own ship of refugees to help more refugees might be in line with the calculation of benefits, but he could not bear to do it logically. These refugees were not soldiers, and they had no intention of sacrificing themselves. Furthermore, he could not possibly make this decision after discussing it with the refugees, or it would most likely cause a mutiny. He could only silently lead them to stay behind to cover their retreat while others still had hope and believed in the captain. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Just as he was trapped in a dilemma, the desolate planet appeared in front of the transport fleet. The eyes of the many captains immediately lit up, and they saw a small armed fleet without a symbol docked on the surface of the planet. Only when they got close did the radar detect the presence of the other party. There's actually a fleet lying in ambush here? They don't look like they're from the World Tree. Are they our reinforcements? Forget it, no matter who they are, they're all part of the Galactic Society. Quick! Contact the other party and send a signal. All of a sudden, the captains were overjoyed. They thought that reinforcements had arrived and hurriedly sent out a request for help. On the other side, Pangan and the others, who were resting on this desolate planet, started discussing. This seems to be an escaping refugee fleet. The World Tree fleet is chasing after them. They're asking us for help. What should we do? Should we help? Don't help. The lives of the galactic residents under the 3 universal civilizations have nothing to do with us. Let's go. Don't involve ourselves in their affairs. Everyone quickly exchanged their opinions and reached a consensus. This group of Avengers was not on the side of the 3 universal civilizations. Even if the World Tree invaded completely, it would have nothing to do with them. It would be extremely benevolent of them not to add insult to injury. Pangan was silent for a while before speaking. In that case, reject all their contact requests and leave immediately. The captains of the transport fleet were looking forward to the reply of this unfamiliar armed fleet. But all their communication requests were useless. The next moment, their expressions changed. This unfamiliar armed fleet rose into the sky and ignored the distress signal, heading in another direction. It was obvious that they were heading away, meaning they did not want to provide support. They're gone. Not our reinforcements. Looks like I can't count on this group. The many captains' hopes were dashed. Seeing that there was no turning point, the captain of White Mountain gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Attention all units. Separate the ship's cargo hold, load all the crew, and carry out orbital suppression. Set up the process of turning back to face the attack. Cover the departure of the brothers. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned solemn. They knew that the White Mountain had chosen to sacrifice. Although they hoped that would be the case, they were not too happy when it actually happened. Very soon, the group split up. The majority of the troops continued to flee into the distance, while White Mountain slowed down and left the troops. It turned around and flew toward the desolate planet. It looked like a lone stream of light in a sea of shooting stars. In outer space, White Mountain quickly completed its transformation. The thick armor shell was no longer locked onto each other, and mechanical parts started moving one after another. The entire carrier arched like a shrimp, and the cabin on its abdomen separated, turning into an iron-gray escape ship. Its body shrunk a lot, and it had practically no armaments as it descended toward the planet. As for the spaceships that remained in place, they were like a hollow armor shell that operated on its own. The cannons on the spaceships fired fiercely toward the back, trying to stop the World Tree Fleet that was gradually approaching. Bang! The escape ship landed heavily on the planet's surface, creating a crater. All the hatches opened simultaneously, and the refugees who had been forced to change their life support equipment rushed out of the cabin. They looked up at the sky with despair and panic in their eyes. The World Tree Fleet had already arrived in outer space, and a round of fire destroyed the armor shell that they had left in outer space. It slowly descended and expanded before everyone's eyes like a shadow. Why did you stop? Why are you landing here? You've caused us to be surrounded. The refugees were in an uproar. They glared at the guards beside them with hatred and anger. Without their knowledge, the captain had ordered the spaceship to land, turning their chance of escape into zero. Everyone listen up. Split up with the ship's warriors. The captain of the White Mountain did not explain. Now was not the time to say more. He could only give the order with a stern face. He knew that everyone's chances of survival were close to zero after being forced to surrender, but he still wanted to make a final effort and hide with the refugees. However, the next moment, when he saw the actions of the World Tree battleships clearly, he finally fell into despair. He saw that the cannons of the World Tree Fleet were aimed at the planet's surface. They were planning to save time and cleanse the planet. I'm dead for sure. However, letting the World Tree Fleet shoot here for a few rounds would delay them. I fulfilled my mission. The captain of the White Mountain clenched his fists tightly. His expression changed rapidly. He was both unwilling yet relieved. However, just as the people raised their heads and looked at the planetary obliteration cannon that destroyed them with fear, a bright light suddenly shot from another direction in the starry sky and penetrated several World Tree battleships, blowing them up like fireworks. Everyone looked over in shock, only to see a shooting star covered in thick flames rapidly approaching. Powerful pugilist flames shot out like heavy cannons, bombarding the World Tree Fleet one after another, blowing the battleships into pieces. Behind Pangan was the armed fleet that had just left. In the blink of an eye, they had destroyed the World Tree Fleet. The battle did not last long. Under the watchful eyes of the crew of the White Mountain, Pangan led the Avengers fleet and quickly wiped out all the enemy spaceships in the sky. The huge World Tree Fleet was only left with wreckage and parts floating in outer space. This wave of escape from death made many refugees unable to control their emotions, and the crowd cheered wildly. The captain of the White Mountain seemed to have woken up from a dream. He hurriedly asked someone to contact this armed fleet to express his gratitude. However, the other party did not reply to him even after they had finished fighting the World Tree Fleet. It was as if they had only done him a small favor and did not even bother to clean up the battlefield. These obviously are not the people of the Galactic Alliance army. What kind of army is this? The captain of White Mountain looked at the departing Avengers and mumbled to himself. At this time, Pangan returned to the main ship. His other comrades surrounded him with strange expressions. You're really something. You promised not to get involved in the war, but you suddenly made us turn around and fight. If we are targeted by the World Tree because of this battle, it will be troublesome. It will not be beneficial for us to accumulate our strength. Whose side are you on? The attitude of the few of them was as though they were interrogating him. Pangan did not mind and waved his hand expressionlessly. I've changed my mind. Although we won't take the initiative to participate in the war, if we encounter something like this again in the future, we'll save them if we can. Our target of revenge is the regime of the 3 universal civilizations, and the ordinary galactic residents have no grudges with us. This is exposing our existence, one of his comrades said with dissatisfaction. To Black Star, our existence is not a secret to begin with. If we cause any adverse effects to the war, he can tell the 3 universal civilizations about us at any time. After all, we have never been on the same side. Pangan paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, more than half of the Galactic Society has guessed that the World Tree's full invasion is because a traitor leaked the information. Do you think Black Star won't suspect us? Everyone was stunned. In his eyes, we have sufficient motive to do so. If we don't express our goodwill and let Black Star think that we did it, even if we don't participate in the war, we can't stay out of it, Pangan explained. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other, slightly shaken. You're clearly just a pugilist, but why do we feel that what you say makes sense every time you trick us? In a certain place in the secondary dimension, a spatial rift opened, and Helene flew out from within. Under the enhancement of her special talent spell and the leaf cloak, her current state was almost outside the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. She could not be observed normally. The whereabouts of the pivotal snake are mysterious. The mother tree only has a rough direction and range, and there's no clear location. What should I do? Helene was troubled. After accepting the mission of the Ancestral Tree King, she had been searching for information about the appearance of the pivotal snake for the past half a year, but she had never found an opportunity to assassinate it. Furthermore, it seemed like Black Star had always been by the side of the pivotal snake. To her, that was the most dangerous place in the universe. She held onto the principle of not taking risks if she could and never dared to go near it. After thinking about it, the only feasible method that Helene could think of was to add a snake-killing agent made by the mother tree to some secondary dimensions where the pivotal snake often appeared. Then they would wait patiently. If the hub serpent ate one of the secondary dimensions, it would be poisoned. Although this method was very random, she did not have a better idea for the time being. After all, she could not control the source of food for the pivotal snake, so she could only spread her net and try her luck. The only advantage of this method was that it was safer, and she did not have to take the risk of being exposed to get close to Black Star, giving her a lot of opportunities to test her luck. Helene raised her hand, and a dark green liquid appeared. It was the snake-killing agent that the Ancestral Tree King had given her. With a flick of her finger, a small drop of dark green liquid separated and fused into the ground of this secondary dimension. I hope this method works, Helene muttered to herself, not knowing how to proceed. Chapter 1432, Reverse Halo. Chapter 1432, Reverse Halo. An expedition fleet cruised through the secondary dimensions, passing through space cracks. The strange scenery outside the window flashed past Harrison's eyes one after another. He focused on the star map, and the coordinates of the secondary dimensions lit up one after another, drawing the trajectory of the fleet. Behind him, the other crew members did their jobs. The aide-de-camp stood at the side, pointed at the star map, and said softly, "Following this route, we will cut into the area controlled by the World Tree. Although His Excellency Black Star killed the World Tree's blessed race and caused a gap in their internal defenses, it is still very dangerous for us to go deeper. I know, but only by going deep into the enemy's territory will we be able to find the World Tree's main body. Without risking our lives, how can we possibly find anything?" Harrison replied without hesitation. The aide-de-camp pursed his lips and could not help but say, "Sir, why are you working so hard? With your relationship with His Excellency Black Star. All right, don't say such things anymore. You don't have to persuade me." Harrison did not even look up. The aide-de-camp smiled bitterly. "Do you think I care about you? The main thing is that if you shrink back, we can use your relationship to go back and rest." The aide-de-camp said with resignation, "I think we'll give free kills. If you have the time to worry, you might as well pray that we're safe and sound," Harrison replied casually. "If praying is useful, what's the point of having an army?" The aide-de-camp muttered softly. Harrison glanced at him and was about to say something when he suddenly frowned and looked out of the window. "So, something's wrong. What's wrong?" The aide-de-camp was curious. "I feel uneasy," Harrison whispered. "Quick! Weapon charge! Prepare for battle!" The aide-de-camp and the rest of the crew panicked. They immediately yelled and ordered the fleet to enter combat mode. They had no choice but to take it seriously. Last time, when Harrison was feeling uneasy, the Expeditionary Army outpost was gone. In their eyes, Harrison was a jinx. If he had any headache or fever, it meant that they were going to suffer together. Harrison looked at the radar screen vigilantly, but there was no abnormal reaction. The uneasiness in his heart gradually disappeared, and his brows relaxed. Could it be an illusion? Harrison was a little confused, but he shook his head. Since he did not discover anything, he was not sure if his senses had gone wrong. "Sir, don't scare us." Hearing this, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief, their faces filled with helplessness. They thought it was his bad taste. The expedition fleet quickly disappeared along the space crack. After they left, a translucent figure appeared in this secondary dimension. It was Helene, the exploration team of the 3 universal civilizations. Helene looked in the direction where the fleet disappeared. Her expression changed a few times, but she did not attack in the end. During this time, she had been searching for suitable secondary dimensions to add the snake-killing agent. Occasionally, she would meet the troops of the 3 universal civilizations. As the World Tree currently did not need to steal intelligence, she did not make a move. After all, there were other World Tree-blessed races to deal with these people, and she did not want to alert them and expose herself. Her mission was more important. However, the expeditionary army was also useful to her. According to the routes of some fleets, together with the Mother Tree's reaction to the pivotal snake, Helene had screened out areas that might be frequented by the pivotal snake during this period, as well as some secondary dimensions that might be chosen by the pivotal snake as food. All of them were injected with the snake-killing agents. This time was no exception. Helene silently activated her space magic, found the traces of Harrison's fleet, and flew toward their direction. Very soon, she arrived at a strange, rocky secondary dimension. The violent radiation dust storm turned into tornadoes, and there was no sign of life in the entire dimension. "This place isn't bad." Helene nodded. As far as she knew, this type of secondary dimension that did not give birth to life but had different substances was the favorite food for the pivotal snake. The pure energy-type secondary dimension was not liked by it. Maybe it was because of the texture. After all, those with substances were very crispy. She popped out the snake-killing agent and watched it integrate into the secondary dimension. Only then did she use a teleportation spell to leave and find her next target. Half a month later, the Realmless King led the pivotal snake through the secondary dimension world. The dense mechanical army protected them like a black cloud. As they passed by the secondary dimensions, everyone would stop for a while to observe the reaction of the pivotal snake. If the pivotal snake did not start eating, they would continue to go to the next place. Although all secondary dimensions were food, the pivotal snake would not stuff all of them into its mouth. After all, its appetite was limited, and it needed time to digest after eating. As long as it was not extremely hungry, the pivotal snake would only start to eat when it met a secondary dimension that suited its taste. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but it was difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. It did not need to find its own food, so its taste was getting more and more picky. After a while, they arrived at a strange, rocky secondary dimension. The pivotal snake immediately started twisting and turning. It took a fancy to this food, and without caring about the others, it started to feast on it. The white fog on its body spread out, and everywhere it passed, the matter was ground and swallowed. Seeing this, the Realmless King and the mechanical army retreated to the side and did not disturb the pivotal snake's meal. Seeing that the pivotal snake was eating happily, the Realmless King sighed in his heart. "It's getting more and more troublesome." The Realmless King yielded to Han Zhao's tyrannical power and unwillingly became the stockman of the pivotal snake. Even though his lifespan was almost infinite, he felt like his life had given him a heavy blow when he thought about the fact that he would still have to rear the pivotal snake for decades. His B*LLS hurt so bad. Although he did not have this part. The most terrifying thing was that Black Star still had 3 embryos. When all of them were hatched, wouldn't it be 4 times the happiness for this stockman? Furthermore, Black Star would definitely force them to give birth to little snakes. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. There would be unlimited offspring. Damn it! When will these days end? The Realmless King felt as if he could see his own bitter future, and he shuddered. Just as he was feeling sad for his fate, the pivotal snake that was eating suddenly stopped and twisted violently, collapsing mountains one after another. It looked in extreme pain, as if someone had suddenly stuffed a spoon of mustard into its mouth while eating. "What's going on?" The Realmless King was shocked, and he hurriedly came forward to control the pivotal snake. The mechanical troops also quickly surrounded it. However, the pivotal snake that was restrained by everyone was still struggling with all its might, like a lively fish being pressed onto a chopping board. Psionic Prime quickly scanned the vital signs of the pivotal snake and said coldly, "Something's not right. The life force of the pivotal snake is rapidly withering, and some unknown compound has already spread in its body. It seems to be a genetic toxin specifically targeted at it, and it has already caused irreversible damage. The damage is still increasing, so it should have been plotted against. There are enemies nearby?" The Realmless King was shocked. He immediately released all his senses, but he did not discover anything. "Our radar can't find him either. I've already summoned the Lord. He'll be here soon." The moment Psionic Prime finished speaking, a light appeared beside him. It was Han Xiao. "What's going on?" Han Xiao immediately noticed the abnormal situation of the pivotal snake. His expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, he poked the pivotal snake. The combat information immediately popped up on the interface. This time, Psionic Prime and the other mechanical oracles walked up to him and said with guilt, "We are sorry. We fell into the enemy's trap unknowingly. This is our negligence. Please punish us." "All right, take your leave." Han Xiao did not have the time to care about them. He waved his hands and looked at the interface. At this time, in the status bar of the pivotal snake, there was a negative status of heavy poisoning. It was introduced as the genetic toxin specially concocted by the World Tree, and it was only targeted at the pivotal snake race. Once it entered the body, it would cause the gene sequence to shatter. It was completely irreversible, causing the pivotal snake's health to decrease at a rate of 1.5% per second, and its maximum health decreased at a rate of 0.5% per second. He released his senses and scanned the area, but he did not sense the presence of any outsiders. He asked about the situation just now and roughly guessed how the pivotal snake was affected. Damn, they tampered with the meal and happened to pick the correct target. What kind of luck was this? Han Zhao's eyes twitched. With so many secondary dimensions and the random selection of food by the pivotal snake, it just had to hit the jackpot. What kind of probability was this? Could it be that so many mascots could not slightly dilute my heavenly execution-grade luck? Han Xiao thought to himself. Seeing how much health the pivotal snake had lost, he took out a tube of Aurora potion and injected it into the pivotal snake's body. The effect was immediate, and its health immediately recovered. However, the effect of being poisoned did not weaken. It still hung on its stats window. Although its health bar was full, the upper limit was still falling. Seeing this, Han Xiao injected a few more shots of Aurora potion into the pivotal snake. The HP regeneration was the same, but it could not get rid of the poison status. This poison is quite powerful. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. If he was given some time, he would be able to try and crack it. However, with the speed of losing HP in this poison state, it only needed 200 seconds to clear the upper limit of the pivotal snake's health. This amount of time was not enough. Alright, let's experiment with my previous idea. Han Xiao activated Life Transformation Virtual on the suffering pivotal snake. Now that he had 3 embryos in his hands with the cost of trial and error, he originally wanted to experiment on the newborn baby. He did not expect this pivotal snake to have an accident, so he might as well try this idea on it. Streams of data flashed across the body of the pivotal snake, and it slowly began to turn incorporeal. His pain also began to decrease rapidly. The World Tree's toxin targeted the biological genes. At this moment, the life form of the pivotal snake began to change, and it gradually became immune to the toxin effect. During this process, because the body of the pivotal snake was turning incorporeal, the toxins in its body automatically came out and condensed into a drop of black-green liquid that floated in midair. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Han Xiao raised his hand to collect this drop of poison. He narrowed his eyes and activated Bold Explorer, without hesitation. Although I'm not afraid of such methods, since you dared to send people here to do something, I can't let you escape so easily. Chapter 1433, Going for Wool and Coming Home Shorn. Chapter 1433, Going for Wool and Coming Home Shorn. At the same time, Somewhere in the secondary dimension world, Helene was wandering around, choosing a new target. Very soon, she arrived in a blue liquid world. She popped out the snake-killing agent and watched it dissolve in the liquid. As she worked, her thoughts drifted away. I wonder if the poison I planted earlier worked, Helene murmured. She could only plant the poison everywhere, but she did not dare go back to check. If the pivotal snake was infected, Black Star would definitely be waiting nearby. If she went over, there might be some risk. The only way to determine if the plan was successful was to determine the status of the pivotal snake based on the mother tree's reaction. If the mother tree's reaction to the pivotal snake weakened or disappeared, it would mean that the pivotal snake was dead. In that case, she would not have to check which trap the pivotal snake had fallen into. Therefore, Helene felt that she was still in a safe situation. All she needed to do was to set up the traps. As long as the mother tree gave her feedback, she would be able to retreat. After adding the snake-killing agent to the blue secondary dimension in front of her, Helene was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, the voice of the ancestral tree king suddenly came from the mental network, bringing good news. The mother tree's connection to the pivot snake is rapidly weakening. Your method should have succeeded. It really succeeded? So fast, the chances are so low. I thought it would take at least a few years for the pivotal snake to choose the secondary dimension that I tampered with. Helene's eyes lit up with joy. She had thought that she might need to spend 2 to 3 years planting snake-killing agents in enough secondary dimensions so that the pivotal snake would have a higher chance of falling for it. However, the plan had only started half a year ago. There were not many secondary dimensions that were injected with the poison, but the pivotal snake had chosen one so quickly. What kind of probability was this? What kind of luck was this? In less than a year, she had successfully resolved the biggest threat to the world tree. It was a pleasant surprise. The ancestral tree king was also in a good mood. He had planned to let Helene carry out this mission for a long time, and had not expected it to work so quickly. Don't ask why, but if you had to ask, it was God's will. This was definitely the blessing of the goddess of luck. Come back. When the mother tree confirms that the pivotal snake is dead, the position of the tree king will be yours. All right, I'll go back now. Suppressing her excitement, Helene was about to open the transportation door and return. However, just as she was about to return with excitement, the ancestral tree king suddenly interrupted her. Wait a minute. The mother tree's reaction has changed. What now? The mother tree's connection with the pivot snake has stopped declining, and it's becoming stronger instead. Strange, this is too abnormal. What happened? The ancestral tree king's tone became heavy. The stronger the world tree's reaction to the pivotal snake, it signified the more mature the pivotal snake would be. Right now, it was only a rough perception range, and they could only accurately determine each other's location when it reached adulthood. Just a moment ago, after the signal of the pivotal snake weakened for a while, it suddenly rose in reverse and quickly exceeded its previous limit, still rising. Helene paused in shock. Why is this happening? You didn't do anything unnecessary, did you? The intensity of the sense was still increasing. The ancestral tree king felt that something was wrong, and his tone was filled with doubt. Absolutely not. I've always been focused on setting traps. Even when I coincidentally met the 3 universal civilizations' fleets, I never took action. Helene was so anxious that she almost swore an oath and shared the relevant memories on the mental network. The ancestral tree king quickly scanned through her experiences over the past half a year, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. With a grave expression, he said, "There's only one explanation. Black Star used some method to save the pivotal snake, and he even sped up its growth." Before he finished his sentence, the mother tree's consciousness suddenly became agitated, as if it was feeling intense panic. However, the sensitivity of the pivotal snake seemed to have broken through some kind of restriction. A large area of its detection range suddenly disappeared, turning into a precise coordinate in the blink of an eye. The ancestral tree king's eyes widened in shock, and his mind went blank. The connection between the world tree and the pivotal snake was two-way. When the world tree could accurately locate the pivotal snake, it meant that the pivotal snake had entered adulthood and could locate the precise coordinates of the world tree. This meant that, The mother tree's location had been exposed. If he had not confirmed that the mother tree would not lie to him, he would have suspected that the poison that the mother tree had concocted was actually the catalyst for the maturation of the pivotal snake. The ancestral tree king was confused. I sent people to assassinate the pivotal snake. Even if she failed, they would only lose one high-level combatant. Why did it cause the pivotal snake to mature? Not only did we not solve this threat, we even shortened the time it took for this hidden danger to erupt. We originally had a few decades to deal with it, but now this little bit of buffer time is gone. We are now facing imminent danger without any mental preparations. What should I do? How could this be? Helene was stunned as well. Before the two of them could recover from their shock, a space crack suddenly opened in this secondary dimension. Han Xiao stepped into the void and slowly walked out. Han Xiao looked around and quickly locked onto a seemingly empty area. It was actually where Helene was hiding. Do you want to come out yourself? Or do you want me to invite you? Helene was shocked. The series of unforeseen events had already thrown her into chaos. She did not expect Black Star to find her so quickly, and with just a glance, he had already seen through the stealth effect of the leaf concealment robe and locked onto her location. Stop hiding. You can't escape from my senses. Han Xiao did not wait. Beams of mechanical particles flowed along his arm and turned into a circular device, releasing an invisible force field toward Helene. In the empty space, Helene's figure suddenly appeared and rippled. Seeing that her position was exposed, Helene was shocked and hurriedly opened the transportation door to retreat. However, at this moment, Han Xiao raised his hand and grabbed it. A mechanical disc rose from the back of his head like a crown of light, freezing the space and shattering her teleportation spell. Following this, a bunch of mechanical oracles surged out from the mechanical force and surrounded Helene, but they did not attack immediately. Crap! Helene felt despair in her heart. The difference in strength was too great. She could not fight a Transcendent alone. She clenched her teeth and made up her mind to fight to the death. However, at this moment, the shocked voice of the ancestral tree king suddenly sounded in her mind. Wait a minute. Why is the mother tree's coordinates of the pivot snake on Black Star? Helene was stunned. She took a look and was shocked. The mother tree had locked onto the pivotal snake coordinates, and it was Black Star. What was going on? This time, Han Xiao did not make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Helene with interest and said, Your idea of ambushing the pivotal snake was quite good, but it's useless. I know that you have the mental network to contact each other regardless of distance. Help me send a message to the ancestral tree king. I already know the location of your world tree's main body. You've already lost this battle. What did you do? Helene could not help but ask. Are you referring to how I got rid of the genetic toxin you guys released? Han Xiao smiled. He raised his hand, and a translucent snake appeared in his palm. It was the pivotal snake that had been transformed into a virtual life form. The pivotal snake had transformed into a virtual life form, and Han Xiao had instilled a large amount of data into it, nurturing it through artificial intelligence. The result made him overjoyed. His previous idea was correct. The pivotal snake in the virtual life form had escaped the limit of normal growth, and it could mature quickly this way. The connection between the pivotal snake and the world tree in the information form did not disappear because of the pivotal snake's life form change. Both parties still had a two-way connection. From Bold Explorer, Han Xiao saw the world tree's assassination plan. He originally thought that he was unlucky, but after seeing the short interaction between Helene and Harrison, he was a little uncertain and had a bold guess. Maybe it was the effect of Harrison's halo that made Helene choose the food of the pivotal snake, which indirectly led to the pivotal snake turning into a virtual life form, maturing in advance and sensing the coordinates of the world tree. Although it did not sound probable, Han Xiao felt that anything was possible to a protagonist-type character. Because the virtual life form was controlled by Han Xiao, he simply stored the pivotal snake in the godly stronghold and turned it into a tool. This way, even if the world tree could lock onto the pivotal snake in reverse, the coordinates would only be his location. There was no way to avoid him no matter what they did. Seeing this through the mental network, the ancestral tree king's face turned ashen. He immediately understood the current situation. I'm afraid we no longer have the chance to remove the threat of the pivotal snake. At this time, Xiao narrowed his eyes and said to Helene, although you're here to assassinate the pivotal snake, you did me a favor. You could be considered a hero of the 3 universal civilizations. I'll make an exception and give you a chance to live. What are you going to do? I will seal you up. Maybe after we get rid of the world tree you would still have a chance to survive. You have nowhere to run now, so you might as well accept the seal. Don't make me waste my energy. Xiao raised his brows. Helene sounded hesitant as if she was conflicted. However, the next moment, she suddenly jumped up and retreated. A series of instantaneous spells were thrown out, creating a path in the mechanical army. However, before she could do anything, the mechanical oracles around her attacked together and suppressed Helene instantly. Xiao moved closer to Helene and grabbed her neck with one hand. Looks like you won't give up until you see your coffin. Xiao narrowed his eyes and put strength in his hand to crush her protective spell, and threw her toward the mechanical oracles. An intense battle immediately broke out, but there was no suspense in the battle. The one-sided battle did not last long. Helene, who was at the end of her rope, was crushed by the group of mechanical oracles until she was almost paralyzed. Seeing this, Xiao floated in front of her, pressed down on her head, and activated his ability. Not long after, the space-time amber took form, and Helene's sorrowful and humiliated expression froze. Congratulations to the Lord for catching the culprit. Nothing in this world can hide from your eyes, Psionic Prime said. Alright, you're not suitable for flattery. Go back. Xiao waved his hands and felt relieved. If not for the World Trees plot, he would not have been able to make up his mind to experiment on the pivotal snake so quickly. The World Tree was just throwing stones at its own feet. Since the coordinates are already in my hands, I'll call Harrison back. Speaking of which, I think I've taken advantage of his halo. Xiao thought about it and called the Realmless King to act as a transit station to contact Harrison. Before long, Harrison's remote projection appeared. Your Excellency Black Star, what can I do for you? Don't participate in the expedition. Come back. Harrison was a little surprised. Huh? Didn't we talk about this before? I remember you promised not to persuade me. I've decided to contribute to the Galactic Society. Before he could finish, Xiao interrupted him and smiled. Things are different now. The situation has changed. I have already grasped the exact coordinates of the World Tree's main body and no longer need the expeditionary army. You don't have to take the unnecessary risk. Harrison was stunned. Your Excellency Black Star, are you trying to trick me into going back? How long has it been? Xiao smiled and said, it's all thanks to your luck this time. If not for you, I might not have been able to determine the location of the World Tree so quickly. Strictly speaking, part of the credit belongs to you. You've already made a huge contribution to ending this war, so you can leave now. It's decided. I'll teleport over later and bring you back. With that, he hung up. On the other side, Harrison scratched his head in confusion. No, what did I do? How did I make such a huge contribution? Why don't I know about it? Chapter 1434, The Horn of Counterattack. Chapter 1434, The Horn of Counterattack. Secondary Dimension World, World Tree Civilization Control Area, Tree King Palace. The moment his mental connection with Helene was cut off, and the ancestral Tree King knew that she had been sealed by Black Star. He closed his eyes silently with a gloomy expression. What should we do? The Fortitude Tree King looked over and asked with a complicated tone. The ancestral Tree King pressed his brows as his expression changed. There was frustration, disappointment, and regret. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes again and spoke with a helpless and weak expression. Retract all the troops outside and return to the secondary dimensional zone. All troops are to protect the Mother Tree. Are we giving up on the invasion? Now is not the time to consider how to invade the enemy. It's time to guard against the enemy's counterattack. The ancestral Tree King's expression was grave, and a hint of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. The coordinates of the Mother Tree's main body had been exposed. If it had been an ordinary opponent, the World Tree Civilization would not have been so flustered. They could have sealed the dimension and deployed a large number of troops to guard it. Even if the enemy wanted to attack the Mother Tree's main body, they would have to cross countless lines of defense. However, the three universal civilizations happened to be able to counter this tactic. The multidimensional sky-opening transportation device could ignore any space blockade and pass through any defensive line. Once the coordinates of the Mother Tree were exposed, it would give the three universal civilizations a chance to raid their home. The ancestral Tree King did not dare take the risk and had no choice but to withdraw all his troops to protect the Mother Tree's main body. The attack and defense had already changed, and now it was his turn to worry about the three universal civilizations' invasion. In the eyes of the ancestral Tree King, this method was like quenching his thirst with poison, even if he could defeat the armies of disappointment and regret. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes again and spoke with a helpless and weak expression. Retract all the troops outside and return to the secondary dimensional zone. All troops are to protect the Mother Tree. Are we giving up on the invasion? Now is not the time to consider how to invade the enemy. It's time to guard against the enemy's counterattack. The ancestral Tree King's expression was grave, and a hint of unwillingness flashed through his eyes. The coordinates of the Mother Tree's main body had been exposed. If it had been an ordinary opponent, the World Tree civilization would not have been so flustered. They could have sealed the dimension and deployed a large number of troops to guard it. Even if the enemy wanted to attack the Mother Tree's main body, they would have to cross countless lines of defense. However, the three universal civilizations happened to be able to counter this tactic. The multidimensional sky-opening transportation device could ignore any space blockade and pass through any defensive line. Once the coordinates of the Mother Tree were exposed, it would give the three universal civilizations a chance to raid their home. The ancestral Tree King did not dare take the risk and had no choice but to withdraw all his troops to protect the Mother Tree's main body. The attack and defense had already changed, and now it was his turn to worry about the three universal civilizations' invasion. In the eyes of the ancestral Tree King, this method was like quenching his thirst with poison. Even if he could defeat the armies of the three universal civilizations time and time again, the pivotal snake was completely controlled by Black Star and could locate the Mother Tree's body at any time. It was equivalent to the World Tree never having a day of peace. The ancestral Tree King could not think of a way to turn the tables. The civilization had been growing for so long, and he did not know how long it had been since they fell into such a desperate situation. After hunting so many civilizations, they had finally met a tough opponent. Is there really no other way? The Fortitude Tree King asked softly. Yes, and it's very simple. As long as we kill Black Star, everything will be solved. The ancestral Tree King was expressionless. If I could kill him, I would have done so long ago. Fortitude Tree King had a bitter expression. Therefore, the war is no longer in our hands. The long-term strategy has already lost its executional environment. The only thing we can do now is to react accordingly. The ancestral Tree King's tone was bitter. At this point, he did not know where his fate was going. The order of the Tree King was transmitted to all the officers through the mental network. Regardless of whether they were shocked, panicked, or unwilling, all the officers obediently followed the order. The World Tree fleet that had stirred up trouble within the three universal civilizations retreated in batches, and the army stationed outside the flickering world also abandoned their strongholds and left using wormholes. The sudden withdrawal of the World Tree left many reinforcements of the Galactic Alliance army in dismay. Many people were confused and did not know what the World Tree was doing. This information was quickly passed on and attracted the attention of the upper echelons. In the strategic command of the Galactic Alliance Army, an emergency meeting was underway. The remote projections of the three universal civilizations leaders were present. They received a report from the advisor department and were very surprised. They attended the meeting together and listened to the military analyze the reason for the World Tree's withdrawal. The World Tree clearly had the initiative and could harass and devour our territory as much as they wanted, but now it suddenly stopped invading. Not only that, even the armies outside the flickering world border have been retracted. This situation is quite strange, and we don't know the reason. What do you guys think? Commander Simon's tone was grave. Everyone present had a serious look on their faces as they stared at the virtual strategic sand table. They would not be optimistic that the World Tree retreating was a good thing. From their perspective, there had to be a reason behind such an unreasonable action. From the military's perspective, the World Tree was most likely going to cause trouble, but they did not know the enemy's target, so the atmosphere was rather tense, and the air was filled with anxiety. Tenny knocked on the table and said with a deep voice, according to the calculations of the General Staff, the sudden withdrawal of the World Tree might be a ploy to mislead our judgment. An unknown large-scale military operation is brewing behind our backs, and the target is likely to be our central galaxy, the mother planet of the 3 universal civilizations. Hearing this, everyone's expression became even more serious. In that case, we must continue to strengthen the defenses of our mother planet. The World Tree has retreated at the edge of the storm, and the plan they have is definitely not a simple formality. If we relax, they might really succeed. Simon's expression was solemn, and his voice was firm. This time, an Arcane Church's officer hesitated for a moment before saying, "Does no one think that something might have happened within the World Tree?" The Pope turned to look at him and solemnly replied, "We cannot place our hopes on the enemy's own problems. We have to consider the worst-case scenario first." At this moment, the President of the Federation, Louis, pondered and said, "There must be a reason for the World Tree to retreat. Could it be that the traitor secretly leaked some information to the World Tree, causing them to make a new decision?" As soon as he said that, the expressions of all the officers turned solemn. In the past half a year, the 3 universal civilizations had been resisting the invasion of the World Tree while investigating the traitors internally. There were many suspects, but there was no way to confirm the culprit. Under the pressure of the enemy, the 3 universal civilizations did not dare to wantonly engage in the senseless slaughter of those suspected. The cooperation between the Galactic Alliance army was not easy to come by, and they were also afraid of causing internal unrest by wrongly accusing their innocent allies. Marbruce agreed. This is also a possibility. The existence of traitors is still an unstable factor, and it's most likely to lead to all kinds of variables. We still have to come up with an effective method to expose the traitor, the Pope emphasized. Just as everyone was discussing, another remote projection suddenly appeared in the conference room. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Black Star. "Yo, the meeting has already started. Looks like you guys didn't wait for me." Han Xiao looked around and nodded in acknowledgement to everyone. They nodded back in return. As one of the pillars of the war, he naturally received an invitation to the meeting. However, in order to confirm the coordinates of the mother tree that the pivotal snake sensed, he was delayed for a while. "You're late," Marbruce said helplessly. Han Xiao waved his hands. "Don't worry about the details. What were you guys talking about?" Simon took the initiative to explain. "The World Tree suddenly retreated and stopped the invasion. We're guessing their motive for doing this. The most likely possibility is that the World Tree is preparing a large-scale military operation against the mother planet of the 3 universal civilizations. Also, the traitor might have leaked new information." "Oh? Has the World Tree retreated?" Han Xiao blinked. He only knew about this now. He thought about it and understood the motive of the World Tree civilization. "Alright, don't scare yourselves. The World Tree retreated because they were afraid." Afraid? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Han Xiao meant. The Pope coughed and said, "Black Star, stop joking. This is a very serious matter. Who has the time to joke with you?" Han Xiao clicked his tongue. "I've managed to get the pivotal snake to mature, and now I've grasped the precise coordinates of the World Tree's main body. The World Tree sensed this through a two-way connection. They retreated because they were afraid that we would attack them directly. They went back to defend. There's no other possibility." Fiebnovel.com. "You found the location of the World Tree? Really?" The 3 of them were stunned. Suddenly, they were overjoyed but also a little terrified, afraid that this was fake news. Everyone's body trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They stared at Han Xiao in disbelief. It was not until Han Xiao gave an affirmative answer that the 3 leaders and the officers were truly excited. "How did you do it?" Marbruce hurriedly asked, and everyone looked at Han Xiao. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not hide anything and briefly told them about Helene's assassination. He then emphasized that the pivotal snake had already unlocked its sensing ability, which made everyone excited. Due to the existence of the pivotal snake, everyone had always been very confident in this war, but that was only with regards to their confidence in the long-term trend. They had originally thought that they would have to last for at least a few decades under the all-out invasion of the World Tree before the outcome could be decided, but they did not expect Black Star to solve the key problem at this stage. This was equivalent to reducing the war losses for the Galactic Society for decades, allowing the officers to be freed in advance. Good job! This way, the initiative is in our hands. Bruce clenched his fists and was overjoyed. While he was overjoyed, he also felt a little ashamed. While they were still thinking about how to capture the traitor, Black Star had already found the key to ending the war and regained control. The two of them were on completely different levels. Ever since the start of the war, Black Star had appeared almost every time, and now, he had given the three universal civilizations a chance to win. The three of them did not think it was an exaggeration to say that he was the one who led the war. This time, Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually, "There's no need to say anything else. The World Tree's weakness has been exposed, and it has completely fallen into a passive state. It's time for us to gather a large force to attack and completely end this enemy. The World Tree is at the end of its rope in this war." Upon hearing this, Simon immediately stood up with a sharp look in his eyes. "Your Excellency Black Star is right. It's time for us to blow the horn of our counterattack." As soon as he said that, everyone stood up and looked at the three leaders with stern expressions. "Please give the order." Seeing this, the expressions of Bruce, Louis, and the Pope turned serious. They nodded heavily and declared solemnly, "Good. From now on, we will make strategic adjustments. Our primary goal is no longer to defend our homeland, but to completely destroy the World Tree civilization." "Understood." The officers responded in unison with stern expressions. Han Xiao, who was watching from the side, smirked. Although he and the three universal civilizations had the same goal of defeating the World Tree civilization, their specific needs were different. From the perspective of the three universal civilizations, the destruction of the World Tree was the most reassuring. However, from Han Xiao's perspective, he could only say that their intentions of working together to defend against the enemies were sincere, and using each other was also sincere. When the main conflict is resolved, the differences between me and the three universal civilizations will also surface. Even if these people thank me now, who knows what will happen after? Han Xiao pondered, secretly calculating his odds. As the World Tree retreated, the intense battle between the two sides stopped, causing the explored universe to suddenly become silent. When the galactic residents were not mentally prepared, the flames of war suddenly extinguished, just like when the World Tree invaded. The upper echelons of the three universal civilizations came to a consensus, and the changes in their strategy were quickly carried out. The Galactic Alliance army no longer patrolled their territory but started to gather in the central galaxy. Sensing the change in the situation, the countless galactic residents who were originally in a state of panic were stunned and confused, not knowing what to make of the situation. There were many different opinions on the internet, and the Star Alliance observer hiding in the desolate universe belt was confused by the withdrawal of the World Tree. They did not know the secret of the pivotal snake and were still in the dark. They could only access the public information on the network, thus at this moment, they were completely confused. Strange, the World Tree should have been devouring the three universal civilizations. Why did it suddenly leave? In the secret base, many of the Star Alliance observers were confused. They had leaked the information because they wanted to lead the World Tree to destroy the three universal civilizations. In the past half a year, the World Tree's actions had perfectly met their expectations, allowing them to watch from the side. Originally, things were going according to their plan, and they were just enjoying the show when the World Tree suddenly slipped away. The Star Alliance observers were caught off guard. The World Tree definitely has its reasons for doing this. They might not be satisfied with small skirmishes and are gathering their troops, preparing to make a big fuss. The observer captain analyzed for a while and concluded. Hearing this, Many members felt that it made sense, and the surprise in their hearts turned into anticipation. At this moment, the Star Alliance's spies did not know that the World Tree civilization, which they had placed high hopes on, was already in a dire situation. Chapter 1435 Counterattack. Chapter 1435 Counterattack. The news of the turn of the battle quickly spread to the upper echelons of the Galactic Alliance army. The allied civilizations that were originally troubled by the World Tree's invasion were pleasantly surprised. They worked together with the three universal civilizations to gather their forces, and the armies of the various star fields all flowed toward the central galaxy. The fact that Xiao had matured the pivotal snake in advance was also made known to the various civilizations. Although Black Star had guided the war on more than one occasion, the impact it had on the upper echelons this time was still shocking. Everyone was originally prepared to fight hard for decades, but they suddenly realized that they did not need to suffer anymore and had the chance to achieve their task in one battle. If the invasion of the World Tree was a disease, then Black Star had already developed a treatment to cure the illness before the health of the Galactic Society was greatly damaged, saving countless lives. With decades of wartime reduced, countless refugees and soldiers were saved. Although it was a little corny, many upper echelons felt that using the word hero to describe Black Star's contributions to this war was not a problem at all. As an important part of the Galactic Alliance army, the upper echelons of the Superstar Cluster Alliance also received this information, and they could not help but be stunned. I didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. In the conference room, the upper echelons of the Superstar Cluster gathered with complicated expressions. More than half a year ago, Black Star had forced them to terminate the relocation plan. Although the Superstar Cluster Alliance had lowered their heads, they naturally had some grievances in their hearts. Due to the agreement between the two sides, they could only stay for the time being, but they still did not plan to give up on the relocation plan. They originally wanted to use 2 to 3 years to observe the situation, and once the situation turned bad, they could restart the relocation plan at any time. However, they did not expect that in less than a year, the great situation would be turned around by Xiao. The full invasion of the World Tree crumbled apart, causing the three universal civilizations to be free. This way, even if they wanted to migrate, they would lose the prerequisite. The current explored universe did not have a chaotic environment for them to carry out this plan. If they insisted, the three universal civilizations would have enough energy to deal with them. We can't leave even if we want to. It's all because of Black Star. We didn't seize the opportunity. Someone was frustrated. The Star Arc leader shook his head and said helplessly, "You're wrong. This is a blessing in disguise. If not for Black Star stopping us from carrying out this plan, we would have been in trouble." Everyone thought about it and agreed. No one had foreseen that in just half a year, the World Tree would be overwhelmed by Black Star. If they had really decided to migrate, they would have been screwed. This amount of time was not enough to complete the entire relocation plan, and they would not have been able to go far. At the same time, there would be no turning back for them, and they would be treated as traitors who leaked the information and become the target of public criticism. In that case, this was a blessing in disguise, and they had to thank Brother Black Star. Upon realizing this, everyone shivered. At this moment, the Star Arc leader said, "I feel that Black Star has already anticipated this change. After all, he has always been in control of the pivotal snake, and the current situation is in his grasp. Back then, he came to us and insisted that we give up on migrating. Other than taking into consideration the overall situation, he might have given us a subtle reminder and used his method to help us avoid this trap." Hearing this, the eyes of the Superstar Cluster upper echelons flickered. The Star Arc leader looked around, paused, and continued. "Black Star did this not because he has any relationship with us, but because of the benefits. Just as he said, after the war ends, the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Beyond Grade A Association still exists. He needs an ally with enough weight to help him expand further. So he helped us this time. What a dangerous guy." Many upper echelons of the Superstar Cluster shook their heads and sighed at Black Star's farsightedness. While they were still focused on the war, Black Star had already begun to plan for the post-war situation. What this revealed was Black Star's firm confidence in this war. He believed more than anyone that the Galactic Society would be able to obtain the final victory, because the key to ending the war was in his hands. On the other side, when the Galactic Alliance army was gathering, the Beyond Grade A Association also heard about the change in the situation from Han Xiao and was shocked. Beautifully done, Black Star. You've captured the lifeblood of the World Tree. In the conference room on the main planet of the Association, this piece of good news made many Beyond Grade as excited. They had been rushing to reinforce everywhere for more than half a year, and they could only deal with the invaders passively. They had no room to fight back, and they were all holding their anger in. Ever since the start of the war, only the World Tree had been able to invade, and now they could finally counterattack. Most of the Beyond Grade as present were excited and eager to give it a try. They looked at Han Xiao with admiration and appreciation. Han Xiao knocked on the table and said, I have already provided the coordinates of the World Tree's main body to the 3 universal civilizations. They are currently gathering a large force and preparing to achieve their goal in one go. Everyone has to contribute. Don't worry, even if you don't say it, we will still give it our all. My cannon is already thirsty. Sun Hunter waved his hand, his tiny body exuding a grand aura. Manison said calmly, we can finally end this war once and for all. It's earlier than I expected. The majority of the people were overjoyed. Although they had the sanctum to back them up and were not afraid of casualties, it was better to deal with painful things quickly. No one wanted to die several times in the long-term war. Han Xiao raised his hand and gestured for everyone to not be so excited. He slowly said, in this war, our chances of winning are more than 90%. Defeating the World Tree civilization is only one aspect. After the war, we have more things to deal with. To prevent the 3 universal civilizations from kicking us to the curb after we've outlived our usefulness, I need everyone's support. Hearing this, everyone held back their excitement and waited. What do you plan to do? Kasui asked for everyone. I plan to use the aftermath of the war to change the organizational nature of the association, turn it into a civilization regime, and form a true third force. With our reputation and strength in the war, the 3 universal civilizations will have no choice but to accept it. I am letting you guys know first. When the time comes and I give the signal, everyone will fully support me, Han Xiao explained. Have we finally reached this step? Don't worry, we will definitely cooperate. Everyone's spirits were lifted. This was a crucial step in the transformation of the Beyond Grade A group. Everyone had expected this, and there were no objections. At this moment, Manison suddenly said, we have to be careful of a problem. The 3 universal civilizations might have other thoughts under the premise that victory is within their grasp, and they might be interested in the power of the World Tree. We can help the 3 universal civilizations defeat their enemies, but we can't let them control or subdue the World Tree and turn it into a weapon to deal with us. This definitely won't do. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The World Tree had already proved how terrifying it was. Originally, the combination of the Beyond Grade A Association and the Superstar Cluster Alliance could rival the 3 universal civilizations. If the 3 universal civilizations controlled the World Tree, their strength would expand to a new level and threaten the survival of the Beyond Grade as once again. This was an outcome that no one wanted to see. Han Zhao's eyes flickered, and he smiled. So, when we fight, be careful and pay attention to the 3 universal civilizations. Don't let them obstruct me. The 3 universal civilizations had designated a gathering area in the central galaxy. As the armies of the various star fields continuously arrived, the size of the fleet waiting there had reached an astronomical number. The Federation of Light took out almost all the multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices in their inventory and arranged them neatly. Because the World Tree had retracted its troops to protect the Mother Tree, this battle could only be fought head-on. It was truly an all-out battle between both sides. The scale of the battle was the largest since the start of the war. All the warriors on the ships had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was filled with the air of a decisive battle. On the players' forums, the related threads were already being flooded. The players naturally would not miss such a huge scene. Everyone had gathered and accepted the same mission to be the vanguard of the main army and find out the distribution of the World Tree Civilization's troops in the main body's dimension. Regarding this, the players did not have any objections. In fact, they were even willing to do so. After all, no one was more suitable for this mission than them, and there was still room for them to perform on such a grand occasion. However, most of the players were not mentally prepared for the sudden change in the war situation. They were all shocked. Isn't this version called War of All Territories? I thought the World Trees attack would last longer. We might have made a mistake. Our invasion of the other side is the true meaning of the version name. Speaking of which, with such a large-scale war, I feel that our influence is very limited. Damn it, are we going to watch CG again? I don't think so. I don't think this battle will end anytime soon. I'm afraid it will become a meat grinder battlefield. It will probably be very tragic. It's hard to say. It's not that the enemy isn't working hard, but our army has Black Star. The players discussed endlessly on the forums. Although there were quite many complaints, they were still looking forward to the 3 Universal Civilizations counterattack. On the other hand, the Strategic Command Center was busy deducing the tactical arrangements of this battle and various possible scenarios. Simon, Tenny, and the other high-ranked officers were having a heated discussion, and Xiao and the others listened from the side. Our first wave of immortals will be the vanguard and bring back more data. Then, we will use the multidimensional sky opening transportation devices to bombard the enemy with firepower. With 200,000 keys of destruction in a batch, we will send out 20 batches first. Then, we will cycle it a few times and try to damage the enemy's strength. After this, we will send out the main fleet in batches. Due to the limitation of the transmission device's efficiency, we can only use the reinforced swarming tactic. It will take some time to ease the disadvantage of our troops, so this period will be the period with the highest casualties. The enemy will guard the World Tree's main body tightly. Our goal will be to break through the enemy's defense zone, open a path to the World Tree's main body, and destroy it. This requires the cooperation of high-level combatants. At this point, all the senior officers turned to look at Xiao. Xiao knew what they meant, and he slowly said, "When the time comes, I will act as the arrowhead and lead the Beyond Grade as forward. You guys will be responsible for providing fire support. At that time, all the direct Beyond Grade as will listen to your commands," Simon said with a solemn tone. Beyond Grade as had strong individual combat strength and mobility, so they were the best choice to advance. According to the tactical deductions of the 3 Universal Civilizations, this battle would most likely be fought with high-level combatants. Thus, the importance of Black Star and the Beyond Grade as in this war was self-evident. Xiao was already mentally prepared. What he wanted was the military strength of the 3 Universal Civilizations, which could help him reach the World Tree's main body. Only then would he be able to carry out his real plan. Although the 3 Universal Civilizations did not intend to engage in a blitzkrieg, with the speed of the World Tree's troops production, there would be a large number of new troops every day. The 3 Universal Civilizations could not help but speed up their gathering. A few days later, when the 3 Universal Civilizations saw that their forces were more or less gathered, they started the battle without hesitation. In the vast universe, teams of fleets carrying the players drove into different multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices and disappeared. At the same time, in the secondary dimension world, the World Tree main body's dimension. The area of this space was far larger than an ordinary dimension. A towering tree stood in the middle, its leaves lush and verdant. There were dense cracks in space around it, and countless roots extended out from the tree. This giant tree was the World Tree's main body. At this time, layers of protective shields covered the World Tree's main body, and the seemingly endless World Tree fleet had been waiting here for many days. They formed layers of tight defense and were installed with countless weapons. Buzz. All of a sudden, the sky in the distance flashed with light, and the scout team formed by the players descended, appearing in the vision of the World Tree fleet. "It's here." On a branch at the top of the World Tree, the ancestral Tree King opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the enemy. Chapter 1436, Fight to Win or Die. Chapter 1436, Fight to Win or Die. The light of the multidimensional sky-opening transportation devices faded, and the scenery outside the porthole of the players' battleships turned into an incomparably vast green world. The huge World Tree's main body stood in the distance, and the endless World Tree fleet surrounded it like a green sea of light. The distribution of the World Tree troops appeared in their eyes. It seemed to cover every inch of space, and it was extremely packed. It was enough to trigger trypophobia in ordinary people and make one's scalp tingle. Countless spaceships adjusted their cannons at the same time and aimed in the direction of the players, ready to fire at any moment and smash them into pieces. It was as if they could smell the strong scent of death. However, the players were not afraid at all. Instead, their blood was boiling, and they were trembling with passion. Ha 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 ha, little saplings, to think that you would also have this day. Brothers, charge! For the tribe! The sacred forum is connected to us. Watatata! Die! The tens of millions of players shouted excitedly and dispersed. Batch after batch of battleships split up without hesitation and charged in all directions. Fire! As the ancestral Tree King gave the order, countless cannons were fired, forming a tsunami of light cannons without any gaps. When the wave swept past, a large number of players, including the shields and hulls of the ships, were instantly crushed into powder. In just one exchange, the players' fleet suffered huge casualties. However, a portion of the multidimensional sky opening transportation devices operated in different groups, forming a teleportation channel that could be activated at all times. New troops would be teleported out every moment, and the rest of the multidimensional sky opening transportation devices operated together. They were specifically responsible for large-scale deployment, and the combination of the two teleportation methods ensured that there would not be a vacuum at the front line. A large number of players died, and new players continued to enter the battlefield, bringing back detailed information about the main body's dimension of the World Tree. Because the communication was restricted, it was difficult for normal scouting troops to send messages to the headquarters, and the players who could revive were the most unrestricted intelligence agents. The World Tree Army's firepower was endless, and the enemy ships exploded into fireworks. However, at this moment, the players suddenly stopped teleporting, and in their place were densely packed keys of destruction. Shield! The roars of the various commanders could be heard from the World Tree's mental network. The outermost layer of defense immediately activated its response measures. Space expanded, lengthening the distance and turning into a deep region to cushion the bombardment. It was the Lurbo Space Protection Belt. The next moment, batch after batch of keys of destruction emitted a blinding light, as though hundreds of thousands of suns were rising. Violent energy poured out like a floodgate. Boom! The high-density energy explosion caused the space to distort, and the source of the explosion seemed to have become a singularity. The surrounding space collapsed, showing the folds of the vortex-like space. Immediately after, a world-rending light burst forth and spread out rapidly. It only slowed down after entering the Lurbo Space Protection Belt, like a wave on a beach. Its momentum gradually slowed down, and finally, it touched the outer layer of the defense circle's anti-explosion shield. It exploded with powerful electric arcs, leaving large cracks on the shield. The keys of destruction's cleansing was repeated many times, but most of its power was reduced by the space protection belt. The remaining power shattered layers of protective shields, causing considerable damage to the World Tree fleet in the outermost layer of defense. However, the maintenance fleet was constantly repairing the shields, causing the keys of destruction's bombardment to stop at the outer layer. If it was an ordinary secondary dimension, it would have exploded from the inside under such an energy explosion. However, the toughness of the World Tree main body's dimension far exceeded common sense, and its spatial strength was stronger than even the main universe. Furthermore, it was reinforced by the World Tree fleet with a large number of space-time stabilization devices, making it extremely sturdy. The players explored the battlefield and used the keys of destruction multiple times to wipe out the World Tree battleships. The rear battleships kept moving forward to replace the World Tree battleships, maintaining the protective shield. One side was acting like a bomb, while the other side was defending. After another batch of keys of destruction exploded, the official troops of the Galactic Alliance Army finally arrived in groups. Due to the limitations in the teleportation, the mission of the Vanguard troops was to withstand the attacks of the World Tree and buy time for the follow-up troops, allowing the multidimensional sky opening transportation devices to continuously send troops over. Only when there were enough troops present would the first phase of the mission be considered a success. Only then would they be able to enter the next phase of the large-scale head-on battle. The Galactic Alliance army at the scene immediately took action. The division of labor was clear. The construction team constructed a base, built magic gates that connected straight to the main universe to add new channels for deploying troops. The guards surrounded the area, preparing to defend against the attacks of the World Tree, while the harassment mission was temporarily handed over to the space-time splicing technology Suicide Squad. The Lurbo space protection belt extended the distance between the two parties, causing the Galactic Alliance army to have to travel for a long time to reach the outermost defense circle of the World Tree. On the other hand, if the World Tree wanted to attack the Galactic Alliance army, it did not need to travel in the Lurbo space protection belt and could teleport directly. This was because this was the main dimension of the World Tree, and it had the ability of the World Tree Express. All the members of the World Tree had the ability to teleport quickly and could appear anywhere. The World Tree civilization had the home ground advantage here. The next moment, green lights flashed, and batches of World Tree fleet appeared, directly crossing the Lurbo space protection belt. Looking at the densely packed armies of the three universal civilizations outside the window, countless World Tree warriors revealed fearless expressions. Although their thoughts were controlled by the World Tree, the members of the World Tree still had their own consciousness and treated the World Tree as a totem. Now, they only had one thought, and that was to repel the three universal civilizations at all costs. For the Mother Tree, kill all the enemies. The World Tree soldiers let out a shrill battle cry and controlled the battleships to attack. Stop them! The officers of the Galactic Alliance army also roared and gave orders. One side carried the flames of revenge for their compatriots, while the other side carried the determination to fight to the death. The strong collective consciousness clashed and tangled into a psychic current that wreaked havoc throughout the entire battlefield. Countless people could vaguely see two huge beasts biting each other. Immediately after, the two armies clashed. In an instant, it was as if the sky was collapsing. As soon as they started fighting, the situation became one-sided. Due to the large difference in strength, the World Tree fleet quickly gained the upper hand and broke through the Galactic Alliance army's formation on a large scale. The vanguard of the Galactic Alliance army struggled to hold on. The pressure did not only come from the large number of enemy troops stationed in the main dimension but also from the harassment of the World Tree itself. Every time the Galactic Alliance army's forces were teleported to the battlefield, space cracks would appear all around them, and dense tree roots of the World Tree would extend out and smash the starships. In the main body dimension, the Mother Tree's consciousness could control the World Tree roots to block the enemy. Its destructive power might not be strong, but it was definitely a powerful method to disrupt the battle. The World Tree and the Universal Civilization Army's special technological troops did not rest either. They used genetic bombs, dimensional weapons, and viruses at times. All kinds of technologies were being used. Batch after batch of fleets was sacrificed, and more troops were teleported over. The number of troops increased and decreased like roller coasters, but the overall trend was still on the rise. The speed of the battle casualties was not as fast as the speed of the reinforcements sent by the multidimensional sky opening transportation devices. The two armies clashed with each other, and the battlefield was extremely chaotic. The number of casualties increased at a terrifying speed. Attack! Attack! We can't let the enemy defile the Mother Tree. Frenzied fighting spirit spread through the mental network, infecting all the World Tree members. However, no matter how agitated they were, they could not determine the direction of the battle. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, and the Galactic Alliance army had already passed the most dangerous early stage. At this time, the number of troops present had already reached a large scale, and they gradually broke free from the disadvantage and began to fight against the World Tree fleet. In the chaotic battlefield, one of the World Tree's battleships nimbly shuttled between the curtains of bullets, dodging attacks from all angles. It continuously shot out beams of light energy bullets, shattering the enemy battleships like a whip. The pilot clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. When he neared a Galactic Alliance Army combat squad, the firepower covered his ship. The pilot immediately activated teleportation, and the entire spaceship disappeared from the spot, dodging a round of firepower. The next moment, his spaceship appeared in the middle of this squad. The pilot did not hesitate to remove the limiter on the reactor, turning the entire spaceship into a large bomb, wanting to self-destruct and eliminate this enemy team. However, at this moment, an invisible force field suddenly pressed down, directly crushing his spaceship into dust, turning his roar into nothingness. Hundreds of Beyond Grade as appeared in the growing army formation of the Galactic Alliance Army. Heavenly judgment descended, instantly destroying a large portion of the World Tree troops that were attacking. A gigantic mechanical deity was also exposed in the vision of both parties. It was Han Zhao's supreme heavenly venerate, and its transcendent grade energy fluctuations instantly attracted the attention of all the soldiers and officers on both sides. The members of the World Tree were already traumatized by Han Xiao. The soldiers of the Galactic Alliance Army were the exact opposite. They were overjoyed. Attention! The Beyond Grade A Association is on the move. We are officially launching a counterattack. The entrance of the high-level combatants was a signal. It meant that their strategy had entered the second stage, from defense to offense. The Galactic Alliance Army had accumulated enough troops and no longer focused on defense. They finally launched a ferocious counterattack and advanced toward the World Tree's main body from all directions. The Lurbo Space Protection Belt will be able to stop them for a very long time. The enemy won't be able to break into our official defense circle in a short period of time. We can use the strategic depth to deal more damage to them. Seeing this, many World Tree members had the same thought, but the next moment, their expressions changed. Han Zhao's supreme heavenly venerate raised his arm and shook it in the direction of the World Tree Fleet's defense circle. A strange spatial fluctuation was released, covering the Lurbo Space Protection Belt in an instant. The next moment, the Lurbo Space Protection Belt quickly lost its effect, and the extended space shrank back to normal. However, this was not the only change. Originally, even if the Lurbo Space Protection Belt lost its effectiveness, there was still some distance between the two armies. However, the sudden reversal shortened the distance. In the blink of an eye, the main force of the Galactic Alliance Army was right in front of the defense circle. There was no need to waste time on the road. The universal treasure technologies provided by the St. Tyrical's race, the Space Constance modifier, had already been improved by Han Xiao. The moment it was used, it showed a brilliant effect, and the function of the Lurbo Spatial Protection Belt was directly neutralized. The shortening of space was extremely helpful to the Galactic Alliance Army. The World Tree Civilization's expression changed. Charge! After doing this, Han Xiao spun the Emperor Skysplitter blade, and the gigantic Supreme Heavenly Venerate advanced forward, tearing apart the World Tree Fleet's formation. Psionic waves shot out freely, paralyzing the enemy ships. The Beyond Grade as followed closely behind with grim expressions. They seemed to have formed a sharp blade and stabbed into the World Tree's defense circle. Everywhere they passed, the World Tree battleships exploded. Such an arrogant advance was immediately met with the large-scale focus fire of the World Tree Fleet, but the Galactic Alliance Army was providing cover. Just as Han Xiao was about to penetrate the outermost layer of defense, another Transcendent Grade aura suddenly descended, sweeping across the entire battlefield like a hurricane. The ancestral Tree King had already sacrificed himself, burning the remaining stock of the Beyonders vestige and activating the descent of the Tree God. If there was no Transcendent like Black Star among the enemies, the ancestral Tree King would still have a chance. He could use the information form revival mechanism of the Tree God to let the World Tree look like they were defeated on the surface, but in reality, they could resurrect elsewhere and return to the dark to recuperate. However, in the face of a Transcendence information form obliteration, this path was no longer possible. Furthermore, as long as the pivotal snake did not die, the World Tree would have nowhere to hide. The ancestral Tree King had no way out. At this moment, the Tree God, who was only driven by his instincts, led the remaining high-level combatants of the World Tree to face Han Xiao and the others head-on. All of them were filled with tragic battle intent. Even if I die, I won't let you pass. Kill. They were enemies. There was no need for any unnecessary words. Bang. Without hesitation, Han Xiao charged into the tree god's arms and stabbed his blade into the tree god's chest. Two enormous transcendents tangled together and rolled in the battle formation, crushing the starships in the sky. Chapter 1437, Liberation of the Crown. Chapter 1437, Liberation of the Crown. The Emperor's skysplitter blade revolved in the hands of the supreme heavenly venerate like a light wheel, shooting out countless blue high-density psionic energy blades, shattering all the starships and mechas in its path. It left a blank space in the dense defensive formation, akin to a searing streak of light that never dissipated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blades of light landed on the tree god's body one after another. The roots of the tree were cleanly cut in half, but sprouts quickly grew from the broken parts, repairing and closing the wounds. As the mechanical force surged, the mechanical army was like a black and gold thundercloud, colliding with the green energy tsunami created by the tree god, causing explosions around the two giants. Buzz. The two of them released their domains at the same time. The grayish-blue void domain and the green tree god domain collided and pressed toward each other. They rubbed against each other like tofu, creating dazzling electric arcs. During this process, Han Xiao and the tree god's bodies expanded endlessly. They rolled and fought together, colliding more than 1,000 times in an instant. The shockwave sent all the spaceships flying. This was not the first time the two of them had fought. The tree god was still in an irrational state, but Han Xiao could clearly feel that the power of the tree god had increased a lot. It was not as easy to deal with as the last time, especially since the strength of the tree god domain had increased tremendously. The closer he got to the main body of the mother tree, the stronger the power of the tree god became. This was especially so when he was in the main body dimension of the world tree. The ability of the tree god was enhanced, and it also had the ability to teleport without any cooldowns. It was extremely agile, and the most disgusting thing was that its regeneration speed was also shocking. Even Han Xiao felt that it was troublesome. Under the enhancement of various factors, the tree god actually managed to restrain Han Xiao's advancement for a while, even forcing Han Xiao to retreat far away from the mother tree. Looks like it won't be that easy to deal with this fellow. Han Xiao had already expected this. He had suspected that the tree god would be buffed in the main body dimension, so he was not surprised. His advance was blocked, but he was in no hurry at all. He focused on fighting the tree god, waiting for his various talents to take effect, which would continue to increase his combat strength. The last time he extracted the ability of the tree god, he had obtained some obscure information. He guessed that the enemy had to pay a huge price to summon the tree god, and it was not a long-term method. Therefore, Han Xiao was not in a hurry to achieve anything. In his eyes, as long as he dragged this out, the tree god would eventually weaken. If not for the fact that he had attacked the world tree's old home, he reckoned that the ancestral tree king would not have been willing to stop him. While the two Transcendent grade supers were fighting, the Beyond grade as on both sides were also engaged in battles. All the Beyond grade and mechanics temporarily put aside their the strategic command center arsenal grudges, and the mechanical army formed a formation, pouring out fierce firepower. The mages summoned their respective mage pagodas and connected to each other, building large-scale magic circuits. They were like mobile formations, continuously releasing all kinds of large-scale attacks. Mechanical deities wreaked havoc on the battlefield one after another. Manason's silver mechanical body waved its trident and swept across a large area. His indestructible mechanical troops stood beside him in an awe-inspiring manner. Herberlin finally had the chance to take revenge, starting a massacre. He let out a soundless roar even as he tore apart the roots of the world tree. On the other side, God and his dozens of doppelgangers were traversing the battlefield. Their various Esper abilities toyed with many world tree experts. Not far away, Evans activated his energy control Esper ability with all his might, gathering all kinds of energy from the battlefield and smashing it toward the world tree fleet. Gila's expression was solemn as she controlled the red tide of death, raising waves one after another and swallowing the enemy ships. Aurora, on the other hand, had a solemn expression and was emitting vitality. She continuously treated her injured teammates and summoned a large number of spirits to enter the battlefield from time to time. Kasui was burning with an unlimited amount of mana, and his psychic energy was surging non-stop, shattering the thoughts of countless world tree blessings. In another area, Phaidon held the Soul Swapper in his hands and strolled around the battlefield. The surrounding battlefield became a forbidden zone for life, and all the souls of the enemies were crushed. The pugilists no longer fought alone. Instead, they formed a battle formation. Sieran, Mercer, Heber, Viru, Jadina, Kohler, and the others launched a collective iron head charge, turning the defenses of the World Tree Fleet upside down. Their fists punched continuously, their voices of Aura echoing in the dimension. Carlet was among them. He drove Silver Shadow and crashed into enemy ships one after another. Quantum Demon Spirit, Judith, Defender, Romo, Mechanical Queen, Morniza, and the others set off wave after wave of data attacks in the virtual network. Army Flag Enid activated his ability, enveloped all of his allies in a buff halo, and together with Aurora, they increased the overall strength of the Beyond Grade as they had not hesitated to invade the Galactic Society some time ago. Many of the high-level combatants of the World Tree Civilization had died, and they had yet to revive. They did not expect to be counterattacked by the three universal civilizations so quickly, and this weakness had become a huge pit, causing the current high-level combatants to be far inferior to the three universal civilizations. Thus, not long after the battle had started, the Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations displayed their abilities and beat the World Tree experts until they bled. One after another, the Holy Tree emissaries and ancestral spirits stared with bloodshot eyes. They were filled with unwillingness as they died in battle. The high-level combatants were the sharpest blades, and they charged the deepest. In other directions, the armies of the three universal civilizations were also attacking the World Tree's defense circle. The battlefronts were in a deadlock, shifting back and forth. The current situation is advantageous to us. The longer the battle lasts, the more troops we can send out, and the pressure on the World Tree will continue to increase. It's impossible for them to maintain the front line. In the Strategic Command Center, all the upper echelons gathered together and looked at the real-time battle situation on the virtual strategy sand table. The atmosphere was tense. Simon placed his hands on the table and said with a deep voice, "I've roughly divided the defense circle of the World Tree into 5 layers. Our main force is fighting on the outermost layer, and the Beyond Grade as have broken into the 2nd layer. Black Star was about to break into the 3rd layer, but he was forced back to the 2nd. The World Tree civilization is also going all out. It seems like we won't be able to penetrate the enemy's defenses in the short term," an officer commented. Simon nodded in agreement. His tone was solemn as he continued. "If we exhaust the World Tree's forces at the outermost perimeter, the troops inside will come out to reinforce our defenses. Furthermore, because the World Tree fleet can teleport indefinitely in this space, we will not be able to break out of the encirclement in a normal sense. We will either have to face the enemy head-on or defeat the enemy's army. Therefore, before both sides' forces are exhausted to a certain extent, our main force will not be able to open the situation." Everyone had a serious expression and understood what he meant. This was a bloody battle, and the casualties would be astronomical. As the attacker, we have the upper hand in the short term, but in the longer term, our future in a protracted war is not good. Simon paused. The speed of our reinforcements is far slower than the World Tree. The World Tree is sending out troops every second from the roots, allowing them to immediately return to the battlefield. Although we can use the tactic of adding weight to increase the pressure on the World Tree, if the stalemate continues for a long time, the situation will probably turn around when all our troops are deployed. Everyone was shocked. This situation was not impossible. If the World Tree civilization erupted with astonishing tenacity and withstood their continuous attacks, their attacks would decline at some point in time. No matter how many advantages they had accumulated before, they would be taken back. This time, Simon changed the topic. Pointing at Black Star in the strategic sand table, he said with a deep voice, "We can't count on the victory of the main force for now. The ones that are most likely to break the stalemate are the Beyond Grade as, with Black Star leading the way, as long as they can get rid of the obstruction of the enemy's high-level combatants, they will be able to advance quickly. They are the breakthrough point of this battle, and they might be able to influence the outcome. All the officers and the leaders of the three universal civilizations nodded. Although it seemed like Black Star would not be able to get rid of the tree god anytime soon, after experiencing so much, everyone had strong confidence in him and had high hopes. Bang! 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 One black and one green Transcendent clashed countless times. As his various talents were activated, Han Zhao's attributes increased bit by bit. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and he gradually suppressed Tree God. Because the Tree God had an extremely high absorption rate toward energy attacks, Han Xiao could only use physical attacks against him. The black torrent formed by mechanical particles transformed into all kinds of forms, leaving wounds on the Tree God's body. Very soon, Han Xiao started to push forward again with unstoppable momentum. The Tree God hurriedly released a series of world tree roots to wrap around the supreme heavenly venerate, trying to stall him. However, these roots were all easily torn apart by Han Xiao and crushed into dust. Without the incomplete state of rationality, it can only rely on its instincts to fight, and cannot release its full strength. It's a pity. Han Xiao spun his blade and chopped off the head of the Tree God. Seeing the head of the Tree God regenerate rapidly, he shook his head. However, right at this moment, the Tree God suddenly jolted, and the chaotic emotions of the beast subsided. For the first time, a clear mental thought came to him. It was the consciousness of the ancestral Tree King. Black Star, don't even think about getting past me. You regained consciousness? Han Xiao raised his brows. He was curious about what method the ancestral Tree King had used to regain his rationality and take over the control of the Tree God. Just as the ancestral Tree King took over the body of the Tree God, its fighting style immediately changed. The fighting style was no longer rough and a lot of details were added. Although his strength did not increase, the actual combat strength that the Tree God displayed had increased significantly. It was like a completely different person. At this moment, in the inner space of the Tree God, the illusory figure of the ancestral Tree King was floating. His senses were connected to the Tree God's vision, and he looked at Han Xiao with a determined expression. Until just now, the ancestral Tree King was trapped in the consciousness of the Tree God and was in a state of chaos. However, the World Tree finally realized that it was facing a great calamity. The will of the Mother Tree descended, allowing the ancestral Tree King to wake up alone. It also took back the crown positions of the Fortitude Tree King and the Subduing Tree King, handing them all to the ancestral Tree King. This meaning was very clear. It was to let the ancestral Tree King fight alone. This was something the World Tree had learned from the process of those previous Tree Kings who had attempted to break through to the Transcendent grade. Burning the information state foundation of the ancestral Tree King allowed him to enter a state similar to the advancement of the Transcendent grade, but he was still controlled by the World Tree. This way, the consciousness of the ancestral Tree King would be connected to the senses of the Tree God and could control the Tree God alone. The price was to temporarily deprive the ancestral Tree King of the chance to revive. If he could survive, he would be able to return to the Mother Tree's embrace after exiting the Tree God state. However, if he died in this state, the ancestral Tree King would then end up like those Tree Kings who failed to advance to the Transcendent grade, unable to revive. This was the disadvantage. However, this was the will of the Mother Tree, and the ancestral Tree King had no right to choose. Han Xiao said with a calm tone, "With your control, the Tree God is indeed much stronger. But if you think that this small change can stop me, you're overthinking it. Furthermore, how long can this state of yours last? Do you think you've won?" The ancestral Tree King's expression was stern. Without saying a word, he activated Tree King Crown Liberation. In the void, the subduing Tree King Crown that represented the pugilist class shattered. The experience and skills accumulated by every generation of the martial Tree King were all integrated into the Tree God. At the same time, the origin power of the crown seemed to have become a catalyst, instantly increasing the combat power of the Tree God. A seemingly endless amount of energy suddenly surged out from deep within his body and spread throughout his entire body in the blink of an eye. The intense pain invaded the mind of the low growl. However, his mental strength did not weaken. Instead, it was stimulated and quickly strengthened. The next moment, green muscles suddenly grew out of the Tree God's body. The originally dry tree body suddenly became burly and round. This feeling was as though the original tree god was just a skeleton. Only now did the flesh and blood appear on the skeleton. The tree god domain that was originally at a disadvantage suddenly expanded, pushing Han Zhao's void domain away. Tree King Crown Liberation could strengthen the combat power of the tree god, and the corresponding Tree King Crown had to be sacrificed. Losing the right to be the Tree King for a long period of time would require thousands of years to recover, and the price was huge. However, to reduce the losses, the ancestral Tree King sacrificed the title of the pugilist without hesitation. Ancestral Tree King's emotions were affected, as if a pile of dry wood had been touched by a spark, and his battle intent soared. My strength is far from my limit. Black Star. Only when you die will we be at peace. Chapter 1438. Come on. Big brother who plays with tree roots. Chapter 1438. Come on. Big brother who plays with tree roots. The pugilist flames burned, and the tree god's movements became even faster. His strength increased tremendously, and he suddenly grabbed the Emperor Skysplitter blade coming at him. He stopped the momentum of the blade in midair. At the same time, roots shot out from the surface of the tree god's body. The ends of the roots curled up like a knot, forming thousands of fists that rained down on the body of the supreme heavenly venerate. Green fist shadows filled the sky, piercing through the combined shield of the mechanical army and bombarding the body of the supreme heavenly venerate. Cracks appeared on the surface of its body. Energy shot out from the back of the supreme heavenly venerate one after another, forming a green shockwave that did not weaken in the slightest even after passing through it, destroying patches of battleships as collateral damage. His close combat ability has increased tremendously. This should be a sacrifice for the Tree King crown, right? Han Xiao endured the impact and analyzed calmly. He had seen the Tree Crown Liberation skill when he was extracting the Tree God's ability. The Tree God did not use this skill the last time they fought. This time he recognized it at a glance. Seeing the actual effect, Han Xiao felt a sense of familiarity. He felt that this move was a bit like a character summon card, used to obtain the super system power stored in the different Tree King crowns. The World Tree has a total of 5. Oh no, it's now 4 Tree King crowns, which means that the Tree God can spawn at least 4 more times. Its strength will continue to stack, and its final battle strength will probably be very astonishing. Furthermore, this doesn't even take into consideration if the Tree God has other explosive abilities. Han Xiao quickly calculated. The moment the Tree God used his one-time explosive ability, the best way to counter it would be to avoid it, but the situation did not allow it. The multidimensional sky opening transportation device was one way, and if he wanted to send a large group back, he would have to set up a new group of teleportation devices here. Now that the majority were already locked in battle with the World Tree, they naturally would not retreat halfway, or many warriors would have died for nothing. Furthermore, Han Xiao also wanted to fight the Tree God head-on. After all, with his current strength, it was difficult to find an opponent. Now that he had finally met one, how could he not show the other party some love? Looks like I have to show you my true skills. Let me see how many tricks you have. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He had long known that the Tree God had an explosive ability, but the ancestral Tree King thought that he did not know and wanted to give him an unexpected attack. However, he had long been prepared for it. On the other side, the ancestral Tree King held onto the Emperor Skysplitter blade tightly, not allowing Han Zhao's weapon to escape his control. Endless energy flowed out from his body, and he was able to gain the upper hand against the supreme heavenly venerate, pushing Han Xiao back. Taking advantage of the fact that Han Xiao could not move, the ancestral Tree King controlled a large number of roots and attacked the chest of the supreme heavenly venerate. The mechanical army also reacted and began to block the attacks of the Tree God. At the same time, the mechanical particles flowing around the body of the supreme heavenly venerate also transformed into streams, intercepting the roots halfway. Bang! 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 Looking from afar, countless blurry afterimages of light appeared around the two super gods and collided with each other. Metal and tree roots clashed at a high frequency, and continuous shockwaves exploded in midair. Your strength is already below mine. The ancestral Tree King had a vicious expression on his face. He twisted the Emperor Skysplitter blade as he channeled his energy into his arm. He was about to launch a follow-up attack. However, at this moment, an irresistible force suddenly came from the blade and suppressed his strength. Boom! The next moment, the Emperor Skysplitter blade, which was originally frozen in midair, suddenly broke through the tree god's stance and slashed down. In an instant, it slashed across the tree god's shoulder all the way to his waist, leaving a huge wound. The tree god was almost cut into two. What? The ancestral tree king was horrified. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward and hugged Han Xiao. He wanted to use the power of the crown to restrict Han Xiao's movement and stop his follow-up attack. However, the result was far from what he had imagined. The tree god was crushed under the body of the supreme heavenly venerate and almost dismembered as though he was suffering from the capital punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. The power brought by the sacrifice of the pugilist tree king crown was still suppressed by Han Xiao. The ancestral tree king was horrified. He had barely escaped by igniting the pugilist flames, but the body of the tree god was already in tatters. Countless pieces of its newly born flesh had been cut off, and it was currently in the process of recovery. Han Xiao casually cut off the world tree root that he was following before looking at the tree god with dissatisfaction. "You're so arrogant at only this standard? You?" Feeling Han Xiao's energy level rising, the ancestral tree king's expression darkened. He had thought that he would be able to gain the upper hand after liberating the tree king crown, but reality had given him a huge slap. He did not expect that he would still not be Han Xiao's match after using his burst ability, and the other party was also increasing their combat capability. The ancestral tree king clenched his teeth before making a decision. "Don't celebrate too early. I haven't reached my limit." The moment he said that, the crown of the secret tree king shattered. A new source of energy was released. It was like adding fuel to the core furnace of the tree god. Its energy level broke through its limits once again. Countless magical knowledge flowed into his brain. At the same time, many complicated magic circuits appeared on the surface of the tree god's body, forming various enchantment runes. In an instant, the power of the mages was also applied to the tree god. The tree god domain expanded once again, almost flattening the void domain. An even stronger burden descended, and the mental strength of the ancestral tree king soared. However, at the same time, it brought him even more intense pain. His soul wailed uncontrollably, and his emotions became even more intense. He endured the pain, mobilized his new strength, and launched an even stronger attack at Han Xiao. Boom! The surging magic power formed a densely packed forbidden technique that almost drained all the free energy particles in the nearby battlefield. It turned into bright rainbow light and submerged Han Xiao's entire body. It was extremely deadly. As the tree god maintained the bombardment of magic, he charged into the light of the explosion and chased after the body of the supreme heavenly venerate. The fists and roots that contained the shocking pugilist flames landed on Han Xiao's body continuously, creating loud explosions. The ancestral tree king stared with bloodshot eyes, tirelessly attacking again and again. "Black Star, I will never let you destroy my civilization." The mental shockwave of the roar swept across the battlefield, instantly stirring the emotions of countless people. However, right at this moment, an extremely dense aura of blood suddenly erupted in front of him. Buzz! Before the ancestral tree king could react, a cold light suddenly lit up. He felt a huge force coming from his chest. The Emperor Skysplitter blade flew over and stabbed into his chest. The next second, the ancestral tree king realized that his arm was firmly locked in place. Not only that, but all the roots that he was using to attack had also stopped moving. The light of the magic explosion dissipated, revealing the appearance of the supreme celestial venerable. Han Xiao's entire body was covered in blood energy, and he grabbed the arm of the tree god. The mechanical particles formed countless tentacles that extended out from his back, accurately wrapping around the roots of every world tree. They were joined in midair like bridges. The power of the supreme heavenly venerate increased rapidly, and it soon exceeded the second stage liberated tree god, making it impossible for the ancestral tree king to escape. "You The ancestral Tree King's eyes widened. However, before he could do anything, Han Xiao suddenly smashed his head against him. The next moment, the supreme heavenly venerate grabbed the tree god's arm and pressed him down. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his leg, smashing the tree god's head with a powerful knee strike, producing a green shockwave. Han Xiao extended his hand and stabbed into the hole on the tree god's head, all the way to his chest. He grabbed a bunch of messy roots and pulled them out, tearing out a large number of broken roots. If it had been a normal life form, its spine and organs would have been pulled out. Even the tree god, who had a special body structure, would not have felt good. At this time, Han Xiao pulled out the Emperor Skysplitter blade from the tree god's chest. He then used virtual creation to create countless huge cannons around the tree god. Long after a round of firing, countless physical bullets of planetary-sized mass blasted the tree god into smithereens. The terrifying kinetic energy pushed the tree god and sent him flying, creating a blank space on the battlefield. Han Xiao followed closely behind and entered the middle of the third layer of defense. Only then did the ancestral Tree King manage to stop his uncontrolled retreat and teleport to avoid Han Xiao's pursuit. He jumped a distance away and quickly summoned more world tree roots to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Han Xiao swung his blade and said casually, "That's it? Anything else?" In terms of the quantity and quality of the attribute enhancement abilities, there were very few people who could beat him. The tree god had buffed itself twice in a row, and his combat strength had increased by quite a lot, but it was still insufficient in front of him. Although he had just stepped into the Transcendent grade not too long ago, as long as he activated all the bonuses, his combat strength would increase to an astonishing level. Han Xiao was not sure what level he would be at after he unleashed his full strength. Hearing this, the ancestral Tree King became even more agitated. Anger, shock, and unwillingness filled his mind. Even after sacrificing 2 Tree King crowns and paying such a huge price, his combat capability was still no match for Black Star. The ancestral Tree King was already caught between a rock and a hard place. To him, a stalemate was meaningless. If he could not kill Black Star would be able to make a comeback countless times. There was only one path left, and that was to kill Black Star at all costs. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. The ancestral Tree King looked at the main body of the mother tree with determination. Seeing that the ancestral Tree King did not reply, Han Xiao was about to continue attacking, but at this moment, the World Tree Fleet charged toward him as though they were insane. Protect the mother tree. Go. Give the tree god some time to breathe. Fight for our homeland. Countless World Tree warriors rushed over to engage in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Han Xiao casually attacked, only to see the new troops constantly approaching to replenish those wiped out. Many World Tree soldiers were willing to die, using their lives to form a line of defense to stop him from chasing after the tree god, just to give the heavily damaged tree god more time to recover. However, in the face of the absolute difference in strength, the determination to face death was meaningless. No matter how many fleets there were, they would all be destroyed by the psionic waves. Countless members of the World Tree blessed race swarmed over like moths to a flame, leaving behind a bunch of paralyzed battleship wreckages. There was only dead silence in the ship, as the crew had all died under the psionic waves. Han Xiao was hardly obstructed at all. He stepped on the debris of the countless World Tree battleships and pointed at the heavily injured tree god. The gigantic figure of the supreme heavenly venerate gave off an aura of despair to his enemies. Seeing this tragic scene, many players who were fighting were moved. They should be evenly matched. But why do I feel like it's an adult bullying a child? Look at Black Star's style, I'm a little confused. Which one is the real villain boss? Come on. Big brother who plays with tree roots. Amidst the cheers of the players, Han Xiao slammed into the tree god, who had yet to fully recover, and pushed him as he shot forward. Fuenvel.com. The tree god seemed to have lost its ability to resist and could not stop Han Xiao at all. The two of them surrounded each other and broke through the third and fourth layers of defense. Not long after, they reached the fifth layer of defense. The World Tree's main body that supported this dimension was now right in front of them. The eyes of the Galactic Alliance Army and the World Tree Fleet all focused on Black Star. Seeing that Black Star was approaching the World Tree's main body, everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, right at this moment, the tree god's green domain suddenly expanded. Buzz! The green light exploded and enveloped the two of them. It then shrank into a light spot and disappeared. The two of them were swallowed up and disappeared from the battlefield under the eyes of everyone. This scene was out of the Galactic Alliance Army's expectations. Countless people's hearts suddenly constricted, and they did not know what had happened. At the same time, in the strategic command of the Allied Army, Simon rushed to the table, his eyes wide with shock. Where's Black Star? Where the FK did the two of them go? Chapter 1439, Exhausted. Chapter 1439, Exhausted. This was a deep and vast space like a real universe. The black velvet curtain was decorated with green stars, bright and dazzling. Suddenly, a green light appeared out of nowhere, spinning and expanding, turning into a wormhole-like vortex and spitting out Han Xiao's figure. Han Xiao quickly stabilized himself and looked around curiously. Where did you bring me? He glanced at the interface, and the combat information showed his current state. He had been swallowed by the tree god. This universe-like world was the inner space of the tree god. The next moment, Han Xiao immediately felt the repulsion of the entire world. Pressure came from all directions, suppressing his strength. The void domain was so compressed that it could only stick to the surface of the body, almost becoming a flat membrane. At the same time, Han Xiao also discovered that an unknown corrosive force was continuously reducing his health. It was shown in his status bar as the World Tree's digestive function. So, I've fallen into the stomach of the World Tree, Han Xiao thought to himself. Buzz! Right at this moment, the green light in front of Han Xiao's eyes shrank and condensed into the body of the tree god. Its injuries had already recovered, and it stood in the distance. Black Star, our battle is not over yet, the ancestral tree king said with a deep voice. Han Xiao sized him up and said, This is your inner space, right? How dare you suck me in? You're really not afraid of death. Releasing the inner spatial domain did not have any side effects because it was just a projection of power, just like the descent of a secondary dimension. However, absorbing the enemy into the inner spatial domain was the opposite. This was a dangerous action. If the inner spatial domain was destroyed, the Transcendent would be heavily injured, which was equivalent to exposing their vital points to the enemy. However, in the inner space, the enemy's strength would be greatly suppressed, and the user would receive a higher boost. Therefore, this was a double-edged sword. No matter how tanky Han Xiao was, he was not willing to suck any enemy into his body. This would only increase the risk. In his eyes, the ancestral tree king was putting everything on the line without thinking. If you don't die, the mother tree will never have a day of peace. This will be where you die. The ancestral tree king's tone was fierce, and he attacked without hesitation. Countless green lights shot out toward Han Xiao like meteors. Seeing this, Han Xiao lifted the emperor's cape, and the thick psionic shield blocked the dense rain of light. At the same time, he ordered his mechanical army to open fire, but they did not attack the tree god. Instead, they exploded in all directions, triggering many energy bombs. Under normal circumstances, attacking the inner space was akin to turning the world upside down in the other party's body. The damage would be reflected back to the tree god. However, the next moment, something that Han Xiao did not expect happened. The tree god was not affected at all, and he even gave up all his defenses. His attacks were extremely fierce, as though he was not worried about his internal space being damaged at all. Han Xiao was a little surprised. His void domain was suppressed, and the tree god was like a fish in water in his internal space. His strength was decreasing, and he had no choice but to defend. Interesting. Your inner space won't be damaged. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed the flow of energy while resisting the attacks of the ancestral tree king. Not long after, Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he smiled. I see. I have roughly guessed it. Your inner space is connected to the world tree and you transferred all the damage, right? The ancestral tree king's heart tightened, but he did not reply. His attacks became more intense. The The things that the world tree devoured formed a mother tree world within its body. It also had planets and lives, and most of them operated according to the state when they were swallowed. They would not increase or decrease naturally, and it was equivalent to a special gallery. If the members of the world tree were not willing to appear in the outside world, they would live in the mother tree world. The so-called transformation of the world tree was like spitting something out from the body into the outside world. The tree god was closely connected to the world tree's main body, so there was a connection between its internal space and the mother tree world. Strictly speaking, the internal space of the tree god was a clone and interlayer of the mother tree world, and the ancestral tree king was able to split the damage suffered by the internal space into the mother tree world. This way, the world tree's main body would suffer some damage, and the tree god would not be injured and could remain in peak condition. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral tree king would not let the world tree's main body take this risk, but now, increasing the tree god's combat strength was more important, so he could only make a temporary choice. Therefore, in order to prevent the world tree's main body from suffering any further damage, the ancestral tree king chose to end the battle as soon as possible and deal with Han Xiao before he caused even more damage to the internal space. Seeing that Han Xiao had discovered his weakness so quickly, the ancestral tree king clenched his teeth. Even if I have to gamble our future, I have to kill you. As soon as he said that, the fortitude tree king's crown shattered. The powerful crown origin energy surged in, and the power of the tree god soared once again. Intensive mechanical armor rapidly spread across the surface of the tree god's body. At the same time, mechanical soldiers shining with green light appeared around the tree god. This scene was like a legendary mechanic activating virtual creation. However, the ancestral tree king did not stop. He endured the rising pain and directly took over the allocation of King's Legacy from the mother tree will. Sacrificing the tree king crown was the way to strengthen the tree god, but it was not the only way. Among the abilities that Han Xiao did not see, there were other ways to strengthen it, and investing more Beyonder's vestige was another way. If the Beyonder's vestige was a firewood that could ignite the power of the tree god, then adding more firewood would naturally make the flames burn even stronger. After so many years, generations of tree kings had failed to break through to the Transcendent grade, leaving behind some King's Legacy, which were considered strategic resources. Initially, he only needed to use one portion to summon the tree god each time, but the ancestral tree king could not be bothered anymore and burned half of the inventory. Bang! A violent energy tide spread out, and the power level of the tree god increased steadily. Thick green waves gushed out as if they were going to fill the entire space. Holy! Another seed activation? One? Han Xiao gritted his teeth. This is too much. Are you a scion? No scion tree? After sacrificing 3 crowns and burning half of the Beyonder's vestige stock, the tree god's combat capability soared to a higher level, and his combat style changed as well. Other than using the strength of the world tree, the various magic, martial arts, and mechanical systems formed an exquisite combination. One person was like a powerhouse of 3 different classes, very flashy but also very powerful. For a time, the violent attacks penetrated the shield, leaving all kinds of wounds on the body of the supreme heavenly venerate. One device after another was destroyed. I still can't underestimate this guy. With the World Tree Civilization's many years of foundation, there's a lot of room for his combat strength to fluctuate. Han Xiao felt immense pressure from the ancestral Tree King's continuous attacks, and he was slightly shocked. If he had not sealed the Heart Tree Crown, the complete Tree God might have been able to completely suppress him after receiving so many enhancements. However, the current Tree God was in an incomplete state. Its foundation had been weakened, so the seed activation effect was also reduced, and it could not reach its peak. What a pity. If this is your full strength, the one dying today won't be me. Han Xiao's tone became serious. Boom! Without waiting for the ancestral Tree King to react, the energy level of the supreme heavenly venerate also increased tremendously. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the level of the Tree God's combat strength after the seed activation. All kinds of strange abilities exploded one after another, stopping the attack of the ancestral Tree King in an instant. Han Xiao immediately took back the initiative and counterattacked, instantly turning the situation around. The ancestral Tree King's eyes widened. You, Tisk, do you think that the seed activation is your patent? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. A steady stream of new energy entered his body, bringing with it an incomparable sense of power. He almost felt like he could shatter the universe. The reason for this instant change was because he had used the character summon cards in his inventory. Ever since stepping into the peak beyond Greater Realm, Han Xiao had not used his character summon cards that much. Because there was no need for that, he had a lot of stock. Before this expedition, he had specially used all his blank character summon cards to replicate the abilities of different Beyond Grade as and obtained a large number of resources. After finally accumulating a huge amount of wealth, Han Xiao now activated the character summon cards one after another without any heartache. He used whatever he had. He only felt carefree and happy. After such a long time of careful planning, he could finally be extravagant. Compared to Saint Seiya's explosion of a little universe, I'm the expert. Sensing that Black Star's strength had caught up once again, the ancestral Tree King was furious. Every time the gap between them opened up, he would eventually catch up. Black Star's unfathomable trump cards made the already unstable ancestral Tree King go completely crazy. Black Star. Bang! The last Tree King crown exploded. The ancestral Tree King decisively sacrificed his own crown. He threw all his worries to the back of his mind and poured all the remaining Beyonders vestige into the tree god's body. He was going to push the power of the tree god up regardless of the cost. His strength increased at an astonishing speed, but at the same time, faint green cracks spread on the surface of the tree god's body. The huge burden was already at the limits of the tree god. The tree god had its limits like a container. When the accumulated power exceeded its maximum capacity, it would burst from the inside. Perhaps in its perfect state, the capacity of the tree god would be able to withstand its current power, but the incomplete tree god was like a container that was one size smaller. It could not endure such a burden, and its injuries began to accumulate rapidly. However, the ancestral Tree King ignored the overload and charged toward Han Xiao with an unstoppable force. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Black Star. Come! Han Xiao was full of fighting spirit. Bang! 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 The two of them were overflowing with terrifying power, only attacking but not defending. They bombarded each other countless times, and the energy clashed, forming an extremely high-density explosive area. In this place, time and space twisted, almost condensing into singularities. The two of them abandoned all distracting thoughts, having only their opponents in their eyes. They fought tirelessly, and the battlefield spread across this universe. Space trembled and shattered. The starlight dimmed and died. It was unknown how long the battle lasted, but it felt like an eternity. Only then did the battle come to an end. Only by burning the Beyonders vestige could the existence of the tree god be maintained. The tree god had finally run out of energy, and the power obtained from the seed activation quickly weakened. The tree god's body was already filled with cracks from the overload, like a piece of porcelain pieced together after being shattered. Crack! The tree god's chest suddenly split open, triggering a chain reaction. With its chest as the center, its entire body collapsed, turning into fragments of light that filled the sky. This scene represented the death of the tree god. The tree god also had life. Once it was killed, the fused Tree Kings would also be heavily damaged, and the tree god's descent would enter a cooldown. In addition, because the 4 Tree King crowns had been sacrificed, the world tree could not summon the tree god anymore. In the sky full of light fragments, the ancestral Tree King's body floated. It was as if he had overdrawn all his lifespan, becoming old and wrinkled. As the tree god dissipated, the ancestral Tree King also slowly turned into dust. His life was like a candle in the wind. I lost. I'm sorry, Mother Tree. I failed you. I was so close, I can't accept it. Was ancestral Tree King's consciousness gradually dissipated as he muttered to himself. Han Xiao still did not relax. He received the ancestral Tree King's intermittent brainwaves, clicked his tongue, and said mercilessly, What do you mean by almost? From the start to the end, you had no chance at all. The ancestral tree king turned around and glared at Han Xiao. I did not protect my civilization, but one day, you will also taste my despair. A curse. You, don't look so bitter. When you destroyed other civilizations, you should have been prepared to be destroyed as well. Han Xiao did not want to waste any more time talking to him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ancestral tree king. Pooh! The ancestral tree king was crushed and turned into dust. His consciousness completely fell into darkness. Han Xiao was not interested in waiting for him to die. He was not a villain who did not know how to deal the finishing blow. Due to the manipulation of the world tree, the ancestral tree king had already lost the ability to revive. If he died in this state, he would truly die and disappear. Finally got him. Damn, he almost squeezed me dry. Only at this moment did Han Xiao finally relax. Although he had won this battle, Han Xiao was also exhausted. In the final stage, it was as though the tree god had activated the Ultra Instinct technique. It was so powerful that it almost shattered his supreme heavenly venerate several times. Strictly speaking, the one who killed the tree god was not Han Xiao but the ancestral tree king himself. The damage caused by the overload and the burning of the Beyonders vestige was the main reason the tree god was so exhausted. If the tree god was in the perfect state where all 5 crowns were gathered, Han Xiao felt that he would not be a match for it. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Crack! The moment the tree god died completely, the space inside began to collapse rapidly, splitting open like a broken mirror. Dazzling light flowed through every crack, leading to the outside world. Han Xiao calmed himself down and retrieved the heavily damaged mechanical army back into the godly stronghold. He then drove the supreme heavenly venerate into one of the cracks and disappeared in the light. 1 Gundam reference. Chapter 1440 Missing the Opportunity, Going All Out. Chapter 1440 Missing the Opportunity, Going All Out. In the main dimension of the world tree, the war had reached its climax. Black Star and the tree god had disappeared together for a very long time. Due to the sudden change, the galactic allied forces did not know what was going on. Countless officers and soldiers could only endure their unease and fear and continue to fight. Due to the lack of a sharp blade like Black Star, the advancement of the army was also slowed down considerably. At this moment, the interstellar fleet had just arrived at the second layer of defense, and the World Tree Blessing race did not care about the cost and reinforced the defense line. The battlefield was like a millstone, crushing the battleships and soldiers into powder. There were countless casualties, and it was a huge blow to both sides. Without Black Star's support, the advancement of the Beyond Grade as was also blocked. However, the quality and scale of their combat strength still exceeded the current high-level combatants of the World Tree. After the protracted battles, the Beyond Grade as of the Galactic Society had already annihilated most of the high-level combatants on the World Tree side. However, because the Beyond Grade as did not have the strength to ignore the large-scale galactic battlefield like Black Star, they could not enter even after killing many of the World Tree's experts. On the contrary, due to the intense firepower of the World Tree's blessed race, they did not dare to advance too far and be used as targets. They could only retreat to the vicinity of the main force to cooperate. Although there was not much danger with Aurora's help, the Beyond Grade as were temporarily unable to turn the situation around. After all, the World Tree had too many troops. I wonder where Black Star is. Can you contact him? Kasui placed his hand on his forehead and asked in the Beyond Grade a combat channel while controlling his psychic energy to shatter the enemies one by one. I can't contact him. It's most likely that the tree god used some trump card to prevent Black Star from continuing his advance and brought him to some alternate dimension. I guess they can only come out after a victor is decided, Hila casually replied. She manipulated the cold current of death and swept it across the fleet. Red ice crystals grew out of the battleships and broke through the hulls. Black Star won't lose, right? Ulu asked hesitantly. There's nothing to be afraid of. Whether Black Star wins or not, he can come and go as he wishes. Hila was not worried about Han Zhao's safety at all. It's hard to say. The World Tree civilization has developed to this point and is unfathomable. No one knows what other trump cards they have. Maybe Black Star will fall for it too. Although Hila, Aurora, and the others were not worried, many beyond grade as were. It was not that they did not believe in Black Star's strength, but no one could say for sure what would happen in a war of this scale. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Black Star had the responsibility of leading the association, and he was the ruler of the Sanctum Revival. It was difficult for a portion of the beyond grade as not to feel nervous, especially when they knew nothing about Black Star's current situation. At the same time, in the Strategic Command Center, Werno's remote projection was also present, watching the battle. Most of the beyond grade, as in the Galactic Society, were involved in this war, but Werno's was not one of them. When the Church came to find him, he still refused to participate in this battle. The reason was the same as before: he needed to maintain a perfect state at all times and did not want to waste his energy in other areas, lest he missed the opportunity to step into the Transcendent grade. Because there was a true Transcendent like Black Star participating in the battle, the Arcane Church did not force Werno's to take action. However, Werno's did not reject the request to watch the battle. On the side, the officers and staff officers discussed non-stop for the sake of the battle. Werno's did not interrupt from the start to the end. He stood alone and watched the battlefield silently. He did not have much interest in the battle and only requested to watch because he wanted to see a battle between Transcendent grade supers. He planned to use this to inspire himself, but this idea fell through. Black Star and the Tree God should be fighting in the alternate dimension, but I can't see them, Werno sighed. He had only seen a small portion of the battle between the two of them on the main battlefield, and neither of them had used any of their trump cards. He could not help but feel that it was a pity that he could not see the rest of the battle. He only felt that he had yet to satisfy his curiosity, and his heart was itching. If he could watch the entire battle between the two Transcendent grades, his chances of entering the realm would be higher. Just as he was secretly feeling regretful, a strange feeling suddenly surfaced in his heart. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he had lost something. Strange. This feeling came and went very quickly. Werno's pressed on his chest, somewhat confused. Before he could think about it, the officer beside him suddenly exclaimed. Werno's turned around and saw Black Star, who had disappeared for a long time, appearing on the battlefield once again. This immediately caused a change in the situation. The fifth layer of the World Tree's defense circle was right where the two of them had disappeared. A smattering of green light suddenly burst out, and a huge figure flew out. It was Han Zhao's supreme heavenly venerate. Black Star is back. The Galactic Alliance army was overjoyed. They opened their eyes wide and waited for the tree god to appear. However, the next moment the green light exploded and turned into light fragments. The tree god did not come out. It was as if he had really disappeared. Where's the tree god? Where did he go? Many of them were excited, beginning to come out with conjectures. Before they could ask, Han Xiao connected to the combat channel again and confirmed their guess. I've already gotten rid of the tree god. He won't stop us anymore. Continue attacking. Han Xiao exhaled. Seeing that the battlefield was still in a stalemate, he was relieved. He was afraid that if he was held back by the tree god for too long, something might happen on the battlefield. He did not waste any time. He continued to rush toward the World Tree's main body without hesitation. He bore the brunt of the enemy's attacks and entered the defense circle alone. Seeing that Han Xiao did not mention anything about the battle, although they were curious, they did not ask too much. To them, knowing the outcome was enough. Follow Black Star. Victory belongs to us. The Galactic Alliance army was motivated. Their uneasiness was gone, and they followed closely behind, launching even more ferocious attacks. Han Xiao had thought that after the tree god died in battle, the morale of the World Tree family would be low and they would be defeated. However, to his surprise, the result was the opposite. Not only did the World Tree team not retreat, but their counterattack was even more intense. They abandoned all their worries and fought with their backs to the wall. The casualties were extremely tragic, but the World Tree blessed race did not retreat even in the face of death. The fleets on the periphery abandoned their formation lines one after another and teleported to the fifth layer of defense. They charged toward Han Xiao like moths to a flame, using their lives to build a barrier to slow him down at all costs. In fact, all the members of the World Tree saw the entire process of the tree god resisting Black Star through the mental network. Every time the tree god exploded with power, everyone knew what price the ancestral Tree King had paid. Seeing the Tree King, who usually only dwelled in the King City risking his life at all costs, countless members of the World Tree felt the same and encouraged him anxiously, hoping that the tree god would defeat Black Star with his burst of strength. However, the high hopes that they had all turned into disbelief. Seeing that the ancestral Tree King had paid such a huge price only to be completely killed by Xiao, a huge sense of tragedy crashed into the hearts of all the World Tree members, leaving only despair. All the members of the World Tree understood that there was no one who could stop Black Star. However, this triggered their final determination. Freeobnovel.com. As the saying went, a cornered soldier will find all means to win. The morale of the World Tree-blessed race did not decline but instead increased exponentially. No one gave up, and everyone was willing to die together with the enemy. If they could not rely on the tree god, they could only rely on themselves. All the fear and confusion disappeared, leaving only the determination to die. This was the final counterattack of a civilization at its end. Hong Long Long. The densely packed battleships blocked the path ahead. Xiao attacked time and time again. The flashes of his blades and artillery could shatter a large number of battleships with every attack. However, there were people filling up the gaps, and it was difficult to clear a path. Continuous high-density explosions surrounded him, and Xiao felt as though he was stuck in a swamp. The concentrated attacks coming from the front even exceeded the pressure that the tree god gave him. What a stubborn civilization. Xiao was also slightly moved. Although they were opponents, he had to admit that the tenacity displayed by the World Tree civilization exceeded his previous judgment. In his previous life, even the galactic society that was united against the outside world was weaker than the World Tree fleet. In the final battle, the World Tree fleet did not show such determination either. Although the World Tree is a deformed civilization, in terms of unity and cohesion, they probably won't find any similar opponent in the entire universe. Xiao shook his head. He appreciated the World Tree's desperate struggle, but unfortunately, without the tree god, the World Tree could no longer stop him. All of this was futile. Xiao turned around and looked at the large group of Beyond Grade as behind him. This hint made all the Beyond Grade as understand. They spread out and formed a loose formation in front of the various armies. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to notice that the formation was like a net, trapping the fleet at the front. The victory was already decided. The problem now was to pick peaches. No, to prevent others from picking peaches. Seeing this, Xiao turned around and activated a character summon card. Golden Ring, Ulu character summon card, Golden Treasure, Ship Collision. Dense streams of light suddenly appeared on the body of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate. He adjusted his direction before suddenly taking a step forward and charging toward the World Tree's main body. The World Tree fleet in front of them could not withstand it at all. Their shields shattered one after another, and debris flew everywhere. The Supreme Heavenly Venerate was like a gigantic golden meteor that pierced through the final defensive perimeter and crashed heavily into the World Tree. Bang! Countless roots seemed to have been struck by lightning. With a sudden roll, the entire space of the dimension started to tremble. Let me see what exactly you are made of. Xiao hooked his finger and inserted it into the tree. At this moment, the World Tree's main body, which seemed to have been waiting for death, finally revealed its secret card. Buzz! In an instant, the consciousness of all the World Tree members turned into a terrifying mental impact that had never been seen before. It rushed toward Xiao's brain through the energy link channel. The impact was so strong that even if all the Beyond Grade as in the Galactic Society joined forces to resist it, their minds would be shattered in a single breath. The main body of the World Tree was not completely powerless. When both parties built a physical or energy connection, she would be able to launch a psychic attack on the target. This was because only by invading the World Tree with energy could they form a soul connection with her and take the initiative to turn her into a controlled universal treasure. This was her trump card to protect herself from being enslaved by others. However, at this moment, Han Xiao unveiled another character summon card without hesitation. Underworld, Onisilu character summon card, Thousand Soul Stream, immunity to all mental attacks. In his mind, the destructive psychic current bombarded Han Xiao's spiritual body, but it was like a breeze, not causing any damage. Instead, it turned into pure energy and was absorbed by Han Xiao. I've been waiting for this. Come and meet your natural enemy. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The next moment, a translucent snake shot out from between his brows, and its body expanded at an unbelievable speed. The pivotal snake had already turned into a virtual life form, and its size in the physical world could be shrunk at will. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of the world tree. It coiled around the world tree's body, opened its mouth, and bit down without hesitation. With this bite, the pivotal snake and the world tree's main body finally established a bridge of information, and countless information streams were exchanged rapidly. Buzz, the entire world tree trembled violently, as though a person was struggling in pain, causing the space to shake violently. In order to subdue the world tree, Han Xiao had naturally come prepared. Building a soul connection was only one of the reasons. The biggest problem was actually to destroy the resistance of the world tree, and his trump card was the pivotal snake. After the pivot turned into a virtual life form, it automatically awakened a new ability, which was why it was the world tree's natural enemy. The world tree's independent consciousness was its food. Only then did Han Xiao understand the significance of the pivotal snake. It could turn the world tree from a special life form into an unconscious universal treasure. It was because of this trump card that Han Xiao finally made up his mind to carry out the plan to subdue the world tree. He would not do anything that he was not confident of. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.